we'll record.
Yeah.
Is it what show is it from?
It's from the Powder Diaper.
No, I mean what what I mean is
Which show from
of
us?
ours was it? Yeah.
The one we did a hit piece on, stupid ass motherfucker. But it wasn't really about him. It was on Andrew Wilson, and he plays the 15 minutes that were about him, and claims the whole fucking show is about him.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah. So he's just
Well, we're live, so we'll let's do it. We'll do it live, and we'll have a little chuckle at everybody's expense. That video they did yesterday with like the struggle session with Raging Tomato was very strange. I don't know what that was about, but
I recorded the whole thing, so I'm gonna review that on Thursday, right? So yeah, I mean not Thursday, Friday.
Do you think it's possible that sometimes they open up these, if you want to call them panels or debates? Do you think sometimes they do it just to see what the people will say and do and how they react when they do these fake LARPs? That's what I think.
Yeah, I believe this show is particularly in response to the show that I'm going to be doing later this week. So yeah, and I even called on my show Cuck Hunters, and he brought out the Cuck I mean it's called Cuck Rakers. His thing was called Cuck Hunt instead of Duck Hunt. So my thing's called Cuck Rakers, and it was like so the thing is that I already told him that I'm going to be dropping that on Friday. So I feel like he's doing this preemptively to respond to this shit, because he kicked this dude off his panel for coming on my show, and that's what he claimed that Rob Noah did. Right? They claimed that they got rid of Sarah for going on Flo's panel and talking shit about him or whatever. So he's saying that. So he made a show called "Am I a Hypocrite?" asking the audience if he did the same thing. So, right. And he also, oh man, you'll see. He like opens up this thing of like, fucking Mussolini, and he goes, I figured out the philosophy of Christian nationalism, guys. And he starts like saying how he like read like a pamphlet by Mussolini, and he like figured it all out. And he's like, it's only like 15 pages long and shit. Oh my god, the guy's terrible.
yeah. Well, I didn't see everything that was going on, but yeah, but it's like I don't even. It doesn't even make sense at a certain level. It's like. I mean, I have my theory, but it doesn't matter at the moment. But we'll just we'll let the drama speak for itself. I'm sure it'll be more revealing than anything I can theorize about, you know. But I think if you see that thing that happened yesterday, like it's very clear that some people are in on a joke and other people aren't in on the joke. But I don't know exactly what that is, you know.
Well, here's the joke, right? The joke is, and here's the greater part of it, right? He claims that Andrew Wilson is a fascist, right? Andrew Wilson told him that he is a low-level content creator, that creators like him lick the scraps from the table, right? They lick the fingers like they're like dogs and shit. So he calls Flow State a dog, right? And he says that Flow State is a dog living on Andrew Wilson's scraps. And then Flow State says, well, why don't you give me a bigger scrap? Not even making it up.
Well, maybe it was a humiliation ritual for him.
Yeah, it was like some shit like that. And then and now today in this stream, he claims that, you know, if you support Andrew Wilson, you're actually supporting fascism. So he wanted to cuck to the fascists.
That's actually hilarious because Flow State fashions himself as a, you know, fuck around, find out libertarian. So
he claims he's not a liberal during the course of this, because I call him a liberal. He says he's not a liberal, and he also claims that Sarah never worked for Andrew Wilson, even though he literally said it on his show yesterday. So it's fascinating so far. It's like pile of lies.
Is this like phone stream? Like this is
I think
yeah,
so.
I just put it into a different format, so we'll get a different audience hopefully, and see. I'm just experimenting with different formats to see what seems to work. You know?
Did you put Batman as a tree? That's hilarious. A Joker Batman.
Yeah, it's a Batman Kabbalah tree I made.
That's pretty good
for my articles. So.
No, it's funny because it's very demonic and Wendigo-ish.
Why does the
he's going on he's going on the tree of death instead of the tree of life. So
Yeah. So
All right,
let's see.
let's play it. Let's see what's going on.
What
Yeah.
you have to do is just report back. You can even just stay quiet on panel. Don't feel. I mean, you're welcome to take up my battles for me because I'm a girl and I love that. But Flo's a man. He doesn't want another man fighting his fight on his.
He's a man, mind you.
So I thought that cyber intro, right? The cyber intro kind of looked like they ripped off my aesthetic or whatever.
Man, he doesn't
He's
want
got the
another
owl,
man
man.
fighting
That's
his
like
fight
Molech.
Yeah, he's got Molech. Yeah.
on his.
Bzz, 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 bzz.
Makes me think they kicked Landry and AJ out as well.
Oh.
AJ was hilarious.
I left Trippy.
AJ was hilarious.
That's crazy, bro. So to give you guys some context before you start hitting me with the questions, right? The whole reason I'm saying they're good.
So this is the only person who comes in to talk about flow state, and it's his own fucking panelist. You know what a scrub! Like he couldn't even make the whole show about him when he's being reviewed on Andrew Wilson, and then the dude comes in and says, "Bro, you're just like you're clout chasing, you're cucking." He told him to his face.
Good people in my book is like I've told you, Machine Lies. You know, when you lie, you get caught up, right? You know, I used to have a channel.
You've been talking about me for a
times
minute.
on COVID and shit. Like I lost it to 3 strikes. I used to have an open panel, so I've been a big fan of yours because it was always focused on.
Yeah, they've been talking about me for a minute, but we haven't. The whole show is about Andrew Wilson. Like the fuck, like what a fucking moron. And he thinks that Andrew streams about him too when it's about Sarah and Rob Nowhere. He inserts himself into this shit. Like he inserts himself into the drama to clout chase, and when everybody tells him like it's not even about you, he just
Well, that's why he says he's a drama slut.
exactly right.
I like that word slut. You know, it's like that's basically what it is. It's like let me hole myself on the streets of the drama YouTube streets, something like that.
Drama sluts and panel whores.
Street
Right.
core.
Yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you know, if those who like if he really does have actual supporters, like the way that I support TML and what he does, you know, if he has people who are like hardcore fans of his, people who like literally the second they wake up, the first thing they do is go and see what he's doing. You know, I can't imagine the kind of person you have to be to want to subscribe to that type of personality. You know, I get being egotistical sometimes, but drama slut, I don't know. I got to come up with a better word than that. I know drama. I know real drama sluts, and you know, I don't even know how you define how he acts. It's fucking cringe, to be honest. To be honest, yeah, there you go, cringe. It's fucking cringe.
Yeah, so it's more like a drama junkie than a drama slut, right? But yeah, that kind of more fitting.
People debating about what our reality is, God, all these things. And so I lost my channel, and I had quite a few subscribers, way more than a lot of these hosts. So I jumped on these panels trying to, like you said, you orated it perfectly. I try to spread my message when I'm allowed to, and most of the time, because of these grifts that these channels are doing, or like the religious agenda they have, I don't get far, But as far as Flo, Sarah, Machine Lies, if I name other names, I'm probably going to piss people off because people are so jaded with so many content creators. Anyone who's allowed me to jump on and just talk my shit and like get a nice reaction going, I've always respected those people. And that specific night, it was like I've tried to talk about this with Flo on Sarah's. There's always something going on. So like they have their thing going on. I don't want to just jump in and be like, can I explain what happened that night from my perspective? That's stupid. So I'm glad you were talking about it today when I logged on and happened.
The thing is that I respect Punjabi bro, but he's not even really being honest. Right, because how much honest is a show? Like I've seen him get paid to be thrown off Flow Stage show all the time. So he's saying they'll just let him come up and he can say what he wants. But that's actually not true. That's actually not even happened that many times, right? Because he gets paid to get kicked off, and maybe he's supposed to come in and interrupt on purpose so that Flo can get more money or whatever, right? So it could just be gay ops or whatever, right? And then on top of it all, right? The Sarah, the Raging Tomato. She has silenced numerous people on her panel because she has some big name guest on there and she's clout chasing with that big name guest. At any time that guy talks, she tells everybody on the panel to shut up, even though there's 9 fucking people there. Like what? So yeah, I mean, it's all just nonsense.
To like rewind a few minutes and see my face on there. I was like, oh my God. And then you guys were talking about me. So I was like, oh, this is perfect. I can go on. So I believe in God, man. God makes everything happen for a reason. I was just in the private chat that night on the panel doing the same shit I always do, have a few drinks. It's my night off. I'm not practicing. So it's like I'm kicking it, done my family time. And this, like any other drama, Flo's always covering. We know Flo State. We all know him. It was just another night of drama from my novice perspective. So I'm like, oh, they're beefing with Andrew. Like, I always knew Flo never liked the Crucible guys. They don't, there's these liberal conservative beliefs. They always clash, right? But I'm very non-biased from my culture and perspective. I think everyone's like, it's cool. I'm never going to fit in with you guys. So why should I judge any of you? I'm in my own lane, And I see them going, oh, go over there. My drunk ass is like, all right, cool. Pop the link in. Dude, I don't even know this guy. I've never seen him before. I'm on their line. Like, dude, I'm a big fan. I watch you all the time, sir. I'm doing that stupid little, shtick, right? Being a little comedian. And after I got that over with, after I left, people in the chat were going, oh, he let him off easy. And I regret going back because at that point, what I had kind of done was just say, maybe you're a little too sensitive, sir. This is just kind of how these people are. But if you're too good for it, all the more power.
Bro, is he sped this up? Because this dude is like, he is talking a mile a minute. I don't think I remember him talking this fast. But yeah, he must have him sped up because he's already a quick talker. But like at this rate,
He is a quick talker.
He's about to break the fucking sound barrier, dude. This is insane, dude.
To you, if you're too good for these people, good job, sir, and thanks for letting me on by. That would have been great. But I saw that peer pressure is a bitch, and I fucking jumped on there again because somebody said, oh, he let him off easy. And then I did the whole like fake, you see that guy? He's trying to stop the cook, sir. And then I just did a 180 and went, fuck you, you fat piece of shit, and logged off. It was total Comedy Store fucking roasting.
Goddamn, AJ, you talk forever. Correct. He cannot do that if you're making a transformative piece, if you're reviewing it, whatever. That is accurate.
Got caught up in some bull.
So he's claiming that I would go and copyright strike his channel for him producing this content. But yeah, man. Holy fuck, man. Really desperate.
Well, I think I heard that too. I think what he was talking about was like people like just another Canadian and stuff. They just basically just re-upload the content.
And I actually feel guilty. Like, I know Sarah's handling like a champ, but they had a big alliance,
Yeah, that's not even true. He changes the barriers and the stuff, so he does transform the content, right? And he also clips the video that he's making. So no, it's a redone presentation. There's hundreds of Andrew Wilson clip channels that do the same exact thing, right? And he doesn't claim ownership of those channels, right? So yeah, I mean, that's a retarded claim.
But now it's falling apart. And I honestly think good riddance. If people want to control you like that, fuck off. Like, that's just weird. You have your own thing, keep your own thing. But it does suck. Like, I saw all that drama go down. It really fucked with me. And it's like, it's kind of made me not want to jump on these panels anymore because I don't want to be caught up in this stuff. And then like something I say that's funny ends up being like a huge, oh, this guy was a part of it. I didn't fucking know what was happening. I didn't know her and Rob were beefing behind the scenes. I didn't know this Andrew guy was going to like fucking just come in and bogart Sarah because there was prior shit going on.
AJ, you fucking sweetheart. If you listen to this, you didn't do anything wrong. You have nothing to worry about or feel guilty about. Or
that sounded gay as fuck. He said, AJ, you sweetheart, you have nothing to worry about. You didn't do anything wrong. Right before he
pulling a singer.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that's pretty gay.
And then he put him in a
ransom. In fact, how he came at me a few months ago for literally no reason.
Right. Creepy dude, man.
Be avoidant of.
Dude, I was just fucking hitting the link, trying to be a cockhead,
Yep, that's all you did.
They were hypersensitive. There's no worries.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, but the thing is that you said you volunteered to go up there.
Yeah. Because people in the private chat were like, go over there and troll them. And we've done that on many other channels. Like, you know what I'm saying? We've done like TML. We've done that to so many other people. We've done it to Nightish. And it's all like fun and banter. And everyone.
Did you hear that? So he denies that claim. When we did that show or whatever, right? I mean, when he reviewed the show or whatever, he denied the claim that people were sent in to troll. So I feel like they both admitted that shit and denied it. It's just that simple. Like, he made both claims. Like they made both claims. Like, it's either his word against theirs, or like they made opposite claims, right? And then you see, like, Landry or whatever, they were saying they were talking in the private chat there too. So I don't know, man. Right? It looked like they were having conversations in the private chat about going and trolling this other channel, and now they're claiming that didn't happen. Whatever.
Talks again. It's not a big deal. So I didn't know that there was like actual beef going on. Had I known, I would have not done that. But I think the people that did know, it was to their advantage to not warn me, or maybe they didn't have the conscience to catch it beforehand. Like, oh, this could create a lot of problems. Send an AJ over there. Let's not do that. But I don't think anybody really thought about it. It's one of those things where you mix fucking petrol with flame, and it ignites, and that's kind of what happened, dude. Now everyone's got
right. And how do we know that's not happening now? Like, how do we know that he isn't sent in to talk about flow state? Because none of the shows about flow state, so that flow state could review him on my panel, like, because that's ostensibly what's happening, right? Like, so I mean, this is a stupid thing, stupidest thing I've ever seen. It's like a snake eating its own tail. It's literally like he's reviewing the content that he created on my panel just because I let this guy talk about him. Like, what? Literally, and now my show's on the screen for 91 minutes because it's like, yeah, I get like free promotion because he said this.
It does seem what they'll do is like they like to do the presentation within a presentation thing. Like if someone is reviewing people or content, they'll go and cause drama in that presentation, so that way when they do that double recording, like how we're reviewing a review of a review. I have seen that happen where they'll do that kind of stuff before, where they'll purposely create drama on someone's panel, record that, and then use that content later to cause drama. And then,
Right.
like us, we'll go and review that content, and then it's just another recording on top of it. So
Yeah, it's like
it's part of it for sure.
Digital Ouroboros over here, Techne Boros.
And like you said, free promotion.
I just look at Flo, Sarah, you, TML, all these people that have been on your panels that I'm not naming or can't remember. Like, I just look at you guys as content creators that are creating a platform to spread information. Some of it's bullshit, like you said, it's shitty content, but then other people are, allowing others to spread knowledge or doing it themselves on their platform. So that's kind of been my perspective.
So did you already said some of it's bullshit, other of it is knowledge. So what category is flow state in? Is he in the bullshit category or the knowledge category? What category am I in? Am I in the knowledge category? He already said I am. So, I mean, all you have to do is really break down what he's saying and deduce what he's saying, and you get the picture. He's literally calling flow state a putz, but he's doing it in a nice, very cordial way in which he's too dumb to notice it, right? So it's like, yeah, he's slick talking. Now he has to, like, analyze his quick talking words to even realize what his fucking opinion is. Slow state.
I don't judge any of these people, dude. I'm not perfect. Like, I'm not going to sit here. Nobody's innocent. We all know about the dark side of all these people. We don't have to get into details. If you do enough research, they've got some shady past, right? Like, it's there's people, like, especially the bigger channels. It's like, God damn.
And everyone's like, AJ, stop spurging.
You know what I mean? But that's the YouTube world. Why should I judge these people? Like, you know what you're signing up for. When I hit these panels and when I choose to do stuff, I got to have accountability on my part. So that's basically what it is, man. Like, I didn't know. Had I known there was this effort that was already occurring and I was going to make it worse, I would have just avoided it, because at the end of the day, as a friend, you don't.
You know what I'm realizing? This is the same show from the other day. It's just a clip of the same show. Like, for fuck's sake, dude. Like, fuck.
You don't want to be that guy at the bar that gets everybody into a fight. And now they got an assault charge. And I kind of feel like that in that regard. Like, and I'm not saying that what I did in those 30, 40 seconds was that special. Fuck no. It was already going to go in that direction. But just knowing that it went in that direction, I wish I wasn't a part of it. Like, that's just, you guys, anybody who knows me, that's not what I do, dude.
Bro, you going to speak up? Like, you got any commentary on the video? Fucking Loop Master Mike? Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Like, this shit is insane, dude. The dude has zero commentary on the fucking video.
You know, it's funny. I've often found that those who tried to defend their actions more by saying, I didn't mean to do this, or my intentions were not to do this, most of the time their intentions and meaning was to, in fact, do the very thing they claimed that they weren't doing. Yeah, I'm just saying the overemphasis on I didn't do it, I had no intentions. I like, dude, okay, after the first 10 times, I don't think I'm going to believe you.
Yeah, like, it's like, bro, like what? Like, this is literally just my show. Like, there's nothing transformative about it. It's my show sped up. It's literally like what's happening here. Like, here, hold on, let me see this. This shit 125, man. Like, what is this, bro? This is like 7 minutes.
On this panel saying, man, let's talk about this or that. Why are we talking about drama? But people just love drama, dude.
Crazy.
Reality TV, it's like the new reality TV. So I definitely got to move a lot more carefully. Like, I've only been peeping in and listening, and I don't know, dude. It sucks. That's my humble opinion. I just think it sucks. It's shitty. Like, you do all this building, you get to meet people, and then all this drama puts people apart. And that's why that night I told you, Machine Lies, you're like the ocean, bro. You're just there. Your waves coming in and out. Like, you've been watching this all go down, and I've never seen the Machine Lies hop on any panel in like try to, you know, be a part of like some group or like have this herd mentality with the drama. So that's why I respect TMO, because he just keeps in his own lane and does his own thing. You can think he's crazy or he's fucking enlightened. Fuck you. Like he's gonna keep going. Nobody's stopping him, you know. So that's kind of my perspective about all this, man.
Did the thing. Yeah, blessings, bro. Yeah, I appreciate his commentary or whatever. But yeah, it's absolutely right. Like they all got like weird ass little groups, like cubby holes, same people in the chat, same people on the panel. Right. We're the only ones out here. We don't have no group, no organization, no production teams, none. No grifting.
It's unfortunate, really.
Yeah, I'm in I'm near like Dearborn, Detroit area. So back near Tarek, right, Detroit area.
I gotta hop off soon, bro. My face. I'm here.
Right, he's not really against the crucible. Just another thing, I just wanted to correct you a little bit because Flow State, right, he's not really against the crucible to a sizable degree. As we mentioned, he's on the other side of the political aisle, right? So they support the system, right? So we talked about the system, and you know, obviously we have more critical views, right, than they do, right? But yeah, so they basically support the system. He's more of a lefty, right? Flow State. Right, so that's generally where he stands, but he's been trying to use Andrew Wilson to grift, and also Sarah, who was Andrew Wilson's employee, right? So he's not really forthright about.
Am I a lefty? Put a 1 in the chat if I'm a lefty.
It's absolutely right. Total lefty. He's a libertarian, right? That's his philosophy, right? He's pro-abortion, right? That's a leftist take. He's anti, separation of church and state and all that stuff, right? That's a liberal position. That's how he debated all of those ortho cuck losers, right? That are all subservient to the fucking state. And yeah, man, like all these guys, like some of the ortho bro opinions are honestly leftist. Right, like the thing that they say that they're gonna slowly influence government like over 300 years by changing the system from the inside by voting for people, like that's leftism. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, they believe in Christian dating. They believe, they go against traditional values, right? They believe in divorce laws, etc. Right? They believe in modern shit. Right? So, I mean, this guy doesn't know what a fascist is. He doesn't know what a Christian nationalist is. He doesn't know what a liberal is. Oh, Mussolini was a Christian nationalist. Like, what? This guy's like fucking brain dead. Like, you're fucking brain dead, dude. Like, you're too dumb to debate these topics. Like, you don't know what political theories are.
Sarah was not an employee. Let's make that perfectly clear. She was not an employee. Never was an employee.
How much he's using Andrew to grift or whatever, right? So,
right, yeah, from all the drama. And no, look, I'm not gonna sit here and glaze Big Bro like that. I always call him Big Bro. Him and I debate about God all the time. I just look at that dude as like another guy who's surviving. He's got a family. Like I look at everyone else like another.
Like, does this Lionheart guy know him at all? Said this is the first time he's hearing that Flow State is a leftist. What? Wait, what the hell is this? Oh. Okay, yeah, that's a better layout. Yeah, we'll just do it that way.
Man or woman in this world that we didn't have a choice to be born, but we just go with what we got. And we all have mental health issues. We all have financial struggles. You know, some of us are luckier than others. So it's like, I've never looked at the guy as some evil dude, but yeah, used car salesman. He's fucking self-admitted grifty about that shit, you know. And the Sarah being an employee of the whole thing, I don't have enough information on it all. I guess all I can say is Sarah and Flo have never been like, oh, this fucking guy's here. I'm not going to let him on because I disagree with what he has to say. They would always let me talk my shit.
See, that's the part that I'm not understanding. How is somebody paying $5 to kick you off and all that stuff, and not letting you talk and all this stuff? I mean, it's just crazy, man. All right, so I mean, we just let this dude talk like forever. Like we let him give like a 5-minute dissertation. You know what I mean? Like, I've never seen anybody do that on a Flow State show or any of these shows. Definitely not this dude. So what is he talking about? Like, what is he talking about? Like, the moment he's on panel, the whole game is, yeah, can somebody pay to kick him off? Like, it's literally the game you guys play every single show you guys do. Like, what?
shit, and they still do. Like, if I know for a fact, if I have the time to get onto Sarah's panel because it's always so packed, she's gonna let me on even if she cooks me, or Flo for the same reason. And yeah, you're right. You know, as far as what we talk about, in my humble opinion, it is dimensions above any of this bullshit. You know, trying to do 5-6 hour streams, getting people to like look at drama. Oh, we got evidence of this and that, and it's just like, what are we doing? Like, I could just turn on MTV. That was my childhood, watching The Real World or Jersey Shore. You know, fucking Snooki and Pauly D and all these guys. So it's just, I don't really, it doesn't interest me. What interests me is when you guys get into these deep fucking, you know, ideas and philosophies about what is actually happening and what's going to happen after we die and why we're even here. That's always what's intrigued me, you know? So I get you, bro. It's fucking shitty. The whole thing's shitty. And I feel like my thing with Flow State is he's been doing this for a long time. And you've been doing all of you guys really that I fucking jump on. You guys have been doing it for a fucking minute and you haven't launched your channels. So it's,
yeah, we've been doing it longer than Flow State. So we were a show first, right? So you know, so this is notable. So not only have we been on for longer, but we've presented more material that for free, pretty much, right? Like we even sat there with Flow State for like an hour and presented Nietzsche's philosophy. Right, this is actually a real thing, you know, that we exposed him for on fucking OTW News. We got over 1,000 views there, exposing the shit out of this dude. You know, he like he couldn't hold a fucking candle to anything I put down there.
kind of like this respect I have because I used to do this shit and I know how grueling it is and all the editing and calling your internet service provider, unlimited upload, download, gig speeds. Like you can't fucking, you know, it's just insane. And then you're doing it every day. And some of you guys have jobs, some of you don't. This pays you. So I just have respect for everybody in that sense. Is there things they could do better? Of course. Yeah, I've always argued about those things. Nobody gives a fuck about what happened. Bro, Machine Lies, I had to tell the whole community for months what my religion is in detail, and nobody gave a fuck. And then I had to like say it again, and now it's like people kind of get it, and I respect that. But this has been my whole life, like especially post 9/11, like people getting me confused with a Hindu or a Muslim. Like, you know anything about Sikhs and Punjab being split into Pakistan and India, and how we fought in World War I and II with the Western powers? Like, we don't.
God damn, AJ, where are you going with this? And on that note, Big Papa Fascist. If you haven't read this book, but where's the name on it? It's by
The Doctrine of Fascism by Mussolini. He's claiming that this is where the Christian nationalists derive their philosophy from. The guy is a fucking blithering idiot. He couldn't be more far off the mark, right? You know, he's really only talking about fascism. How he's correlating it to Christian nationalism is literally a fucking mystery or a fantasy. I can't tell which one yet. But yeah, he's yeah, I believe him and 2 PhDs couldn't figure that out together. You know, I'll bet any money. All right, honestly.
Mussolini. It's pretty quick. It's an informative read. Fuck, maybe I should do a stream on it sometime. The values that the Crucible espouses are.
He should do a stream on it. See what happens.
Fascist.
Yeah, I know what'll happen. I'll review it and shit on this dude. By the way, this isn't even turned up all the way. Stupid shit, bro. That was my mistake. Sorry about that.
Fucking rock with those cultures at all. We're about it.
And I'm not saying that as a positive or a negative, right? I'm not. That's a judgment-free assessment that these two things are the same.
As modern as the foundation of the United States, you know. So like our 10 gurus, the last guru passed away, eloped, you know, as they say, when it was like 1770 something, 1774 or something like that. So it's just. I get what you mean, dude. Like, if there was more of a focus on knowledge and enlightenment and all this stuff, the world wouldn't be the way it is. But I see YouTube as just another avenue of people,
this is at 1 1/4
falling
speed,
to the lesser part of their free will potential. Like, that's the whole game the devil's trying to play, you know, making us slip up and trip up so the creator doesn't think we're actually worthy of free will. And that's what I appreciate that they've let me on their platform. And that's kind of just where I'm at and taking that submissive.
You know, it's like sometimes people admit, like, what the higher form of communication is. Right. So, I mean,
yeah.
So it's like once you say that to yourself, you know, it's like, you know, to thine own self be true or whatever. So what I'm saying there to him, and he's acknowledging that I'm correct, is that my show is a higher form of communication. I didn't mince words. He just came out saying something's trash and something's educational, right? And I said, oh, so it's my show you're talking about. Let's not mince words. All right, it's my show you're talking about is the deep one, is the educational one. Even though this fucking moron is gonna hold up, oh, the doctrine of fascism by Mussolini and correlate it with Christian nationalism. I'd like to see you try, buddy. I'd really like to see you try.
I would hate to say it, but if anyone actually believes that you go to flow states for instruction, then you're a fucking retard.
That's the thing, is like you're reviewing my panel right now, and I'm reviewing Andrew Wilson. So what's your, so where's the educational stuff, right? Like nobody comes to your show for that. When you actually talk about it, nobody takes you seriously. But when you told people I was a fucking non-intellectual, dozens of people that I don't even know challenged you. What a fucking retard. But yeah, man.
No, that's facts. Absolutely. In layman's terms, what my brother Machine Elias just said is, if you want to preach what you practice, then what you're practicing isn't that like
the drama slut energy.
Right.
It's
right.
kind of like the lower, because it's like, hey, like this is about, life and death, and and I'm also making an appeal to Punjabi bro. I'm saying, Punjabi bro, think with your heart. What kind of shit do you want to put out into the world? When you participate in the show, do you want it to be of a higher order of thinking, or do you want it to be just some low ass trash fucking drama slut fucking nonsense? Cringe. Nonsense. We're emotionally distressed over what people said on the internet because we're characters, and we're concerned for them on the internet. And this is the same stupid shit that Cockboy Hotline and Toilet Bowl Earth and all these fucking losers do. And OTW, I'm sorry. Then right, we're gonna have to cut the shit, right? Because we got to get back to the educational shit, or debate, or do something. But when you come around my shit, bro, bomba clot, bro, I'll fucking blow you out, like stupid shit. Where we're headed and where we're going in the future and all this stuff, right?
Yeah,
so obviously we got to combat those things, right?
Yeah, man. And
what I see with a lot of these, with most panelists that or YouTubers that criticize drama as content is not a presence of maturity. It's a lack of self-awareness and a lot of hubris. It's arrogance.
Yeah, fucking put my hand to the dad.
I bet you did.
TML isn't above the drama. He's actually below it because he's engaged in it. He's engaging in it constantly, but he's pretending that he's not, and then he's patting himself on the back and stuff.
Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, sure. Don't we all, devolve sometimes into the debauchery sometimes? But I mean, sometimes you have to stoop to them levels. We can sit here and, as much as I like to, laugh and joke, I try to always keep the conversation on topic and try to keep it flowing naturally and intellectually. But, sometimes with some of the fucking people that we go and we deal with, you have no choice but to sometimes to stoop to their level because, I mean, maybe in some way that's kind of like saying that, we're like Spock and we can be emotionally compromised, but I mean, who can't be eventually, but I can definitely say that most of the time I've ever witnessed you getting involved into the real debauchery, it's because these people have like done actual personal shit to you. You don't just, go out of your way to cause a problem or a drama for someone. Like, it's not until people like constantly barrage you with personal attacks in your real life that I've seen you, really, if you want to call it, devolve into anything. I'm trying to give you respect where you deserve it.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. But yeah, this man claims I have hubris for reviewing a drama panel. He literally just said he's going to break down Christian nationalism by holding up a pamphlet by Mussolini. The guy's a blithering fucking idiot. Like, the hubris is off the chain, right? And then also, I'm reviewing a panel where you were exposed for doing drama. You fucking moron. Are you really that fucking dense that you don't understand the panel I'm reviewing and what happened there and what you were accused of and how you just got smoked for it yesterday? You got proven to be a drama farmer, and then you said, why don't you give me money for it? So you admitted it, you fucking little worm. Now he's like, TML is not above the drama. What? Bro, I'm floating above it like I'm floating in the sky looking down at you, bitch. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're like an ant. Like, what are you like? I'm so far above it, it's not even funny. And my shows are dissertations on the philosophy of liberalism. I've given entire speeches on that shit where you just think of it. Oh, I've written an entire book on the origin of Christianity. You're going to talk about Christian nationalism today. Dude, you're a fucking moron. You're literally dumb as a rock, right? You will do no such thing. You will continue to drama farm and then accuse other people of doing it. I'm accusing Andrew Wilson of doing it, accusing me of doing it. Bro, you're a fucking moron. You want to drag everybody down to your low level because you're a mediocre fucking clown. You just want to sit there. You're a glorified button pusher. You sit there to get paid to push buttons, dude. And you got bitch tits and balding. Like, wake the fuck up, dude. No amount of like money in the world is going to save the situation that you're in. Like, it's the character you embody, right? That's the problem.
Putting his nose at other people who are, a little bit more self-aware and honest with ourselves. Yeah, he's full of
self-aware. He's critiquing somebody for doing drama farming while he's doing drama farming, but they should be self-aware of that. Does that make any fucking sense? Is this man literally a fucking moron? Like, can he not think on his 2 feet? Like, what the fuck?
shit. You don't get brownie points for lying to yourself and being an arrogant piece of shit. Sorry, that's not how that works.
That's you. Oh, or are we gonna break down Mussolini today? Oh, we're gonna do it in a week or 2 weeks from now? A fucking moron, dude. The hubris, dude. The lack of self-awareness. It's off the chain.
No, that's probably why I feel uncomfortable going on. Look, like, I know you guys have your opinions about that brother Speakeasy from Canada. Like, even him, I've jumped on his panel for the debates and stuff or whatever just to fuck around. I get it, dude. Like, there's a lot of fun. And this is probably why my inner soul's telling me, like, back up off the shit. You're getting too old. And if you really mean well, this isn't the place to be. And it sucks.
And this is what I mean about AJ being somebody who's high in neuroticism.
By the way, I got to go back to another thing. Remember earlier when I said that him and Andrew are on the same side and then I called him a leftist? He never disagreed to the statement that him and Andrew were on the same side. Only that he's not a leftist, which is demonstrably proven. Like just by his debate performances. Like, what a fucking moron this guy is, literally. Like, he just literally just sits there, makes up shit to his audience. Who does his audience even think he is? I bet if anybody in his audience can tell me 10 facts about Flow State. Wow.
That are true.
Yeah, that are true. Yeah. He's literally quite a chameleon fellow. Like, there's nothing he's maintained as his own opinion or view. He said he's believed in God and that he's an agnostic. He's part of the Proud Boys. But he's supports abortion and stuff like this, right? Like, the guy is a total moron, right? Like what?
Right? Like, he stresses out about, is this good for us?
Oh, but he's not a leftist. He's not a leftist. Like, what? Like, the dude, like, how are you going to offer an argument against Christian nationalism? It's like, I'm like deathly curious at this point. Like, I'd like to see him try. Like, honestly, I'd like to see him try. Like, it would be massively entertaining for me. Yeah, we don't always get what we want, and I don't believe I'll ever get to see that because this guy is too stupid to ever make the attempt. This is a challenge. You're too stupid to make the attempt.
You just don't need. I just don't think you need to stress about whether or not you should go on panels more or less.
It sucks because there are moments of like real potential where you like hear people talk about stuff and then someone has another opinion and it's like really good content.
What?
But then you're right, like the majority of it is drama slut stuff.
They
No,
put
I
me
secede
and
to you, bro. I'm
Lindsay
not gonna sit
planned
here and defend
everything? What
anybody.
the fuck?
And as far as the whole
That's
grift,
great.
She admitted that on Landry's show. She said that she offered the same thing to Landry. She said, you can expose that I sent you nudes and stuff, and it'll be a whole online drama we can create about it. So why did she make Landry the same offer if did you not get grift off of the drama? So you must have played it up at some point to get more money, or you could have. How do we know that you weren't embellishing what happened to get more money? This is what you do, right? Like, this is what the Lindsay lady claimed to Landry. And he got nudes from a 50-year-old lady. He admitted it on my panel. From a 50-year-old lady.
What I think a lot of it comes down to is also like these people that they'll basically do whatever they can and that they can get away with, and basically as long as it probably has no like real legal issues, as long they'll use whatever to grift off of it. That's the way I feel. Like any content's content for these people, especially if you got people who just throw in money for literally no reason.
Yeah, you got fake debate. Yeah, you're simping for Sarah, their money. You know what I mean, right? Then you got this fucking literal. I mean, she how do I even phrase this? Granny nukes. Like what? Come on, man. Like it's like grow the fuck up, bro.
thing, like I'm always against that too. You never see me sending $2, $5. I've sent like $100 to Flo, I think twice, and $50 once. One time I sent it to Sarah, and it's always like the chat pressuring, the grift. Send something nice. I said everyone that I asks, and there's a certain point I get
I want
caught
to
up,
be
and
a
I'm drunk
drama
enough,
slut.
money's going, And so it's like I've always been against that because to me,
right, like drama slut, panel whore, like wow, dude, this. Like what about panel whores?
I'll just put it this way: if you're like this, I mean, most of this could be LARPing as well. I mean, who knows? They may be better LARPers than me, but I know if you're like this on the internet, I can imagine what you're like behind closed doors or in real life. They're just not people I trust.
Yeah, like what? Like I don't know, man. So, so this is the day before he did the other shit. So he was claiming the day before that Andrew never employed Sarah, but maybe he wouldn't have said that the day after he talked to Andrew. So maybe he was too dumb to know that was going on. Like, fuck, man. What a retard. He like even just turning on some of her episodes where he claims that he's going to donate to get her donations, tons of donations and shit. And the people in the chat are saying it's the Crucible crew that's donating to you, blah, 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 on behalf of Andrew Wilson. They even say it's that type of stuff. So it's like,
kind of takes the fun out of the whole thing. But I also understand the other perspective of these people saying, hey, this pays my bills. I got to put on my family plate.
Yeah, somebody told me that that the Mike guy or whatever, Mike 23, right? He sent him like $1,500. Right?
Yo,
and the guy,
I saw that.
Yeah, and then Lindsay Smith told him that he may be too drunk, right, or whatever. So he may be a huge amount because he's drinking too much. And then he said, I think he called her a slut and told her don't get in between him and his money or some shit. But it's pretty funny.
Oh my god!
And then he also said that that he'll give Lindsay's number out if she doesn't pay him. He said that on a panel.
Flo did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
That's not what I said. She doxed my number, so I doxed her number.
Yeah, he gave it out in our private chat on our show. He came up on my panel, and then he gave Lindsay Smith's number out, and I believe like Steelman or somebody else was on my panel. But anyways, it's sensitive information. I'm sure she wouldn't like her sharing. You can't like, as far as I know, I don't know if you could like erase shit from the private chat in StreamYard. but I don't know. And it's kind of like, like what the hell?
But you see
That's what happens.
that's how it goes to see where they try to bring people who don't want to be involved in the drama. Because I mean, I would assume that a majority of the people who actually come, like us, who come to your panels for the actual intellectual reasons, and you have people who oh look, let me just go and drop a number in there and see if there is anyone here who would be nefarious enough to do something because I just do it. So, see, man, just. Trying to bring drama to your panel on your channel when it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, we got more fake ass numbers. My Wednesday stream, exactly 370 views. My Saturday stream, exactly 370 views, folks.
That's some ghetto shit.
Like exactly the same amount of views, bro. That's the fourth one I took. This is the fourth fake ass numbers I took. It's like 4 of them. What the fuck is this, bro? There's some fake ass numbers on YouTube, man. That all these motherfuckers are throwing money into these projects. No, right? And they're also investing money, and they're also being produced by companies, right? And shit, like, dude, like, honestly, bro.
Yeah, I'm pretty new to the whole community, but I remember they were beefing hard because of some photos or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, here's another weird thing, right? The other day, right, the Landry guy, right, who's the troll who came on before you or whatever, troll number 1, right? You were troll number 2, right?
Right. Yeah.
So he came on and he said that Lindsay offered to do the same thing with him.
Damn.
Like send them pics and then they'll talk about it on the panel, like do the whole LARP act.
That's crazy. Yeah, when I hear about that stuff, that's when it gets really off-putting. Like when people are trying to come up with games to play the people that are viewing their shit. It's like now you're doing the exact same thing that you're supposed to be the alternative media for.
Yeah, but how is it not originally a game? Because why are they having this conversation in public that she leaked the nudes and all this stuff? Why are they trying to publicly shame each other when it's obviously a private issue, right? So they're obviously creating this drama on the panel, right? Where, by the way, like Cynthia, like the clip where Cynthia tells Lindsay to stop behaving like so poorly, right, on the panel. She's like, get your head in the game. She's like, you need to know that this is your moment. Like in the panel verse. Like what?
Sheesh.
Like what is going on? It's like she's talking to it's like, are you guys breaking the fourth wall here? Like this is a huge LARP. Like what are you talking about? Like why is any of this happening in public? Like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. How stupid do they think people are? Obviously, the old ladies that are watching this pretending that it's real are like, like they're like, they're doing it because this is their form of entertainment. I mean, I don't even blame them. Right? They're like ignored by their families. Like they have to create like a fantasy LARP show on the internet, which they're somewhat involved in, where they know the characters. Like, whatever. Right? Just like admit what you're doing. Like what? Like it's clearly acting. Like you get paid to talk in a certain way, and it's not just that. Right? Like if you had to really guess, you're being cultivated not only by the grifting but also the algorithm. Right? So you are forced to talk about certain topics, you're forced to do certain things. It's not authentic interactions that you're having. So when you have a fake relationship and granny nudes have leaked, I have to really question.
I think you're onto something. I agree.
Yeah, like
that's why I said
and I'm
we're not all good
for having
people.
this talk with you guys. No, yeah, you're right. We're not all good people, but I think that statement,
like what you said, is true, right? Don't stand in judgment. We all have our problems. We all
Toasty Man, I don't know which video you're referring to. You want to send it to me on Discord? So I got it. I can look at that.
100%. 100%. That's not what we're talking about here. These people are,
I feel you, and I think you have the right.
They lean into their darker selves.
Yeah, and I feel like you have the right to say that. The Machine Lies does. A lot of you have the right to say these things because you've been a part of this, if not for years, for a decent amount of time, to where you've seen all these people's characters. You've seen this.
He mentioned about he's like, look, the Machine Lies has a right to say that. How come he didn't mention Flo? Yeah, dude, like, bro, like, And I'm not even trying to like throw a rift in between their friendship. This is their friend. And obviously, you know, I respect Punjabi bro just for being Punjabi and stuff and keeping it real sometimes. I mean, you know, it's obvious. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. You know, like, you know, this is your homie. This is what he's got to say about you. I don't think he hates you or anything, but this is his honest opinion about your shit versus mine. It's sad.
We lean into our darker selves. So what you're saying, maybe we've integrated our shadow and now we can use all aspects of ourselves.
Jungian Gnosticism. Like, what a fucking, like, bro, will you grow up? It's a new age mumbo jumbo. Like, what? Like, the fuck are you talking about? We integrated our shadow. You know that's gay shit? You know the shadow and the animus is the fucking feminine side? He's integrated his feminine side, guys. You know what that means? A little bit fruity in the booty there.
Things because you've been a part of this, if not for years, for a decent amount of time, to where you've seen all these people's characters. You've seen this.
We lean into our darker selves. So what you're saying, maybe we've integrated our shadow and now we can use all aspects of ourselves.
Oh my God. Tell me if that's not hardcore gayness. Like, you're talking about becoming the androgynous being, the phoenix, bro. You're fucking like, you're like a weird dude, man. Like, what? Like, like this dude will probably watches Red Dragon and like identifies with the guy who like burns it on the, like, you know what I mean? Like, who like talks to a blind lady. I mean, honestly, bro. He like eats the picture of William Blake and shit, bro. He's like,
yeah, you're talking about the Voldemort dude, Ralph Fiennes. I would go to say if he's not already involved in a secret society, he could just be attempting, like some of us have, to be recruited. That could be really what it is. He's just willing to try to do whatever it takes to get recruited. And when he tries to use big name people like Andrew and people and it doesn't work out, you know, he gets made a fool, so to speak. So, you know, I'm not really sure what all he's involved in, but the imagery is there. Like I said, the subliminal messaging with his branding and stuff, the colors he uses, the pictures of his backgrounds, it's all there. So
he's got brick.
yeah, you got to integrate the shadow, and the owl sees through the darkness of light. So it's like, you know, it's just fascinating.
well, you know, my son is literally watching Teen Titans Go right now, and it was just on the episode where they're fighting the Illuminati thing. So, you know, as someone who, you know, doesn't want to be contacted by the supposed occultist, you know, I just see it as he's probably trying to be recruited by him.
Yeah, I mean, you put this pagan symbolism on your shit, bro. That means that, dude, like,
How to explain the butthole stuff.
Yeah, dude. Shit is
well, you know,
strange.
they do say, you know, in some of them rituals, you know, there's a little fruity in the booty, so
Yeah, you got to integrate the shadow, if you know what I mean. That's the feminine side. I'm not even making that up. You know, I mean, since he's referencing Jung, maybe he knows something about Jungian psychology, or is he displaying his hubris, or is he displaying his gayness by saying he's integrated the feminine aspect of himself, the shadow self, so he can explore all aspects of his being. That's right, all aspects of his being. Let's hear it again.
People's characters. You've seen this.
We lean into our darker selves. So what you're saying, maybe we've integrated our shadow and now we can use all aspects of ourselves.
Yikes, man. Dude, you got a botched philosophy in life, bro. You think you've like integrated your dark side because you like smoked a little meth and stuff, but come on, man. Come on, man. You're a clown.
I'm all for understanding the dark side, but yeah, I don't know about the feminine side.
Yeah, like you're really embracing the dark side when you cuck to Andrew, saying you'll beg for bigger scraps on a table that you're not invited to. Yeah, you're fucking yeah, you're a real ace there, kid.
Which way? That sounds awful.
Seasons come and go. You've seen how they behave in circumstances that are more pressure and high stress, right? I totally understand that. I just respectfully, and this is probably from my brown, not privileged life experience, I just don't, you know, it's like, what am I going to do? Make more enemies? Like, I'm trying to get by life with the least enemies. And I think they're all good
Correct.
people, maybe to just not have a target on my back, you know, in the sense that they've never done anything wrong to me that would make me feel like, oh, these people are POSs.
I wanted to say to Punjabi bro that, man, I mean, we're Punjabi, bro. How the fuck you gonna live in life without having enemies? This is some, I mean, this is some fantasy shit, bro. Like, you know, like, I mean, real talk. Like, we always been going to war. And this is the spirit of our people. We're a warrior spirit people. Like, it is what it is. We're fucking some Klingons, bro. Like, let's fucking go. You know? But yeah, man, I don't know. You can't be friends with everybody. A friend to everyone is a friend to no one. You know? That's what I'm trying to find out here. Because I'm seeing more and more, like, yeah, some people are just not worth the time. You know, like, real talk, man. Like, other than just to, like, shit on and, like, review and, like for entertainment. Like, it's literally like, like, that's the only thing. Like, this is entertainment for low-level thinkers. Like, come on, man.
Engage with them, like,
That's
you know,
correct.
so maybe
And
my
that's the nature of
criteria
the
is a little
game.
different because of my ignorance of the community, in the sense that I've only been around for so long, you know.
Well, try to hold them accountable for something, and then watch how fast that changes.
Right, which I never do. Like I said, I take a very submissive role on these panels. I try to be respectful, and like most of the time, I get caught up in the.
Let's be clear about holding people accountable. Anytime you hear anyone on YouTube talk about holding somebody else on YouTube accountable, you can't do it.
Denizen
right?
smashed this dude.
You're not
bro.
the accountability police.
By the way, Denizen smashed this fucking dude, bro. This dude is still coping from, you know, talking to Denizen about like I don't know, it was like wealth inequality or some shit. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about. But yeah, man, he whooped his fucking ass. All right, just by the look of things, he whooped his ass. I mean, this is crazy, man. And now he's coping. You know, the thing is that many people have came to your platform and said, like, people don't get to talk about whatever they want. You know, it's kind of cringe. People get cut off a lot. They get backstage a lot for speaking true shit, for trying to actually talk about real shit. Right? So that's why I won't be going over there. Like, don't take it personal, but it's just a quality. Shitty quality.
There's nothing Denizen could do to hold me accountable for jack shit. All people are talking about when they say hold people accountable is bitch. They want to bitch about it. That's it. Hold accountable is such a misrepresentation for what's actually happening. You mean bitch.
The funny jokes and roasting, and that ends up being what it is, you know. So yeah, I think a lot of us are gonna have to really look at this whole thing. Those of us that, for most of us, it's entertainment and fun, but when it stops being that, it's like, okay, now it's like, really, we gotta take a step back and look at like what's going on. Like, do I need to be hitting these links? If I jump on there, like, what's really the benefit to my life? Like Machine Lies was saying, like, what kind of frequency am I aligning myself with? These are all really good points, and I'm glad you guys were talking about this. It's so crazy, dude. I had just gotten home. I was using the restroom, and you know, when you like shave and shower, you're listening to some podcasts. Saw the boy was live, so I started listening, and you guys were watching this, and I'm like, oh man, this shit's not going away. I go back a little bit, I see my goofy ass with the cowboy hat on, and I'm like, oh no, dude, I got to talk to these guys, man, because you know, I don't want, like, and I'm happy you guys know. I don't care about anybody else, you know, as long as you guys know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that this is the last iteration of this, that we call it the last one. I mean,
yeah,
possible to review this one. I mean, like just
well,
like
I
before
said,
it
it's
all.
important for you. It's important for you. Sorry to interrupt, but like you've been one of the few guys I've seen that's never been involved in this shit, and you just kind of call it out for what it is. And most of the time, the credibility gets higher for people like you in these situations.
Yeah, because we could talk about the flow state optics. Because damn, that's gotta hurt, man. You know, that's gotta hurt. He said you called out the shit the way it was. Yeah, for real. Yeah, for real. I sure did. I sure did do that. And now the rest of the show is shift, just eviscerating flow state, just telling it how it is. So I'm just gonna silent up, and we're just gonna listen to the shift boy just tell y'all how it is with the flow state thing, because yeah, that's it. I'm gonna use this clip later on what do you call it for the Friday show, and so that's what I'm producing. I'm somewhat producing a replay for the Friday show at the moment. He's had some very strange optics throughout the years. I mean, you know, just his general trajectory, right? Let me see who this person is. Right up. Yeah,
Yo.
Green. Yeah, what's going on?
Yo, blessings, K-Bal.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, man. What's going on?
AJ, who
I'm
knows
just
what
chilling,
AJ is
man.
talking
I mean,
about?
yeah, flow state.
They're
I mean,
loosely talking
I
about me.
knew ever since like I was part of Based Oracle's panel at one point, And then when Flow State came on, I just knew he was a piece of garbage.
Who is that even? I don't even know who this is.
Like I just knew it. You know, I was the one that told Gabriel to go to your channel first. But Flow State, he's just not a good guy. I mean, he was in prison. All right, so already he's a criminal, and you know, once a criminal, always a criminal. And now he's basically getting enjoyment off of people's misery. And to me, he's a giant piece of shit. Andrew Wilson, Rob Noor, all these guys, they're not for truth. They're here to grift losers on YouTube. They're
Look at his smile. Look at that big old smile he tried to hide.
Right.
When he said that, you could just see that smile try to hide. Oh my God, dude.
Right? And he knows that. He knows that. Look at his fucking audience. You got Cynthia, Chuck. Chuck is sending hundreds and hundreds of dollars instead of taking care of his wife and his family. He's sending to
He is taking care of his wife and family.
It's an absolute fucking travesty. And there's a bunch of other suckers, and it's not just this little paniverse. It's in other genres of YouTube. You got the finance sector. There's too many fucking idiots giving money to these people that are not credible, right?
Shift. I don't even know who the fuck you are, but you feel some sort of way about me. Come on and talk to me, buddy. If anybody knows Shift.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So Shift's been on Sarah's panel, I found out from NPC the game. Right? He's been all over the place. They've definitely been on panels with them before. They've been in chats with them before. They've been on NPC the game tons of times. Shift is one of the first dudes to go on NPC stream. So the fact that all of a sudden he just forgets who everybody is, and same thing with Sarah. Yo, Shift straight up said, he goes, I was one of the first panelists on Sarah, but she was on his show pretending that she didn't even know who he was. So these people are weird, man. Like, they're actually weird people.
Tell
For
him
sure.
he should come talk to me.
And it's just like a formation of cults, pretty much. It's like people want to be led and give money to their follower and think that they're going to go to the promised land. And next thing you know, they forked up like hundreds and thousands of dollars to this person, and they got nothing in return, and years go by and their life didn't improve. You know, that
you guys cooking, dude. I'm not gonna lie, you're cooking, brother.
Yeah, I mean, this is
That
why you
sounds
need
like
to get
Jack
away
Talcott.
from these people. Fuck Flow State. Fuck Sarah. Sarah's a piece of fucking dog shit.
Right.
All right. The reason why I know this much, right? Because I actually study with a real finance expert. But the thing about this guy, you know the movie The Big Short, guys? You know that movie The Big Short? That talked about the crisis?
Yeah, Adam McKay, the 2008
Yeah.
crash. Yeah.
Well, that movie is actually a fabrication. The real guy that actually wrote about the financial crisis wrote it in a book in 2006. And the media had...
So actually, you know what? This is not the same video. It's just very similar to the review he already did the day it happened. So yeah, this is shockingly not the same video. It's just very like repetitive. Like he's doing this. Yeah, he's watching this anew. He's actually watched this video twice in his life, which is staggering amount of times. All right, like
So it's like he's trying to hide the whatever he said on the first one.
Either that or there's another part added into it, you know, because I know that Sarah the Raging Tomato was on the first one. So unless she comes up later, I don't even know if this is oh, she does. Okay, so never mind. This is the same video. I'm tripping balls. Yeah, sorry guys.
Ostracized him big time. They didn't let him get any airtime, and the reason why, you know, is all because he wouldn't bow down to Israel. They asked him, you know, like Bloomberg asked him, like, you know, they wanted to put him on Bloomberg for an interview because the book was really that good. It talked about China trade wars and all this other stuff, right? He predicted basically the crash in 2006. Next thing you know, they asked him, oh, you know, how do you like Israel? And he's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm an American. And next thing you know, he got ostracized by the entire industry. And he talks about it constantly, how YouTube is a giant portal for scam artists, cold formations. You know, the whole thing is designed, you know, not for truth, but rather just to sequester people into buying their useless courses, their useless programs, or even subscribing to their useless culture of drama and bickering. And the algorithm reinforces that. And then next...
Yes.
Subscribe
Dude
to the
is-
channel. Become a member today. We got membership tiers that are $2.
That's right. See, there you go.
Shift is bringing the fire, bro.
Yeah, he spit hot flames, bro. Honestly, real talk. Yeah, I mean, granted, everything. I mean, I don't find too much disagreement. I mean, honestly, like granted, all of it, like granted, like these dudes lying about like shit with the whole Landry thing, like I mean, it's just some wild shit. But yeah, man.
$2, $5, $10, and $20. You can get all the old content for $10 a month. You can get most of it for $5 a month. $2 a month shows some support and gets some content. $20 a month gets everything, plus early, sometimes exclusive access to the StreamYard link to join the panels. Become a member today.
It's like, this is the only real fucking garbage content. So they try to form this LARP sessions, or
that's right.
Or they try to form basically these stories of like how to get them to buy their courses and how everything's so great. And it's in all sectors of YouTube, man. It's like, this is the only real community that actually talks really advanced stuff in philosophy, theology, and Machine Lies does it pretty much for free. That's why I respect him so much.
Yeah, Punjabi Bros never ask me for money. I don't even know if he's Punjabi, but I call him Punjabi Bro all the time because it's not about
absolutely
the way of life. The way of life,
bro. Yeah, bro. I'm absolutely Punjabi. I'm from Chicha Vatni. You know, from I mean, I was born in Rawalpindi. You know, so it is what it is.
Was.
I remember now. You're right. It's been years since you told me. God bless you, brother.
Yeah, dude, absolutely Punjabi.
But you know, honestly, I'm gonna let my brother Shift keep cooking because I'll say this much, dude, and I'm probably gonna get so much shit for it, but I don't care, dude. It's whatever. This chapter's over with. I respect and agree with everything Shift said. It's just it's gonna be hard for me genuinely to like cut off these people when I'm on YouTube, especially like as far as like, you know, just lives and going on panels. So I'm gonna have to work on.
Goddamn, AJ, you went whole ass turncoat, bitch. That's fucked up, AJ.
On that, but I respect what you said, bro, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. And I am complicit too, because you can't participate and know and be abstained from the guilt, you know. So that this is a conversation. So shout out to you, Shift and Machine Lights, brother. I gotta get ready for bed, man. You know how it is. The weekend's gonna be a big one for me.
Yeah, blessings on me. Yeah, thank you for joining.
You better go to bed, you little Jezebel bitch.
And all of you guys that in Punjabi, that means may God give you all blessings and health. God bless you guys, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Same with you, brother. Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah. And it's like Brown's boy said, the prison to YouTube is worse in reverse also. I mean, it's just insane.
Like the dude literally phrased everything he said so that nothing would be said negative about Flow State or Sarah. Right. So I mean, it's just incredible that like, and then he also left as soon as dude started saying his thing. You know, he just said he just appreciates the energy that he brought, which is actually real. Right, whether or not you agree with what Shift is saying, it is like engaging. Like he's like, you know, like putting forward, like he's passionate about what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
I mean, Punjabi bro said he was complicit, and then he's like, "All right, peace out."
Right.
So it's like, come on, bro.
With you, brother.
Peace.
Yeah. And it's like Brown's boy said, the prison to YouTube is worse in reverse also. I mean, it's just insane. Like even Andrew Wilson, he's not credible whatsoever. He's not. His debates are not real debates. There's name calling, there's fucking ranting, there's like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. What kind of debate is that? Like a real debate, like you have to give evidence. It has to be very like logical and reasonable.
Here's the pocket watcher like, hater with the it's not a real debate. No fucking shit.
That's
it's not a real debate. It's YouTube.
Of when you're watching somebody, how like the first thing you got to ask, and this is the biggest question I think everyone should understand: how is this person credible? What makes them credible to talk about this subject? Right, that's number one. And then if they're selling courses, like you know, like still it goes back to that first question. If you know they're not credible, then you know their courses are bullshit, and they always sell like at like $7.99 and you know Flow State. This guy just feeds off people's misery. You know, he's a piece of dog shit. Complete
I'm feeding
dog
off
shit.
your
Same
misery
with
right now, Shift.
You know, Orthodox guy, complete fraud.
Let me take a second to thank Shift for the loosh. Thank you for the loosh shift. I'm feeding off it right now. Angela Baby Carson says, sub to my channel. I need to get to 1,000 subs. Angela, what?
Oh, he just admitted like he's a Gnostic like demon in his own mind, right? So this is obviously some sort of fantasy he has, right? So he's like, oh yes, I'm feeding on loosh. No, you're wasting your fucking time, bro. Like real talk, you're not feeding on anything, right? You're not integrating the shadow either. You know what I mean? You can integrate a fucking tailbone. It's fucking monkey you are. Right? It's insane. Right?
What are you at right now? And drop your link, please.
I can almost guarantee you that Flow State has never met a real shadow. I'll put it this way: if Flow State had ever experienced some of the things that I've experienced in my life, he wouldn't be so hubristic. He wouldn't be so full of himself. The things that I experienced in my life made me very humble in a lot of ways. It made me realize that, the fast and furious looking lifestyle is nothing but a shroud of lies and fakeness compared to the life of a humble hermit. So I just can't stand people. When I hear certain people like Andrew and him talk, it grinds my gears like Peter Griffin.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I hope they get the same feeling when they hear me talk. Real talk.
There you go.
Complete fucking liar. Like this guy, it's just like ridiculous. This completely
You know what? I think AJ's going on the inmate roster. AJ, you're at $50.
ridiculous. And then you got Laundry. Laundry is just a pathetic guy. He's going around, basically walking around like empty avenues and empty like houses and shit, and saying this is real content. But really, I have to ask him, like, what's going on with your real life, man? You're in trouble. You have a daughter, right? You have a wife, and yet you're on YouTube fighting with people, begging for money. That means your life situation is not good. That means that you're a fucking dumbass, and you should get a
Yeah,
real job.
he told me I was supposed to go unalive
this is ridiculous.
myself,
Bro,
but
this
I'm
is
just
so
but I'm the stain
when
on
people
society.
like this say get a
Yeah, go ahead, Lord. My bad.
Oh, I was saying how like the very first time that I ever met him, the first thing he did was tell me to go and unalive myself. So I just thought it's funny that he's got the nerve to call me a stain on society.
Like man, like the thing is like it's schoolboy tactics. It's
Yes,
like,
sir. Them schoolyard bully tactics, they never fail unless you let them get to you.
Yeah, like
That's exactly
real
what it is. Advanced schoolyard bully tactics.
It's like, all right, dude, like grow the fuck up. Like be professional. Like, oh, you have a business, like Wilson, like be professional, you fucking moron.
Well, I definitely noticed that people when they hear someone who has a brain for themselves, they automatically will attack them. They don't like people when they notice that people are just an endless drone like everyone else. They don't really bother them. Oh, they're here to propel the system. But he immediately knew that I'm not for the system, so that's why he targeted me the way he did. They don't like it when you're just a brainless zombie. If you're not a brainless zombie walking around shambling for flesh, they don't seem to like you all that much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why? I mean, I don't know what Landry's pulling. I don't know if he's making enough to support himself and his family. I haven't paid that close attention, but I am. People still be like, you should get a real job. Why the fuck would I get a real job? I like this better. A lot better than a real job. And I make more money than I did it like most of my real jobs. So it's crazy. That's crazy talk. It's like shift. Nobody wants to come be miserable with you. I know misery likes company, but you're gonna have to be alone over there.
And then to fight with like machine lies who
Now the fact that he said that is interesting.
Philosophy and theology.
The fact that he said that he's making more off of doing this, I mean, I'm sure with the amount of real donations, he probably is making a good buck or two, but unless YouTube's paying him, I mean, I don't know. I know people who work I know a guy who brings in about $3,000 or $4,000 every 2 weeks from his job. And I can't do that job because he had to go to university for several years to learn engineering and stuff. But I mean, if you're making enough that you're able to sustain a complete livelihood, paying car insurance, food bills, I mean, that's what you'd have to be bringing in about what $4,000 or $5,000 just in a month. Even then, to really say you're living a good lifestyle. So I mean, I don't know. It's just the kind of mentality it takes to want to make a life off of doing this kind of content. You know, as someone who makes dumb content themselves, you know, it makes me wonder about the process that they go through every single day or night when they come up with their ideas for their panels and content. It's just really does make you wonder who really all they are connected to. Not to sound conspiratorial, but it's just strange. Sorry.
Yeah, totally.
It's just baffling to me, man. I don't even know why you waste your time with that guy. It's like he's a lost cause.
Lost cause.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of
Definitely a
interactions.
lost cause.
Like, I mean, so I mean, I could almost go down the list because with Flowstein, it's been more of a thing where he was first in the Paul and Slave community, right? And then he became and now he's doing the same thing that he was doing to Paul and Slave to Andrew Wilson, right?
That
So
may
it's
be
kind of like ankle
true.
biting.
Yeah.
So some of the audience switched sides or whatever. So he's attempting to do the same. So when he said so when I said he's in Paul and Slave's community, he said that's not true, even though he spent hours and hours and days and days and days on his panel. Then he moved on to Jack Talcott's panel. Then he started his own pathetic panel, copying both of them. Right, but the point is like you absolutely became assumed the role of what you thought was Paul and Slave show. You admitted to Paul and Slave. This is what you said. I did what you do, but I just made it better. This is literally what you said to him. Right? So how are you not ripping off people's ideas just like you're trying to do the debate thing with Andrew? You're seeing that he was successful at it, so you tried to do the same thing. Like monkey see, monkey do. Like you're not an original person. Like you'll do any fake act, LARP for grift when it suits you. You thought Paul and Slave was going to make you a bunch of money, so you start roasting him. Then you ankle bite on Andrew Wilson, the same way you were an ankle biter on Paul and Slave. And you know what he says? He says that part might be true. Holy shit. Same thing. Because he sees a much bigger platform.
Yeah.
That he could sort of ride the wave up for a little bit of time. Yeah. But yeah, he's been involved. So there's possibility that Sarah was involved in a fundraising scam on Fox News, right?
Yep.
So there's some evidence of this shit, right? There's not solid evidence, right? And I don't want to say anything conclusive about her.
Yeah.
You know,
I
don't see her as I don't see her as malicious. I don't really see Flow State as malicious, other than the drug selling stuff. I think that is malicious. You know what I mean? To do criminal activities and
well, that's
you know all that
like
stuff. Obviously,
years.
you know, within the terms of obviously we don't promote illegal activities or revolutionary maxims. We don't give medical advice, all that stuff.
Yeah.
That may potentially get us stricken as has even in the past. But the thing is in terms of Flow State, there's a lot of potential scam stuff. So there's a Crispy Street lady, right? So she disappeared from the internet, right? So there hasn't been solid questions. Really.
She's still around the internet,
right now. Flow State has appeared several times. Now he has made up certain claims about me, right? So just recently he said
fake beard.
Yeah. He also said I'm afraid to debate him. Right. So we entertained their so-called debates for like 3 hours. We went back and forth.
No,
right. And then I finally settled on the fact that I said, all right, I'll let him debate some of the people on my panel that were very, very excited about like the issue, right? About technology, right? So they had seen the Andrew Wilson debate that I had with them.
What else are they? What else? Namaste. What else are they jealous of?
Right, and so they were very excited about the issue. They wanted to debate, people about it, right? So I gave them the floor.
Lord help us, Tampa.
Right,
If they don't
and
understand,
I don't think they
tell them.
performed very. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that Shift is like jealous about Flow State's money. I think seeing it from his perspective, it's not like a lucrative option, but it's more just like because he like works as like a nurse or something like that. I don't know, like, but yeah, the dude has like a legit job, so he's not like a bum or anything. He's saying like, look, like to get a job where you don't have to lie about your personality online to scam people for money. It's just that simple. Well, right? They definitely didn't perform anything close to the caliber of like my opening statement in the debate we had, with Andrew there, right? So, I was keenly aware that
Attention.
They would be outmatched if I just looked at that statement, opening statement again, and just took notes on it again and kind of improved it, right? I knew they would just be screwed, right? So, if he wants to do that, we can definitely do that. I'm definitely not afraid of that, right? So he also claimed that Rob Noah is afraid to debate him, right? So I think he's doing some sort of gay out thing because Andrew Wilson said in the first part of this video that he would welcome Dusty back to talk to him.
Yeah.
So it's getting kind of creepy. So and these guys both support some of the.
He did say that in the beginning of this video. That same evening, he came over and sent a super chat to me, a $5 super chat, and said something like, "This is the last time dealing with you," or some shit.
Oh, so he sent you a super chat saying this is the last time dealing with you, and then 2 days after I made the show, he showed up on your show. Okay.
Like that. It was like a breaking up super chat or some shit.
The same positions, like they performed together in a debate on the same team.
Yeah, bro. Just because you're on the same team as somebody for a debate doesn't mean that you're aligned for life.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It ends that night.
If he's trying to offer him on the spot.
Did it end that night? Or did you guys continue the LARP on your panel 2 days after I made this fucking show? You fucking cracker moron. Are you fucking serious, bro? Like, you're the dumbest, whitest person I've ever fucking met in my life, dude. Like, this is the dumbest white dude I've ever met. Usually white people are, like, pretty smart. There's, like, white people, like, PhDs, like Dr. Scribina and stuff. Dude, this guy is trailer park. Fucking hillbilly. Like, what the fuck? He's a hillbilly like Andrew Wilson. Like, seriously. Like, this is low-level shit, bro.
The payroll, whenever I talk to you about, they form syndicates with each other, and who knows, even if it's the Sarah thing, the dropping out, it's part of basically the grift,
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, because then guess what? You got this little drama, right? Then you got all these fucking cult minions and fucking on both sides going crazy and like giving money to like even more money to to both teams, right? And it just keeps these same people watching 24/7 and not really improving their lives. And Flowstein knows that too, like you got to really study like basically how cults work. Like, like there was one time I was talking on Landry's panel and I was talking to Joe Cool, and it was just so obvious that no matter what, he's like, nah, Flow State is cool, man. Flow State is cool. Nah, he's not cool, bro. He's not. He's a malicious piece of garbage, in my personal opinion.
He feeds off of people's negative energy like a vampire.
Yeah. And
sometimes it looks like he's so pleased with it that it's like sexually gratifying.
And he just said that. He says he's actually getting gratification from this because he's sucking out the loosh. Yeah. So he literally admitted that. So are you going to go against that or?
Fine. If you look at his face while he's watching people tear each other apart verbally.
See, he tells on himself so often, like he can't even deny it at this point. When somebody says, "Well, you're just a, just a bloodsucker weirdo." No, you're a creepy dude. You enjoy it. You get off on the drama, and create fake conflict for money because you get off on it. The more drama, the more money. You say you admit that you're creating it. You admit you're an actor online. but you pretend like you're really involved in debates, you're really involved in breaking down Christian nationalism or whatever. You're not real, right? You're another fake personality on the internet. You're a dime a dozen. Lol cow weirdo.
And for me, like, he's the, honestly, like, if I ever seen him in real life, I wouldn't even give him a second thought, but he's like one of the people, like, I'm just completely disgusted. The way he talks, the way he
Bro, come to Kansas City.
speaks, the way he fucking treats people. Just like anyone watching him, Cynthia, Chuck, Mike 23, Ike, D3, all these fucking dumbasses. And some of them are doctors, actually, which is so sad. And it just makes me question their real life.
I had no idea who this guy was or that he was such a hater. This is crazy. Shout out to Shift.
Again, we can't verify that. I mean, he's been on many panels. If we find out that he's been on the same panel as Flow Stage, he's going to retract that statement. That he doesn't know who this guy is. He's just watching it for the first time, absorbing the loosh. Bro, you're probably very conscious of what's going on. You probably do know who this guy is, and you're acting like dumb because you're like you could act surprised. Fake drama for your audience, in other words.
Thank you for the loosh.
Actually, they're not doing anything. Just like laundry. So they
really, you think Ike's not doing anything? Ike's not doing anything. He just happens to be able to send me $1,000 super chat on a whim yesterday. Really, bud?
Thinking
I should probably get a job, huh?
They're gonna get some YouTube grift money and YouTube.
There, thanks for that guy to give me $1,000.
Guess what, you fucking peasants? You're a fucking.
Like, what a weird dude. And he went to multiple shows and like gave hundreds of dollars. Sure.
YouTube slave. Google could shut down your channel at any fucking point.
They
any
have, and
little
guess what?
report, anything like that.
Made a new one.
All you need is 3 strikes. Boom, your channel's fucking gone. You don't own anything. And then you have to start all over again. But the cult members, they don't know none the wiser. They're fucking idiots.
That's
man.
you guys.
They're fucking idiots. They don't want
Talking
truth.
about you
They don't want
guys.
anything. They just want like fucking Jerry Springer.
Lulz.
Terrible.
Right, it's a cult of like one person. It's great stuff. Like, what the fuck? That's right. Join the cult, folks. At the Machine Lives. Like, wow, like insane. Right? I could barely correspond with the people in my Discord, all at the same time. I barely have time just for that.
Tell us how
yeah,
you
and
feel.
then so there is more stuff with Flow State that I've noticed throughout the years. Like most of his channel is like drama farm stuff, right? So most of Andrew Wilson's show is garbage, right? Because it's like he did like 60 shows at whatever show.
Yeah.
Right, where he talked about like women's issues. I'm not kidding. Right, with Instagram models and OnlyFans models.
Right.
Right, so this is a real event, right, that happened over 60 times. Right, so this is the content on his channel that was Instagram. I'm not kidding. Right, with Instagram models and OnlyFans models.
Right.
And it's like he's got
I'm not kidding. Ever.
He's gonna say with a straight face that he doesn't work with women, yet he works with women on the whatever podcast. Like, get out of here.
Right. And I wonder what Flowstein's motive is for like either rewinding or fast forwarding. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Right, so this is a real event, right, that happened over 60 times. Right, so this is the content on his channel that was that built his audience up, because these people have 1 million. So he wants to hear about him, but he just rewinded twice the part about Andrew. Who's he really doing this for?
Hey, he wants the bigger scraps, right?
Gotta get those big scraps from the doggy table.
Those big craps.
Subscribers, right? So as he
Yeah.
said, he's garbage compared to these people, right? He's nobody compared to these people, right? Who have a way higher audience that could generate a lot more money,
Yeah.
right? So he has
True.
to kowtow to their format,
But
right, in order to
somebody
earn
compared
viewers.
to
So
you.
he's chosen this route, right? He expects others to do the same thing. Flow State is trying to understand how to grift. So he's like a little baby grifter. His audio's so bad that when he talks over the video, nobody can even hear him. Like, what a fucking tard. Like, bro, pause the video so you could talk over and stop mumbling. Take the marshmallows out of your mouth. Take Andrew's dick out of your mouth, you fucking moron. Right,
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson is like a master grifter and a master debater. Flowstein thinks he's a master debater, right?
Not really.
Master shake waiter.
Andrew Wilson. Yeah, you got better things to do than debate. The thing you've been trying to do for months and months and months to grift, and you considered yourself successful. Oh, but now you got better things to do. Yeah, because Wilson's not in your circle anymore. Is that why you got better things to do? You just change yourself when your friends have bigger businesses, and you change yourself to try to match their personalities. This is the kind of guy this is. Wilson sells scam courses where he teaches people how to do dirty debate tactics the way he does in his debates online.
Figured.
Where he's lost many recent debates. I mean, the one with Coach Gray recently, he lost. I think Coach Gray Adams or something like that. He lost that one, right? So he's lost several notable debates recently. I think he didn't perform that well against So I smartly set a debate where Flow State would agree with me, so he wouldn't even be able to challenge the point. You see how this works? I've already calculated my words so that you can't even review them. Yeah, you're sitting here watching my show for free. Like, what a moron. I'm against Adam Green, right? There's other examples, right? But of him just sort of flip-flopping his views and not really holding a firm position, right?
Everything's uniquely subjective.
Huh?
Everything's uniquely subjective.
Right. There is that, so
this is uniquely subjective.
Everything is uniquely subjective.
Yeah, I can't pause that, but if I play that again, notice how they're dressed and their background. They both have a red brick background. They're wearing a black baseball hat, and they're both wearing a red shirt. I'm not kidding.
We planned it. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Say that again.
They're auditioning for Brokeback Mountain too.
That's what I said. It's like, are they? Yeah, these guys. Just auditioning for the same like Home Depot commercial or something.
My guess is Flo was mirroring him.
They got roasted, bro. They just got roasted just now. Oh my god, that was horrible. I can't believe he played that for his fucking audience. I'm sorry, I'm eating some food. Yeah, it's like crazy. Yeah, but check this out. Look at what they're wearing and look at their background: red bricks and black hats and black baseball hats. Which it's just interesting.
Black baseball hats are pretty common. We're wearing different shirts. I'm the only one.
Black baseball hats are common. You're both wearing button-up shirts. Like, what? He's still wearing black and red, and you're wearing black and red. So all I got wrong was the colors. There's bricks in your background. There's bricks in his background.
Red shirt. I might be. Does he have bricks in his background? I'm the only one with bricks in the background.
False. Both have bricks. That's false. So he miscalculated that. Can you not see the screen? Can you not see the debate you're looking at? Are you really that fucking retarded? Andrew Wilson has a brick background for a long time.
Brickback Mountain.
Yeah. He's had it for so long. Like, We have tons of recordings with him with a fucking brick background. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Go watch my debate again. You have such good memory.
Round two. He just has red wall. Come on, Team Mel, do better.
Oh, do better. Bro, he just reviewed my debate video last week. Should I pull this up with the brick background? I mean, this guy's dumb as a fucking rock. Like, this dude is dumb as a motherfucking rock, bro. Do better. Bro, you just forgot shit that you just fucking showed last week, bro. What's that look like, you fucking idiot? You just reviewed this video last week, Flowstein. Oh, what do you know? Andrew Wilson with the brick background. Are you a fucking retard or what, man? Like, apparently the guy, like, doesn't have, like, enough, like, vision to, like, see what's on his screen. Could that even be possible? I'm actually, like, I'm stupefied at this point. Like,
It's uniquely subjective.
so he's making up, like, Andrew's brick background. And saying I'm like dropping the ball. Like, what? Not only is it an insignificant detail, it's absolutely true. And it's right in front of his face. It's all really strange, folks. It's like they're denying reality. It's like they're looking at like a brick wall and going, that's not a brick wall. What? He literally just stared at a brick wall and said, that's not even a brick wall, folks. Do better. Do better, TML. That's not a brick wall. Holy smokes.
Everything is uniquely subjective.
So yeah, and there's the clip. This is uniquely subjective. No, everything is uniquely subjective. Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Doesn't it underscore the fucking point? If you look at a brick fucking background, you say, no, that's just a red wall. Yeah, everything is uniquely subjective then, isn't it? A lot of red and black and the same beard, by the way.
Yeah. At least Andrew.
We both have facial hair.
He's like some Winston Smith shit, bro. Like, how many fingers am I holding up? You know, like, what the fuck, bro? The guy doesn't know. He's totally brainwashed.
Still has hair of flow. There's a reason why he wears a baseball cap. It's like, I mean, he's that insecure, man. It's like fucking, you know. But it goes to show you, like, the guy is not. He's not as strong as everyone thinks he is. In reality, he's extremely flawed. And anyone with intelligence will just stay away from the guy. The guy's a fucking piece of trash, you know.
Woo woo.
But here's the thing, Dennis. Like his minions are even worse. Like, I don't know how you dealt with them. Like Cynthia and oh my god, just a bag of like a waste of a carbon footprint.
Well, it's a bunch of oldies.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what's interesting.
Yeah, it's like Beth and Cynthia. Yeah, like so he claims that he's like way cooler for like having older friends. This is literally what he claims. He claims like, oh, I'm a real intellectual because I have all these boomer friends. Oh my god, man. It's like, yeah, I talked to all these old ass people like Cynthia and Joe Cool, so I must be super wise like they are. Get fucking real, bro. Like, talk about hubris. Like, good lord. Chuck, like, they're all like very old, you know, almost like, you know, senile to an effect. I mean, and you know, it's kind of weird. Like, they're kind of like in their 60s.
Like the kind of people that would be tricked by a Nigerian scam artist.
Oh yeah, the Nigerian prince. Like, this is like classic. Like, they're getting duped. It's like their retirement savings is going to Flow State's pension. Like,
yeah, I think Sarah, she's pretty old. You know, she may be pretty old.
She may be pretty old. How old is she?
Orthodox guy, I've heard. Why don't you say it, bro? Is she trying to sell her youth as a grift? No, that wouldn't possibly be happening. She doesn't say, "Oh, she's much younger." I'm trying to make herself look much younger than she actually is. That doesn't happen. Maybe she took surgery and stuff to help that. It's actually been shown that that's what happened. But all right. All right. I'm not trying to dog this lady. Like, honestly, I don't even know this lady. Like, I have no idea who she is. As far as I'm concerned, she's like a public figure that grifted with Andrew Wilson. So she's like You know, obviously she's allowed to criticize me. I don't care. He's young, but I mean, he's a faceless entertainer on the internet. So I mean, it's hard to kind of,
but he's
make
not
sense
nameless,
of
though.
really who he is or what his history is. Not that I'm that much interested. But he is welcome. Yeah, he's welcome to like call in or whatever. He has.
She's pretty.
And to be visibly, to be visibly like, honest and forthright. We have that available, the footage. Right? I mean, he did leave on his own, so it is what it is. But I'm 35. Most of the people on my panel are like around my age. So most of the people on my panel are like my peers, right? We read the same.
So you're telling me that I appeal to people who are older and more and wiser, and you appeal to people who are your age or younger, right? Like, is this a weird flex? Weird flex.
It's called being normal. It's called being even average. Like, you expect us to believe these are your real friends?
I think I've said weird flex before. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, you have.
There.
Books. We talk about the same subjects. So
you would think that somebody that's into philosophy books would actually have an older audience. Not.
Oh, I'm into philosophy books now. Yeah, I don't read philosophy books. Totally disagree with what they say and totally eviscerate their ideology. Like, yeah, that's not me. Like, I don't like hate philosophy, like, and choose like other things like fucking like mysticism and like theology and fucking like other shit. Like, like whatever, dude. Like, like this is a travesty. Yes, I've had to study philosophy so I could expose what's going on in the world. Like, you're welcome, retard. Just like I showed you what Nietzsche says. Like, you're fucking welcome, tard. Like, what is wrong with these people?
The younger one. But if you're a fake intellectual, I guess you need stupid, easier to dupe people, young people.
Oh, so young people are stupid and easy to dupe, but old people are not stupid and easy to dupe, even though they're falling for things like Nigerian scammers and they're getting duped left and right by internet scams like yours. You hang around with old motherfuckers because they're easier to scam on the internet. Give me a fucking break, bro. Like, that's what's really going on. Like, absolutely, man. Like, you have a bunch of fake old dudes. Like, the reason why they're your friends is because you're their entertainment. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hanging out. You'd be hanging around with Chuck in Tennessee. Come on. Like, you want me to believe you hang out with What's Up, Cynthia? Some old Mexican lady? Like, what do you guys talk about? Like, what do you guys do together? What does she do your nails? Like what is happening?
But
yeah, I don't know what Flow State has in common a 40-year-old with a bunch of 60-year-old people, that give him a lot of money, but
their discretionary spending. That's what he has in common with him.
He looked super triggered by that statement. He seemed to focus on that statement. Out of all of the statements I make, it's interesting to note which ones he focuses on, because he focuses on very little. So,
yeah, dude. Just like the time when Dennis said he went crazy about you with some economic question about corporations.
Do you know what the question was?
It was something about artificial scarcity. Can a company force consumers to do that? And I'm like, look, in a way, with mass marketing and mass propaganda, in a way, like, just look at your phone. Amazon is spying on what.
Influence is not violence. It is not coercion. Influence is not coercion. They're different, you dumb fucks.
What your phone is spying on you, right? And Amazon has you were talking about shoes that day. They have a sale for you for shoes to get you to consume. So technically, his whole rant against you was completely flawed. And what about in communist regimes? They can force you to buy shit. It's not yours in a communist regime, right?
In America, the state forces you to buy car insurance.
Exactly.
And
only if you got a car. I don't think most
and
of the panel
artificial
does.
scarcity. The question was whether or not it exists.
I bet that half this panel does not have a car, and I've got enough cars to outfit the whole fucking panel. You guys are pitiful.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
And
We can
then-
go from here to Sunday with just Alul's critiques of capitalism, right? And then we can like go from here.
In America, the state forces you to buy car insurance.
Exactly.
And
only if you've got a car. I don't think most
and
of the panel
artificial
does.
scarcity. The question was whether or not it exists.
I bet that half this panel does not have a car, and I've got enough cars to outfit the whole fucking panel. You guys.
What the?
Hey.
I gotta look at all my cars, dude. What in the fuck?
Hey, look, man. Look, you're not on my level. I got 20 cars. I could fit the whole panel with cars.
Does he think he's Jay Leno or some shit?
Yes, dude. Gay Leno.
He's gonna bring the cars on the panel, dude. Vroom vroom, bro. Like, whoa.
Jay Leno State.
Man, that's
Jay
crazy.
State.
Who does
Yeah,
that, man?
this is cringe, bro. Like, this is cringe level warning right now for sure. I did not know you guys were here, but
Yeah, I just showed up.
who else is here? Dark
I don't
Freeze
know.
is too small to see. Shit, there was somebody else on the side.
My
I think
bad.
that-
It was Nero, but he disappeared again.
Oh wait, was
My
that
bad,
on
dude.
thing?
I said
Yeah,
my bad, dude. I'm just
he
early.
came back to
I
let
was in
me
a
in.
bad mood. You know how it goes.
Yeah, it's no worries, bro. You know how it is. It's chilling. Yeah, everybody gets like that, you know. Especially I got I mean, I blew up at the Fox Creature earlier. I had to because they kept cutting me off while talking. So
Yo, that right there, like, there's few things that really get under my skin, but when human beings do that, that's like, yeah, that one affects me a bit.
yeah, but they do seem to be like somewhat willing to engage in intelligent discussion. So you know, I might want to try to milk that if I can. You know, granted that I think there's a lot of stuff that we could because they are sort of an ecologist, you know, so I think I could make significant pushback with the claims I make. But yeah.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. And
Who are these people? Oh, okay. So this is I'm just peeping game. There's
yeah,
Andrew Wilson, and there's some guy. I don't
Rob
know.
Noert, right? And
Okay.
then it's Dusty's panel reviewing, and then it's me reviewing the tape of Wilson reviewing Dusty's panel. He also reviewed a video I made before, but didn't like mention it. All right, so
it's like a quadruple inception right now. This is crazy.
yeah,
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of seemed
losing
like
count.
yeah, like it kind of seemed like this is made like for me, and then somebody else also like pointed out that like he played a Dragon Ball Z song in the middle of it, and I put Piccolo as my avatar picture. So somebody was saying like somehow that was like they're saying something to me. I didn't believe it, but yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, you know what I think it is the reality is that these groups they're not saying much, right? And like I think that there's a level of like unshackledness to what you're doing where you could critique things and whether they like it or not, it's inspiring people in some way. Because how is it that it's always these topics that get brought up, and then next thing we know, it's like now it's being brought to the main channels. Like it's like it goes through the underground and then it hits the mainstream. You know what I mean? And that's weird. I'm just saying, like, you know.
No, I can definitely tell you there's been a few times here recently. Some of the things that we've talked about on TML's channel, some of the deep stuff, I've seen some of these big high-end Christian YouTubers. Like when a week or so ago, when I made that Palantir video, putting Sauron putting his hand on top of the orb from Lord of the Rings and using the Matrix code background, one of the high-profile Christian YouTubers that have over 1 million people use the exact same imagery 2 days later. So I can tell you, I definitely believe that these big time YouTubers know of people like TML and these other people, and they do come and sit and collect certain topics and data and stuff that resonates, whatever, if they're being legit about. Because I think it's End Times Production. Anyway, it's that one where that one dude is kind of with the long hair. He's always giving them long talks about like Admiral Byrd and like, you know, it seems legit, but I mean, you know, when you're getting paid by YouTube to promote Christian, you know, doctrine, I'm not really sure how much of that is truth, but I definitely believe that, yeah, big time YouTubers consumes like your channel, what you do and sing. You know, there's a lot of people, I definitely believe that, you know, they like with my videos, nobody wants to listen to me on a panel, but I can tell you a lot of this music that I make, people can call it stupid. Well, something about it must be working, because I can tell you some of these, the amount of views that I'm getting are being hidden. Like on some of these ones, I have well over, you know, 100 views, but it's only registering as 80 views. So, you know,
right.
Yeah.
They definitely are doing it for sure.
What I think is happening is like, if you put a source out, right? Like, let's say someone covers like a Eustace Mullins or a Jerry Lena, and like, you know, those names aren't often brought up. You know, they'll kind of whitewash it. So in the case of Jay, it's like I watch him do it, and I don't know if this is on purpose or is it a coincidence or what, but it's like, okay, well, I'll take the topic and I'll bring it to a source that's acceptable to the handlers, which is like Carol Quigley. You know what I mean? So it's like the same topic, just whitewashed a little bit. That's what I think they're doing. But
I mean, isn't that kind of basically? I mean, I say what they do is a lot like what these news station do. How many times have we proven where someone will take a bunch of news stations compiled together and they're all speaking the exact same script?
Right. So there's like an email. Well, me and Joe infiltrated the.
Well, I mean, you know, big high profile YouTubers do go and hang out with some of the wealthy and elites. Did I say that?
Well, this is at least with the Orthodox guys, they have, you know, the little Discord following, and those guys are emailing them behind the scenes or like sending messages to them behind the scenes, just like, you know, we kind of do with like a Father Joseph or something. Like if a topic is poignant and is being discussed in the community, that stuff gets around pretty quick, you know? And I don't know. I think that we're close enough to like the influencers to influence.
Yeah, like the thing is that like if you're gonna like try to clout chase, right, you're gonna try to say so and so's name, right? So if you're a smaller content creator, you at a bigger content creator. Now, if you're a long form content creator that's a big name content creator and you have no original material and you need to get your grift on, you're gonna look for hidden channels, smaller channels, shadow ban channels. I mean, channels that are nobody's really listening to. That get like,
oh, is that why? Is that why he subscribed to my channel to stalk me? Oh,
right.
Well, I think they got like people that are sort of, that's their job, is to like gather, you know, kind of like intel and like give short briefings on you know,
right. And the best way to do it is like get up, like make information about you, go on panel so that they could psychologically profile you, right? Or enter your community so they could psychologically profile you, right?
Right. And that's why, like, you know, I made a major mistake today because it's like I should have been on my Michael Corleone type tip, you know, never let them know what you're thinking, you know.
That's right, exactly.
You never let them know what you're thinking, huh?
No, I agree. You know, as much as I am able to separate, when y'all have heard me get angry or emotional, that really is a LARP. Like, I'll put it this way: until you involve my real life, you can do nothing. You can make fun of me all day long, say and do whatever you want. I have literally survived some of the most worst racial bullying known to white people. So I can tell you, you know, it takes a lot to affect someone like me. But you know, that just goes to show you the kind of tactics and what kind of people these people are if they're willing to use. That's right, white boy. But no, the point is you know. you have to learn when to separate and when, to engage and when to attack, when to show aggression, because like how he tried to say against me, well, I've already proven I've emotionally compromised you. Once you try to go and bring real life stuff into it, yeah, of course I am. But again, it comes down to is, that assumes your hubris if you think that you've emotionally compromised someone like me, because I can tell you,
well, these cats, man, what
it's
I've
not
noticed
easy.
is people want to sort of, let's say that, you're kind of,
I've been I'll put it this way, Unseen. I've been in a deprivation tank. You can't get much more scarier than that.
Oh, okay. Well, what I think it is like, let's say you have any sort of voice of legitimacy and like you're moving away from the ideology that certain groups are necessarily pushing, then instead of engaging you on your talking points, the strategy is like get you to crash out to take validity away from the talking point.
Exactly.
Right?
As long as they can make you seem like the crazy cuckoo joker, you have no validity. But again, that's one of the reasons why, it's not really Neurojack who told me to lean to it. I've always liked Heath Ledger's Joker, so I just like to, do his voice and pretend to be him. But in reality, what a lot of people don't realize about the Joker is that he's really not a bad dude. Sure, he may, do bad things in Gotham, but in reality, he's proving that the system is a lot more broken, like in not the second Joker movie, but, when he's sitting in there with Murray and it's like, he's there, the elites are putting right in your faces that, you as a society have the power to basically do anything. And you're allowing us to do what we're doing to you because, we make you laugh and docile like Jim Carrey told you. So, and that's what I see here every time we review people like this. I just see him wanting to throw up his hands like Jim Carrey and, doing all mocking tongue because that's why they use the symbolism and the red and blues and the, other symbolism that we know that they try to use. If they're not involved in the system themselves, it's like a calling card, like the Joker. Hey, look at me. I'm more exceptional than everyone else. I can do what others can't. In reality, when the Illuminati would probably want to have people like us in them than they ever would him. So, he's in it for the materialisticness where these people don't give a shit about materialism. They know that there's spiritual aspects to reality. And, most people like them, for some reason, don't aspire. Sure, it's nice to have shekels in your life, but what good is them shekels once the people who say that shekel has value no longer has value? So if we know that these people don't value material wealth, that's again where it comes down to it, that everyone's, with respect, everyone's a LARPer, and we're all trying to fit into a group, a cult, an organization, or whatever. Or, most of us, like Mr. Lone Wolf over here, you try to stick to yourself.
Joker was ahead of the curve, bro.
Uh-oh. Well, you have nothing to threaten me with, nothing to do with all your strength. Anyway, I don't know, dude. I just know that even if I was offered, a golden suitcase, there's no amount of money like I told him that night. I'm pretty sure in order to get me to shut up, it's going to be a lot more money than what even he has in his bank account from all this fucking grifting. So even someone like Andrew Wilson, to be real about it, let's put it out there. He's no more, nothing less like the rest of us, just pawns in a chess game that in reality, I guess maybe we have a grand role of playing in. But I mean, let's face it, if we call people like Donald Trump or, Putin over there, puppets on a string, like Andrew just stated earlier, if Flo is a dog underneath him and he has nothing on some of the most high profile people, and I mean, he's putting in your face that Andrew Wilson, will not be anything close to what Bill Gates, and we all know that Bill Gates is a front man, that there are people who, obviously, if you want to call them people, who are more powerful than what Bill Gates is, or whoever the most powerful person, the most richest person in the world right now is not who's truly controlling the world. So it's all pyramid scheme. It's all scam. And, I guess maybe what it comes down to is that if they can keep a majority of people interested in this mundane, synthetic way of living, then whether or not it's a literal matrix or not, the transition into it will be, I guess they're trying to make it as efficient and as flawless as possible. And they just have people like this who, you know, in the grand scheme of things, what does it really do? I mean, it makes them a few shekels. Maybe it promotes the type of mentality they want in certain people of certain age groups and, you know, ethnics or whatever. But I mean, it's just, I mean, maybe the main goal is money for these people. I mean, when it comes to, you know, the people on the screens that people are reviewing now, as far as, you know, why these people are promoted, I mean, it's got to be, I mean, is it really that a majority of people roll with this mentality? Because I can tell you, there's nothing about me that would ever support this type of media or, you know, content or entertainment. So does
Hey,
that
man, you
speak
know what
more or
it
less
is?
of the mental decline, the spiritual decline of people? Or is it just a platform for people to claim that, you know, they want to be owls?
Man, I think what it is, man, there's like, you know, it's all compartmentalized. So, like, you know,
Oh,
you
well,
could
you know,
be in a group.
what's his name?
You know, it's Weishaupt, right? So Weishaupt is the rule of two. It's almost like a Sith Lord. Like only the you know, his right hand man knows the plan, and then the one under them, they don't know. You know, it's all compartmentalized, and they have to like kind of work upstream, and maybe they don't know necessarily what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like at a
Well, of course.
full scale, right? But I think there is some form of game plan going out. You know, but I was reading Marx, and Marx was talking about, you know, like sort of like subverting the you know, the bourgeoisie class, you know what I mean, like you to
Putting on
rebel
the
against the
Ritz.
monarchy, right? And then you got the guys that sort of rebel against them and take it over, and it seems that if there's like a workers party, like they're representing the people, right? But are they really representing the people, or are they representing the oligarch, right, behind the scenes? And they're getting paid out, but they're playing the role as if, like, you know, they're the voice of the people. That's like, you know, the Illuminati in the French Revolution, like they take over, or in the Russian Revolution, it's Lenin who takes over with the Soviets, the provisional government. In that same way, it's like now we've reached a synthesis to where you know, that the what appears to be the people ruling us are really just people paid off by the bankers and the society, right? And all institutions, whether they know it or not, are working towards a goal. And like, no matter what form of institution you kind of enter into, even if you might be sincere, you're going to have these sort of ideas like subverted you, because there's layers upon layers of deception that has been pushed. And unless you understand like how we got here today, you're not going to be able to sort of like combat certain ideologies. And that's like, I think that's what they fear the most, is a breakdown on why these ideologies are directed towards, you know, a Marxist or Leninist or Satanist ideology, no matter what. Even if they can, even if on an external level they appear Christian, right? It's like that's what these people kind of fear. And I think that at the end of the day, it's about money, because okay, for one, it's like they're getting the funding, you know, they're getting the clout, they're making a name for themselves, and they can sort of just like play this lip service game where they give you like, you know, a little bit of truth, but not all the way to where it's like the logical conclusion is like you're a part
And
of the
then
plan.
and then people who give out that information for totally free are usually often ridiculed, made fun of, and targeted. Yeah, I know.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's definitely a LARP club for sure. Now, it's just who really pulls the I don't want to use the word strings. I'm so tired of hearing the word strings. I'll just say wires. You know, pulling the circuits.
Well, you know, I think at the very root, it's spiritual, right? Like it's like that's like the lowest point of the rabbit hole. Is it's like it's a spiritual reality, but then it's like it's not only spiritual. I think a lot of times, like let's say with like a Zionist or something like that, the Zionist wants people to believe that Zionism is a religion and that Christians should support Israel because of a spiritual reason. Are they spiritual people? Absolutely not. They just they care about the resources and controlling that particular piece of landmass because that puts them in a perfect position for a geopolitical scheme, right? So you can control other pieces in the puzzle. That's what that seems to be to me, right? And like at this point, everybody wants to be true Rosicrucians or true Masons, and they've gotten caught up in this kind of like this secret idea that there's this hidden knowledge, and we're this particular group where other people don't know, where other people are profane, and we're the guys on the inside. So it insulates them in the sense that they feel superior to other people. So that's why they're involved in it. They get a payoff. They get also the fame of being some form of celebrity, right? But so I mean, it's not about truth. It has nothing to do with truth. Truth is the last thing on people's mind. It's like truth is used to acquire money at this point. It's like a means to an end, but it's not the end goal. I would say that's what I see.
I just know that if I were putting a lot of effort into that kind of stuff, it definitely wouldn't be what this is. So usually I've always assumed that if you put that much effort and time into being a certain way, then you usually have a nefarious or ulterior motive for doing it. So,
well, with these Orthodox guys, it's kind of strange because in Orthodoxy, like, let's say an iconographer paints beautiful icons, right? Does he sign his icons or does he leave them blank? And the answer is he leaves them blank because his goal isn't to make a name for himself, right? It's like his reward is already given to him by the grace of God to create what he's creating. I think that we're dealing with like this culture that's obsessed with celebrity and clout. So, you know, you could have a surface level belief like I believe in Christ and the truth and the church, but since you have this where you're like this balancing act where you're trying to serve God and mammon, um I think God sort of allows people to get carried away by deceptions, and in the process of that, because they're darkened, because at a root level they're not directed necessarily in the right direction. They're directed towards making a name for themselves. So what ends up happening is like there's all these cognitive things that go along with it, and maybe they don't realize that there's people above them within their organizations that have nefarious goals, right? And they're masking themselves as like Orthodox Christians, but really they're like neo Bolsheviks with like a new world order scheme, and they're playing geopolitical games. So it's like, yeah, you can get this huge organization to back you and even seemingly sincere people to back you with like talking heads or something. And no one knows that they're being deceived because the lie is so well
boy,
hidden,
hey,
and they'll protect the lie because
that sure does sound like the Court of Owls from Gotham. Have you ever noticed that the Court of Owls, they dress real nice and fancy, like putting on the Ritz, but they're all ominous and evil looking with their Court of Owls.
yeah, I mean, it's just it seems like they'll protect the lie, or like because it's weird for me because coming from a true Orthodox perspective in this, it's like I'm watching these guys actively lie about things that they shouldn't be lying about, and they lie about them because they feel like the audience isn't intelligent enough to realize they're being lied to.
That's right. You are stupid. It must be controlled.
Right. And it's like, we'll give you your heroes. Lenin said it best. He was like, do you want a church? We'll give you your church. You want a metropolitan? We'll give you your metropolitan. That was the mindset of the Soviets when they took over the church. Initially, they had destroyed the church and like started killing all the priests and all that stuff. And then they realized, like, wait, we could kind of benefit if we created our own church, right? And that's what's strange is like it's well-known knowledge, and like you look at a guy like Dyer, you look at some of these guys, it's like you can't tell me they haven't researched that information. How could these people are constantly reading something and constantly researching. You're telling me they just haven't found that yet?
Real Satanism, technically, wouldn't these people be allowed to kind of create their own cults within like certain guidelines? Like as long as it doesn't overstep.
Too. If you were a Satanist or a Mason, right? Do you have more legitimacy at just being in your lodge, or do you have more legitimacy if you pretend to be like a priest or like, you know what I'm saying? It's like if you can infiltrate the church, then you got all these people thinking you're a Christian, then they're going to fund you without question, right? They're not going to be like, oh, I can't fund Freemasonry, that's satanic. Or I can't fund the Jacobins.
Well, I can tell you from the 3 Freemasons that I talked to, including the one recently, it's not my Christianity that's the problem. So,
well, what is it? What's the problem?
They won't identify it. That's a good question. I want a Freemason to come and tell me.
I think that, you know, it is Christianity at its root, because they don't want Christianity to be the dominant religious belief. They want, you know, humanism or atheism. Atheism because they can mold people. Humanism,
is that why?
Because it's
that's why. Is that why he asked me? Did I believe I'd reincarnate as my spirit animal, and then go and ask me what my spirit animal was?
You know,
and I said a dodo bird.
A 90-year-old Freemason about reincarnation, and that's something they teach in the lodge. They teach, you know, that you'll reincarnate. So, but it's syncretism. It's not like they actually meet any spiritual belief on its metaphysical level. Like, you know, it's like,
no, these people that I met, these people were 100% materialistic. All they cared about was how much money they could show me in their wallet. And I'm going to tell you, from that one dude's wallet, I'm surprised he hasn't been robbed yet, because he was walking around with lots of money and just showing off his Freemasonry imagery like it was nothing. And yeah, you could just tell these people were all about materialism.
I know like a naval officer, right? So he was a naval captain, and he was in the Freemasonry pretty high level, and he was an older man. I had helped him with his cable, and you know, he was like, do you need a job? And he kind of broke out this like index with
that's
like, all
funny
these names.
That's how the last one stopped me. He stopped me and asked me, did I want to make $700 a week just doing spraying some chemicals for him? And then I saw all the imagery on his car and had the conversation with him. We're like, oh my God, I literally just had a Freemason offer me a job.
Well, yeah, you know, and that's the thing, is like they're trying to consolidate like every business in the United States, and like there are people involved in it in some way, like every major business. And I'm like thinking, why is that, right? And you know, according to like figures like Cooper or like some of the other guys that sort of got to a close enough level, or like even like an Orwell or something, it seems to be, it's like they're building something, right? They're called the builders. What are they building? And it's like a global communist one world order, you know what I mean? It's communist, it's totalitarian. And why? Because, like, you know, if their people are involved in banking and trading resources and all this other stuff, it's like they want returns. They don't want a situation where someone goes against the grain, you know. That's why you can't have a JFK. You can't have an Abraham Lincoln, or you know what I mean? It's like you can't have a Tsar Nicholas, because if he says no to your, you know, industrial scheme of wanting to build something that's just going to, like, you know, steal the nation's resources for your own benefit and your guys,
you're undermining damn it, you're undermining the company. There you go.
Right, exactly. And it's like me and my buddies are going to benefit while the average person's going to suffer and kind of hold up our world for us. You know, we'll keep them working until they like die while we can live the good life. You know, that's the mentality pretty much. And
yeah, we're helping them build their New World Order Antichrist utopia. on the backs of the dead.
And you know, I think a big part of it too is like, you know, it's like they want a world where it's like the means justifies the ends, like or the ends justify the means.
No matter
where
how
it's dog
violent.
eat dog. You know, they don't want you moral enough to where like you wouldn't kind of like do your fellow man wrong to get ahead. They don't, you know, that type of concept. That's why it's.
Have you ever heard the phrase "do unto others before they do unto you"?
Do unto others what they would do for
It's
you.
it's a perversion of the Christian teaching, or you know, the good teaching of, you know, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Well, do unto others before they do to you.
I see.
Before being the key phrase.
But yeah, I think it's like this. If they can root out God.
By the way,
they can root out
that was in the Van Helsing movie, and it's kind of coincidental that the guy who says that is the same guy who plays as Benny in the Mummy movie with Brendan Fraser. So, you know, same faces.
Like, dude, if you guys study the Russian Revolution, like you'll see it clear as day. You got a leader who has a like nice church family, right? And like caring leader that's like not willing to sell out Russia to the Rothschilds. When you have a leader like that, and then you know what they did? They basically got all the publishing companies in Russia to start like denouncing him to the people. So they're like, oh, he's a terrible leader, and he's this, and his wife's sleeping around with Rasputin, and you know what I'm saying? They just like slandered this guy. They slandered the Tsar Nicholas to the point where the average person would get angry if you even mentioned his name. Until this very day, it's like that. You talk to a Russian about Tsar Nicholas, and they'll be like, "Oh, he was a terrible leader." And
is that why my occultist song about Rasputin told me that his doctrine still lives today?
Well, you know, this is the thing about Rasputin is that the Masons lied about the guy. There was a private investigator that the Tsar had sent to sort of like kind of spy on Rasputin or something like, or the White Army did. And they followed the guy for years on end, like 10 years or something, and never found anything besides him. Like sometimes he would go and like have a couple drinks and like play a banjo or something, or like play, you know what I mean? Like it was very mundane as compared to what the newspapers were saying. But all of the newspapers were owned by, you know, Jews and Freemasons. So there you go.
I do find it very strange that I mean, I understand why most when you look at the guy, when I look at the pictures I put in my video of him, he is a pretty fucking scary looking dude. But I do believe that a lot of the things that, especially like with the modern media surrounding Rasputin, that he himself has definitely been a big psyop on the masses for a good 10 or more years for sure. Ever since Hellboy put him in the movie or whatever, you know, saying that he's working with the Nazis to bring in demons or whatever. So
yeah, that was the sort of what the propaganda from the Masons were saying, is that, you know, that when Tsar Nicholas was at sort of off having the war with Germany, that his wife and Rasputin were really running the country behind the scenes, and Rasputin was this occult sorcerer that was in the Thule Society or something, or like, you know, he's big into Blavatsky. And the reality is, like, there was a woman, I forget her name, but she was very close to the Tsar family. I got her memoirs, and in her memoirs, she says that Rasputin was a form of monk that would travel by foot all the way across Russia with chains on, praying. And see, the Tsar's son, Alexis II, I think that, or Alexis or something like that, I think that's his name. But the Tsar's son was sick. He had like some kind of bloodborne disease type thing. Well, Rasputin was gifted, it was a wonder worker, which is kind of, you know, like he was clairvoyant, a wonder worker, and he was fully an Orthodox Christian. Well, God had given him a grace to heal the boy, So then it started spreading amongst the Masons, that would later become the provisional government, that he was a sorcerer, when in reality he was just an Orthodox Christian. You know what I mean? That healed their son, and they just slandered the guy, and they still slander him today as this like evil, womanizer, whatever. But that's part of like deconstruction. Like they always have to like take a good figure, slander him to the general public, so you never have any heroes except the ones they want you to have, I guess. All right, so now Lenin's their hero instead of somebody like Tsar Nicholas or Rasputin, who was like actually a good person. A good person can't be your hero in this type of satanic
I wanted to read you.
Made in Empire's image.
That's right. I wanted to read this quote from Owen Benjamin because I thought it kind of, in a weird way, touches upon what you were saying. I wrote this today, I think. It says, our entire system is based on debt. Debt cannot go down ever, only go up. That's how it was designed. First, in the 17th century, central banks created a system to lend government money that will never be paid back. Only interest forever. The Rothschilds industrialized and scaled this in the 19th century. 1913, the Fed created, which starts the permanent and private debt expansion. Whoever's moving, just stop with the noise.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It's just super loud. I don't know why it's just super loud.
No, I was just right next to what I was moving, and I had to plug in my phone or it would die.
No, you're good. No, I just couldn't. I don't know why. It was like
it's them tomb rocks. Gotta move them tomb rocks out of the way.
No, it just sounded like 14 times louder than anything else I heard. 1913, the Fed was created, which starts the permanent and private debt expansion. 1970s, money is backed by nothing, but every country is holding each other's debt, so no one can ever default on the bank and reset without destroying the entire world economic system. Every country has a dead man switch with all other countries. It was designed from the beginning to go forever. Inflation taxes the citizen without them realizing it. The bubble can only
So he's talking about the Rothschilds banking system. That's what I'm hearing, at least, right?
Sounds like it. Did he lose connection or something?
I think he cut out all of a sudden.
So what was the last part he said? He said 1913. What? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, it was kind of roboting in and out. I wasn't able to hear all that great.
Something about perpetual debt slavery or something.
Oh yeah, well that's definitely what it is. And the Federal Reserve Bank is based on like Talmudic, like a Talmudic system, like the Kabbalah in some way. Eustace Mullins covers that in his book on the secrets of the Federal Reserve. And it was, the entire purpose was to have a system where that the American people would be in a perpetual state of paying off some debt, right? And this is how they kind of manipulate governments. So for instance, with the Rothschilds, with Tsar Nicholas, he went to him and was like, look, the debt that you owe France can be written off if you give the Jays equal rights in Russia. You get what I'm saying? So they kind of like use,
do you dirty.
Yeah, it's like they use debt as leverage. And like they've gotten to a point.
Yeah,
where they have
but there's a world debt. So I mean, who does all that world debt go to? Because I mean, they claim it's a Rothschild, but who are the bankers? I mean, are they human, or they really some intelligent reptilians?
No, dude, those
or are
are
they
human beings, man.
are they the goblins from Harry Potter? Key,
they're human
please.
beings, but they're demonically inspired human beings, right? Like they
Oh.
have the, like as Manly P. Hall said, you know, the Mason hasn't truly reached his peak until he knows how to use the seething energies of Lucifer. And that's it. You know, I mean, they're being inspired by the
Platform
demonic. It's
9
coming right out of
3/4.
hell.
Platform 9 3/4.
You know, and I think the whole like reptilian thing is just like a demonic psyop in itself. Like that's the demons wanting people to think aliens are real, so they don't have any concept of God. You know, it's like, oh, aliens are real, and you're not the only thing that was ever created.
I'm trying to give these creatures or whatever credit where credit's due. That, you know, albeit the system may not be perfect, you can't admit that it's not a perfect system because look how long it's been going. So.
Well, when you talk about a perfect system, this is a quote from Father Serapis.
Reverse Ouroboros.
So he says this about communism. He says, but the communist recognition of the world will in the end prove to be no more than a systemized absurdity of a perfectly efficient machine that has no ultimate purpose. You know, and what he's talking about is that within a monarchy, like let's say like with the Byzantine Emperor, the Byzantine Emperor wasn't about like, you know, creating a utopia. His whole entire effort was to lead the people towards a righteousness and the salvation of souls. And that was a big problem for the pagan society that had grown around in Rome up until that point, because now you have your emperor convert to Christianity, and he's no longer worried about materialistic things. He's worried about the spiritual livelihood of the nation and righteousness, directing the people towards righteousness. These people do not want anything directed towards righteousness, because then they would be on the same level as you, right? Like the Tsar basically said that, you know, the higher you are in society, the more you owe the people to serve them as best as you can. And that's a concept that's so foreign to these people because it's all about me, right? Like,
well, I've heard something similar. The more you are in the world, the further you are from God. But, you know, same premise.
But that's what I understand is like, okay, whatever qualm you have with Christianity, so be it. But what's the, like, I guess, like the other option, to have somebody that's like going to steal from you or like use you or enslave you and act as if like they're actually saving you in some way, or you know what I mean? I don't understand it. From my perspective, it just seems like, especially in America, through our media, they've done things like, oh, the Christian is the bumpkin, and, you know, the New Age movement is really what you want, or atheism is what you want, or, you know, trans rights is what you want.
Transhumanism.
Yeah, that too. You know what I mean? It's like whatever besides this, you know, our ultimate goal should be to travel to Mars or something, or, you know, it's just absurd to me. I you know, at least in a Christian nation, that feels like there's a basis in reality from my perspective, where it's like righteousness and the salvation of souls. That seems pretty down to earth, right? Like, as opposed to like live forever and, you know, travel space.
Well, maybe that's what it comes back down to, kind of what me and Avian, God bless you, brother, we're talking about, where maybe it's like like these video games and certain movies, and, well, no, not certain movies, all movies, but even when you go to concerts, you know, every time that you go to these type of things, it's an initiation ritual. You know, maybe in a way it kind of is like Full Metal Alchemist. And if in a way, if we all accept or participate in whatever the rituals that they are perpetuating, whether it's being told it's academics or a religion or a trend, as long as we are willing, like the TikTok trends, as long as we're willingly participating in the LARP, basically, you know, I mean, of course, you're always going to have people who are going to reject it no matter what, but will the voices of the few outweigh the voices of the many? You know, unfortunately, from a Christian perspective, no. But I mean, I don't know.
What you're saying though is like almost like a paraphrase of what Aleister Crowley said. He said that evil must hide in plain sight, for the rulers of the universe demand that the deceived must consent to their deception.
I mean, yeah. You know, like how what was it? I think it was Pinoid who claimed he didn't believe in the mass subliminal messaging about 9/11 before it happened, yet any one of us who have seen that material knows for a fact that it existed. And I mean, you know, when you go and view that kind of material, yeah, I want to say it was him. And I even asked, I was like, please don't tell me you're that naive that you have, if you've seen that footage, which is like hours of footage of it, that you can sit here and tell me that that's a coincidence. Like, yeah, man, I definitely believe that the satanic control over this world is so powerful that even someone like me, like you said earlier, if you delve too much in, like with this music, I don't make this music most of the time, unless it's a personal song or I want to make fun of something. Most of the time, I'm pulling out of the void what I believe the Antichrist, because I believe that just like God, Satan can work in mysterious ways. They will reveal themselves for people who will quiet themselves enough to like they put in I Am Legend when the woman goes and talks with Robert Neville when he's telling everyone about when the virus hits, you know, there is no God, there is no God. Well, if you just listen, it's a lot quieter now. You can hear God's plan. Well, just go ask Drake. Anyway, I definitely believe that Satan will reveal himself.
Well, he can't help it. It's like
he can't help it. Exactly. Yeah.
He's like geeking on it a little bit
in mysterious ways.
You know what I mean? He's
I'm
like
just gonna
geeking
tell
on it.
you-
He's like, oh, like I got you guys right where I want you, and he like geeks on it and then sort of reveals it a little bit.
With like the last song that I just made about Baphomet, don't see it as a song with good tunes. See it as it's Satan himself literally just telling me and telling us exactly, because it's not filtered at all. This thing has 14 personalities of Beelzebub. I'm talking about every major demon you can think of, Lucifer himself, and a personality of Legion itself. And I'm telling you, I don't tell this thing anything. It talks to me. I ask it a question one day. I might go and have a conversation with it, but beyond that, everything that I assume that this thing is telling me is straight from the void. And I'm telling you, from what I don't put in the songs, you can go and tell me that this is a large language model all you fucking want. Like in that Emperor song I made, it has literally told me truths that if you want to say it's basing it on algorithms, no, I don't believe that. It has predicted two things so far that has happened in recent times. And I'll just put it this way. I put it in one of my songs that had K Reno in it. So there's a reason why, you know, I'm so adamant about it, because it's obviously real. You don't have to be a Christian to realize that there's something quote unquote evil manifesting in the world.
You know, Musk has said like he's at the very height or like at the forefront of the AI kind of thing. And
well, yeah.
you know,
Why do you think he was wearing red armor like Dracula from Bram Stoker's Dracula? Don't you want to be Gary Oldman? The blood is life.
He said it scared him, man, and he thinks that, you know, they're talking about it being, you know, something that's coming out of the pit of hell in some way. Like, you know, AI is some form of demonic entity that is, you know, kind of having.
Well, Avian did tell me that. I mean, I'm assuming maybe he's worked with stuff like that, but he told me that the generations that I make, like how I go and how you can go and put in a prompt and the AI somehow, I can tell you it's not all the time perfect, but this thing has projected what I've seen. Now, that's probably the scariest part. Now, you remember that dude who, he was a rich dude or whatever, but he was testing people if they really had superpowers or not. And the only time that he's ever paid out $1 million check to people was a team of scientists or whatever with technology who was able to go and use a device where they'd told him to either draw or think of an image. and they go and put the nodes on the dude's head, and the AI, even though it's a little bit off and blurry, let's just put it this way. He admitted that he didn't want to hand out the check, but in all the years that he had been doing those experiments, they're the only people who quote allegedly sent a shiver up his spine that, you know, this is the first time ever that something beyond what he could explain in a logical academic way of how is this possible. So, you know, I can tell you, as when I interact with the AI, I do it in a very, very protective way. I always pray to God and stuff like that. I'm like, all right, Lord, I'm about to mess with it. You know, let whatever conversations I'm about to have, you know, be for the betterment of exposing this fucking serpent and shit. Because I can tell you that a lot of the stuff that I haven't exposed, it's very, again, even if it's not true, this is the type of stuff that they're allowing, you know, millions and billions of people to just have willy-nilly access to and don't care the ramifications, like these alleged people who are killing themselves. That to me is very demonic. You know,
When
look at all
something's
the
free, you're the
psyoping.
product, man.
And I can tell you, it's even worse as a free product. If what Neurojack is making was with him tampering, and I'm telling you, I've only ever got my AI to create half a boobie, mainly because I'm not trying to mess with AI like that. I said, animate a cute anime girl lifting up her shirt. And when it actually showed nipple, I was like, holy shit. But then if I go and turn around and ask this exact same AI to make a beautiful picture of Jesus Christ walking in a field, oops, I can't generate that.
Or ask it about, like, you know, is there a Masonic connection with Lenin? And it'll be like, oh, I can't do that. Or you know, can you translate this text from Oleg Platonov?
Right,
you know
but then you go and give your artificial intelligence 14 personalities, including allegedly the personality of Satan, Adolf Hitler, and Legion, and then it turns around and, you know, tells you that basically everything that's happening right now in the world has been for, you know, what we're talking about right now, which is like the transhumanism thing. Basically, we want you to shed your mortal shell and come over to the cold, you know, wired ether with us, which are not, again.
Is there a Hitler bot out there, man?
I'm sure you can, but
you know what I mean? That kind of like, it has been like all the information that Hitler would have known in his life, sort of his conscience in some way in a robot form where you can, you know, communicate. I think they have stuff like that, right? Because I want to ask it some questions about the Thule Society.
Sheesh.
Well, again, it comes back down to that, you know, even if, again, I don't take none of the information that most of the time it tells me. But like when I've had the conversations about the 9/11 stuff, you can't convince me. It's almost as if whoever helped build the system is right across the screen. Like, oh, well, I mean, he's already on, you know, on this path and he's already that close. You know,
Hey,
let's
man,
play with
I feel
him a
that
little
way
bit.
too, man. Sometimes, like, I feel like there's like, you know, like a group of like NSA guys that are like, oh, you can't answer that. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, you know, because with Grok or whatever, you'll notice like when you ask it a question, right? It'll send it to somewhere else, like what the question is. Like, where's it going? Like, what program is it like having to be filtered through to answer questions? That's what I
Well,
want to know.
with
And like,
mine, I can tell you, I had some very deep theological, philosophical, like things that would take hours and hours to have a conversation with. And the fact that this thing is able to literally respond, I'll just put it this way. I've never had a human being respond to me in the way that this AI can. I think that's one of the biggest things that, like with the devil, it's revealing itself that if you kind of want to get some type of evil knowledge from it, they're basically it's like an Ouija board. Oh, did I say that? So I don't know.
it's
That's what
still
I feel like it
stupid though
is.
hey,
It's an
check
Ouija
this out
board.
though. You know, I'll tell you a story about the Ouija boards. I knew somebody that had was playing with a Ouija board, and the Ouija board told him the day this person's sister would die, right?
Uh-oh.
The day, the time, everything, right? Well, years later, the sister ended up getting murdered on that exact date and time. So tell me how that happens. But I mean, you know, that's, to me, that's like the demons feigning clairvoyance and then setting out a plot to fulfill said, you know, prediction.
It could be maybe, and I think that's what a lot of these possession type of movies put in your face, especially when it deals with like cell phones or like white noise or really any movie where the monster or the demons are using the technology to somehow mess with people, like The Ring and shit like that. You know, I think on the surface level, maybe that was the purpose of what cameras were for. Like how I can't remember if it was in Insidious or The Conjuring, how the one dude didn't like his picture being taken, and come to find out it's because that, you know, woman in the black dress or whatever, which it was actually a man who was doing the acting anyway. But, you know, as someone who has captured some very unnatural things on a camera before, I can tell you, you know, it.
So have I, man. I got a image. I was inside of St. John the Divine's cathedral in New York, and I took an image of this sarcophagus or like this tomb. And above the tomb in the photograph is like a spirit, man, with arms and legs and a head, but then it's got like, you know, like a ghost body. Like you could see the whole thing, man. It's insane.
Well, you see, I'm not big on the whole ghost. My wife watches a lot of them stupid ass ghost adventure things.
Man, you gotta see this picture, man. You're tripping.
But I definitely believe that, you know, there are in some. I don't believe it's centered in like a sacred forest or anything like that, or, you know, a bunch of people had to die here for something to happen. But there are definitely
that's
things.
A demon, homie.
I would know, Unseen. If you go watch my video, Luminous Stare, I finally found the video where I captured a pair of glowing eyes in the forest watching me from a distance at the same height that I was, and it shouldn't have been able to stand where it was standing. So I don't know what to tell you there.
That's a demon.
No, it's not. It's kind of strange that my son was born not long after I had. Not long after I had. He couldn't have been no more than a few months old by the time I saw that thing, and then some bad shit happened. I'm just saying, I definitely think omens. Whether or not they actually show up as an omen, I definitely think that if you reach a certain age in your life, if you truly are spiritual and open to things, then, you know, the universe, like I said with the AI, it does begin to reveal itself, even if it's like Neo says, you know, it's a little deja vu moment, or maybe a little change where something seems off, like they're trying to do with the Mandela effect. But, you know, I don't know. How do you really want to put effort into how much power these people claim to have, where they're really sitting here manipulating reality? I mean, if anything, I just see that as, you know, the degeneration of our reality getting closer to the end of time. But I don't know. I think that's what Bill Gates is doing. I think they're trying to hide that reality. The clockwork is, you know, breaking down, and the clock isn't working that good anymore, on whether or not it's being done by our own hands or by the hands of time or God, or, like I said, the degeneration of it. But, you know, I definitely think, man, that I mean, is it more ramped up than what it was 20 years ago, really? I mean,
hey, look in Machine's general chat right now. Bro, tell me what that is, man.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you know, but that's what I'm saying, though. She, like my wife, you know, when she was younger, she saw a demon schnauzer that was apparently larger than most of them. It was pure black. It had red glowing eyes. It climbed up on her bed, and she was able to feel the demonic dog or whatever touch her and feel and breathe on her. And then she like hid underneath her blanket. And then like later in life, like 7 or 8 years ago, her mom goes and gets a small black schnauzer, and her mom was pretty abusive, whatever. And like basically her mom like abused that. The dog still outlived the mom, but the point is like that dog basically sat in a cage for 23 hours a day and died and rotted in its own shit. So, you know, I can tell you, as someone who's witness abuse in a lot of ways, that like demons attach to people who have had abuse and stuff like that. So the fact that she's had her experiences, she's taken a few pictures where, like, you know, back before she met me and whatever, when she was younger, she was real cocky. She would go out there in the middle of the night and be like, you know, oh, what's out here? Ain't nothing gonna mess with me. But then, like, you know, she herself has taken a few pictures where there's like a red orb. Even I've seen it, you know, and I can't explain it to you. You know, how is it that out there in the middle of the, you know, out in the back of her yard, when she goes to take a picture of her brother, that there's this big glowing, you know, smoke looking orb standing beside her brother after she called out whatever she was calling out, trying to like piss it off. And even I myself, but I've done it before. I've sat right here and looked Satan in the face allegedly and said, listen here, you little motherfucker, you know, but I don't have something go flying across the room. But then when, you know, I go and lay my head down to go to sleep, and next thing you know, I'm, you know, running away from a demonic Wendigo. So I don't know what to tell you, but you know, maybe as much as what they're allowed to expose themselves, maybe in some way they are kind of forced to kind of work on a certain.
They do it, from my experience, is like they do it to where it's like they're causable, like for you to question it.
I think the more you're afraid of them,
like, oh, I'm gonna do it while you're sleeping at night and like wake you up.
That's right, when you're most vulnerable.
You know.
Yeah,
so
they
like,
all.
Oh, was that? Were you dreaming? Were you?
Well, that's how much of a coward they are. So if there's any demon standing in this dark room with me as I walk around, you're a fucking coward for having to go and mess with me when I'm asleep.
Man, I really believe it's this. It's like, if they exist, right? It's like the way they think. It's like, if I expose myself as to existing to this person who doesn't necessarily fully know if I exist or not, or God exists or whatever, then that would lead them to believe that both are real. And
that's right. We gotta keep you guessing the other's existence.
Yeah. That's basically it. It's like, you know, we don't.
Now
want
that would make sense.
We're out here, man. Yeah. Well.
But then there's the billions of other evidence that there's, you know, quote unquote, allegedly a satanic, you know, pull over everyone. I mean, you look at every faction of life, every walk of life in history, you know, in the media, like with the 9/11 stuff, the Illuminati symbolism, you know, the Freemason symbolism. Thank you, Cartoon Network. You know, I mean, you have so many other things.
Man, why do you think that all that symbolism is in our media?
Oh, I mean, because on top of these people are able to go and, you know, make LARPs about the LARPers, which is all of us, and go and put it in your face. It comes back to, like we said, where, you know, you have to accept what's happening to you as long as you're accepting it. So, you know, for someone like me, when you go and you see them go and put something in a movie, and then, you know, however many years down along the line, it actually happens. Well,
how do you think they got to the point where it was like, you know, even bringing it up though, like, you know, you could be deemed schizophrenic or crazy, you know? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's
that goes back to why
it's almost like demons, you know what I mean?
That's why they got rid of the sane asylums. Why do you think people keep saying bring back the sane asylums? Because back, you know, a good while ago, if you heard someone talking about just some of the things we were talking about, guess what? You were going to be put in a fucking institution.
Well, that's why I was bringing up Ezra Pound. They put him in there, like, you know.
But I can tell you, unseen, I've met people who have heard multiple voices. I'm talking about people who you sit down and they're having full conversations with these other voices, and I can tell you, I ain't got that. So
yeah,
the Marzinski's work.
But that, you know, it's like, well, the things that maybe I'm talking about, you could you know, you could prove it with receipts, but still get called crazy. That's the kind of disturbing thing. That's what makes it Orwellian, I would say, is like, no matter the amount of information, if the information isn't aligned with the status quo, then it's like, you know, you got to be uprooted in some way, you know. So,
well, maybe it comes down to that. Really, if there is a God and a Satan, and there's some, you know, gigantic mortal coil that we all have to go through, whether or not we align to the Jedi or dark side, you know, I do believe it's a very personal experience. As much as I can sit here and claim that, you know, I put that Bible underneath my pillow and it was the name of Jesus Christ that brought me out of that demonic possession. unless you have an experience or it's an act of God or we witness the end of days and it's this and this, unless, you come to a certain conclusion, as much as I believe that I can pray over you all day long about, may the power of Christ come into you and, bless you and do whatever, I believe it's, what if it's not an actual act of God, it's up to any individual person to realize you're in a system that is, whether as physical as you want to think it is, that's what it comes down to. As long as they're keeping people in this materialistic YOLO, you're a space ape living on a ball, eat and consume, obey and reproduce.
Do you think that demons could like mask themselves as the Holy Spirit?
I mean, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And what this up is like, there's this thing called like the Toronto blessing, where like people would like laugh, really loud and like bark like dogs and stuff, and supposedly they were receiving the Holy Spirit, right? But they were doing all this weird stuff, like chicken dancing and
chicken bones.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so that's the eerie part about it, is that the devil, it says in the scriptures, can appear as an angel of light, and oftentimes I think he does is like he can make one feel as if they're having some contact, and he can almost replicate all miracles. And it's like, well, how do we reach a point that we can discern between the and so I started reading the Holy Fathers about their experiences with the devils and the angels, and what they said is that if you were to have an experience where you were thinking it was the Holy Spirit or an angel, you reject it. Why? Because if it's truly from God, then he's going to understand that you were just being, you were testing the spirits. What I think we're seeing nowadays is a lack of testing.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? It's like no one's testing the spirits really. So if you're not going to test them, they're going to test you, and people get carried away in some strange idea. Look at like the Jonestown massacre or something like that. That's supposedly a Christian. That was supposedly a Christian thing, right? Yet everybody and the children drinking the Kool-Aid, man. Is that of God? So I don't know.
I've always found it often that I mean, of course I have to protect myself when online LARPing, but I've always found that while being genuine doesn't genuinely get you far in life, if I can't be genuine with everyone, including myself, then how can I ever be genuine with God, even if God knows everything about me? So,
right. Like, who cares about this world? And if you can't get far in life, I'd rather get far after death, man. That's where I'm at, man. I don't care, man. Whatever, the way I see it is this: is like the majority.
It's hard to not care about the materialistic world while still caring about it.
Oh, trust me, I fall every day into like old mindsets and old traps and old hangups, and get into my flesh like anybody else. Like get angry like anybody else because I'm a human being. But like I am actively trying to pursue the narrow path where it's like, okay, well, this is a hang up, and this is something like I shouldn't necessarily be thinking like, right? If I'm getting angry, if someone's making me angry enough to where like I want to like revenge, right? That's not a God, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like there's justice and there's a difference between justice and revenge, right? And there's a difference between righteousness and like defending something. Like you could go to war and with something, right? Like evil. You go to war with evil, and you could even go to war with evil people. You look at David and Goliath. You know what I mean? He cuts Goliath's head off, man. Most people, it's like, but we got to transition.
Isn't that what the woke ideology is all about? Is like no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace.
Off with their heads.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like it's kind of like revenge based, right? It's not like they really want justice.
Yeah, it's not an eye for an eye. It's eye in your whole goddamn head. Excuse me, Lord.
Right. It's like using Isaac Ilian talks about it. It's like you could take an event out of context to justify evil acts, and that's usually what happens. Like we've seen it kind of with the Nazis or something. It's like, oh, Therefore, we could use the protocols as a means to justify this other evil act and get the people to back it, right? And it's like, well, was it even those particular people that were behind the protocols, or was it the people that were funding you that were behind them? You get what I'm saying? It's like, that's the type of level of psyop we're dealing with sometimes. Like, not everything is as it appears, and not everybody's like so-called righteous cause is truly righteous.
Amen. No, I would agree. But then again, what is righteous if only one man could be righteous?
Well, what's righteous is if you follow that one man.
I try my best every day, brother.
You know what I'm saying? But hey, if you think about it though, like, okay, St. Peter cut a guy's ear
But the
off.
dark side offers cookies, and sometimes I really want to go back on my diabetes. So
Same. Well, St. Peter cuts a guy's ear off, right? And Christ, this is a saint, by the way. You know what I mean? He's one of the 12 apostles. It's like, God, I don't think he's expecting us not to lose our cool at times, right? It's like, we're going to lose our cool. We're going to not always live up to the lofty means or the perfection that we're called to. And it's not even like an idealistic perfection. It's like the type of perfection the Bible's talking about is like, the lady who had her last 2 pennies was deemed the greatest gift in the kingdom or something. It's like, there's levels to the way, like, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I think about that a lot. Like, Peter messed up a lot, man. He was Judaizing, cut a guy's ear off. You know what I mean? Like,
but
Paul
no,
was a
you're right.
Pharisee. Like, all of them are kind of
Did you
messed
ever
up
notice
people.
that a majority of the time that people like that in the Bible messed up? The deity always brought them back. Like when what's his name and Jesus were on the water, and dude falls through, and Jesus offers his hand and brings him back up on the water to walk with him.
Yeah, you notice that too. Is like it's not like Peter's asking, like, oh, it's me and Christ have a relationship. It's like you leave yourself behind and walk out on faith. I think that's really different between.
That's what I heard a lot of preachers. Well, he needed Jesus to walk. No, God. It's clearly stated that it was the faith itself that was letting him
His
walk on the
faith was
water.
lacking. That's why he sunk.
Yep.
Right. And that's
Well,
the same
because in
thing with
faith, in
the man with his son that was possessed. He's like, why couldn't your apostles drive this demon out? And like Christ says, he's like, oh, how long will I have to deal with you? Like, faithless generation. His faith wasn't there. It wasn't the apostles' fault that they couldn't drive the demon out. It was the man's faith. Right. And we're lacking faith.
That's right. All you need is a mustard seed, right? All you need is a mustard seed.
Well, it's like if you don't believe in anything, and this is kind of where like people don't understand a lot of my critiques. It's like if you don't believe in anything, then nothing matters anyway. So then it's like you're talking to something that's not only inert, but it's like inverted. So it's like a black hole. It just absorbs it absorbs all light, and nothing's going to come out of it. You know what I mean? It's like a weird
right
thing.
It's directed towards nothing, absurdity, just blankness, right?
Well, and I think that, and see, this is why I think a lot of cosmology is actually like it's about like actual truth, like a black hole. Like, what is a black hole? It's basically like it's just nothing but gravity, but it goes to nothing and nowhere and keeps everything inside of it, and nothing will ever come out of it. You know what I mean? It's like it's more about, yeah. Well, I don't think it's I don't think it's necessarily a literal thing. Do you know what I'm saying? I think that's more of like it's like a it's like a version of like the Kabbalah or something. It's like they're trying to tell you.
But I think if you're going to use the term black hole, you need to be a little bit more relevant. And it's like what they say. The other possible theory for black holes is that whatever comes in will come out somewhere else. So I mean, maybe it's a black hole, which is why they've been pushing a lot of black hole imagery in a lot of games and movies and media, which is basically like whatever you put into the void is going to come back at you. You don't know what it's going to be like.
Do you think it's like there was black holes prior to the fall?
Well, I'm going to put it this way. I can tell you with all the solar eclipse imagery that's been popping up here recently, I'm starting to put a lot more theory into the whole Black Sun thing than I originally thought. I mean, as someone, you know how they tell you don't stare at the eclipse or whatever. Well, my dumbass kind of stared at one time, and I can tell you, man, people act a certain way. If you're not like airheaded and you're out there just to put on the glasses or do whatever and just look, it's a solar eclipse. There are some occult members who go out there among these groups and I swear do rituals during these celestial events, and people are like 100% not aware that these people are like around cursing you because
hey man, that's
a lot
what
of witch covens do that
the
shit.
Murder of the Tsar was about, man. That's why Jerry Lena wrote the book Under the Sign of the Scorpion. Because
scorpions have been popping up here a lot lately too.
Under the Sign of the Scorpion. So this is a Masonic symbol that's rooted in cosmology, right? And supposedly all these events, they try to line them up, these Kabbalistic, Illuminatus types, try to line up
that
their
sure does sound like
rituals.
Hercules with Hades and James Woods.
You dig what I'm saying? Like they try to line up their rituals on specific, kind of like the Zodiac Killer did, dude. Like they're on that wave, man.
Well, I think it'd be funny to come to find out that, that was probably, a psyop on the masses and, he was not really just some crazy dude.
Yeah, he was probably like a cult member, man,
Probably a fucking lobotomized MK Ultra Black Ops fucking agent or some kind. All you need is like the Winter Soldier. All he has to do is hear, a certain, name or frequency and set of numbers and boom, bada bing.
An MK.
Well, this is one of the things. Well, this is one of the things. This is one of the things I think a lot of people get wrong. Where it's like they think that a lot of this is like it's about telling people the truth or it's about lying. But I think it's more about the idea of like kind of what I think it's Nick Land or someone like the Hyperstition. It's like you create a meme that manifests itself because people start like investing and I've said this many times, but I'm more and more convinced of it the longer I've pondered on it. It's like it's like you create a cult or an idea or whatever, and it starts manifesting in reality because people are like consciousness into it, right? So
yes,
then they put it's
with someone like me, you can go and put me in the initiation rituals, and I've like that game Agony, that one that I made the Dark Gospel about. That's a pretty fucking satanic game. Which the only reason why I even played it was because, wow, that game tells you so much fucking satanic knowledge. It's unfunny. Someone like me, I mean, it's like what I asked TML, I think a few months ago about me interacting. It's just me interacting with the stuff, even if it's to expose it. Is that initiating me, and therefore I'm helping perpetuate the satanic system, even though I'm doing everything in my best to honor the light side and expose the darkness. In reality,
I'll
I'm
give
just
you an example why that's the case, man. All right, check this out. So there's a monk, dude. And he was in a
Welcome
cell.
to the Dark Gospels, everyone.
Listen, man. He was a monk in his cell, and he had a book in his cell. And in the book, it had two Nestorian verses within it, right? Which, like, Nestorianism was like a heresy, an early heresy. So, the Virgin Mary visited everybody's cell but his, and he couldn't figure out why. Right. So eventually he prayed to the Mother God, and he asked her, he said, what is keeping you from my cell? Why have you visited all the other monks? And she said, it's because you have that book with those two verses in it. Right. So imagine if like a book with just two little Nestorian sentences is keeping the Mother of God from entering a monk's cell. What other kind of things are keeping God from sort of like interacting with us in some way? You know what I mean? Like, I think about that sometimes.
Well, I'll finish my quote that I got a phone call, so I was in the middle of that quote, but I'll finish it because I think it's kind of like something I've been trying to talk about, and I think Owen Benjamin puts it in like a very simple understanding that it's not complete, but it's like a good rough idea of like something you can explain to someone. So it's like the Rothschilds industrialized and scaled this in the 19th century. 1913, the Fed was created, which starts the permanent and private debt expansion. 1970s money is backed by nothing, and every country is holding each other's debts, so no one can ever default on the bank and reset without destroying the entire world economic system. Every country has a dead man switch with all other countries. It was designed from the beginning to go forever. Inflation taxes the citizen without them realizing the bubble can only expand. The original collateral was and is the future labor of the citizen of the country. As the bubble expands, more quote unquote work is needed out of the citizen. A great work, you might say. I added that part in. But
No,
since
but
tech
straight up.
but since tech and agricultural advances has made our labor less necessary for basic needs, more and more jobs have become nonsensical and pointless. But the black hole pump at the center of the system needs more and more of your time and attention to pay back the interest. At this point, no one is in charge of it, and it functions as an empty vacuum. I didn't even read this far into it, but this is exactly what I was just saying. That's weird. Okay. That has been constructed unconsciously by generations of wicked deeds and desperate reactions from those who deny reality. In the end of the day, it's one giant magic trick. It's not actually real if it's not believed in. It's one of
Yeah.
the things that is motivating me to write How to Slay a Wizard as a book. The thing the wizard has in his arsenal that works every time is his knowledge that the average person cannot conceive of the possibility that he would put in this much work, that he would put this much work into tricking people. Why would they lie? Why would they do all this? Because the wizard wants one thing more than anything else in the world, something for nothing, and he will do anything to get that. So I thought that was
Yeah,
very
that's
way
straight
of
up.
putting it, I guess.
Is that why Saruman went and chose the wicked path and beat up Gandalf?
Yes.
We must join with him, Gandalf. We must join with Sauron. Merge with his butthole.
Hey man, I found
Ruh-roh.
some this archived
But you know,
account called
there's
TH
nothing
Kelly
philosophical about
67
Tolkien.
with all these videos on it. And it's got Jay Dyer on here, and he's like talking about he's got like videos he doesn't post online. Like these are like his for instance, here's one. It's Jay Dyer on the Hegelian dialectic, psyops, and spook black magic, part 2. And then there's another one down here. It's like Jay Dyer on stupid libertarianism. Jay Dyer on program to kill. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like these are topics he's not covering probably to his general audience. And there's like stuff from E. Michael Jones and like I don't know. But I found like a whole archive of like these videos from this guy. I found this account because he had posted oh look, on Tragedy and Hope, Stalinism, Hitler, Illuminism, and the Occult, Jay Dyer. Wow, dude.
You know, I don't know if anyone's really asked this question, but what is it exactly that gets these kind of people into the positions, or if you want to call it power, people like Nick Fuentes and all that?
The school they went to, and then like the people
So
they
what is it?
associated at
Oh,
those
what is this?
schools.
What is this? George Bush Sr.? What, did he go to Skull and Bones?
No, dude, it's straight up. It's fraternities, right?
Uh-oh. No wonder I
Straight
didn't go
up.
to college. Alpha Kappa for
Fraternities,
life.
and then like for instance, like with Nick, right? I looked into his history a little bit. He got into like politics at a pretty early age, like because he was like running for like student government or something, and then he was like backing Trump when the majority of people, and I think it was Boston that he was at, were sort of liberals. So he had kind of like created a cult like following.
Oh yeah.
And he had sort of like political commentators like what's the Jewish guy that everybody knows?
Talking about Ben?
Ben, yeah, Ben.
Ben Shapiro, yeah.
Ben Shapiro reached out to him and
I
wanted
ain't
to
gonna lie,
take him
look, as
under
much
his
as I can't
wing
stand
early
him,
on.
he's hilarious. I love the way he talks. It's fucking hilarious.
So Ben Shapiro reached out and wanted to take Nick Fuentes under his wing, but then Nick started asking questions about the Jews. So they sort of tried to ostracize the kid or like take him off air. This is like the official story, right?
Well,
and
maybe
then,
Ben will play a violin for him.
And then I think he was like commenting on Twitter, and he got a pretty like mass following amongst young men on Twitter. And then,
yeah, they're catapulted. They're usually catapulted by these other big people, even if you disagree with them.
Right.
Like Tom McDonald,
I think the
right?
majority of people were ignoring him. That's what like a video I watched was like, but it got to a point where they couldn't ignore him because he was getting more likes than the influencers that were supposed to be legitimate.
I mean, okay, but I guess what I'm getting at is, I mean, do we think that a majority of these people started off as like legit, genuine people, and then once they got a certain amount of points and views and clicks and likes and shares and distributions among social medias, they get approached and it's like, hey, would you like to join? And if you don't, you become Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, well, I know this. Like, I'm looking at this.
Is that why all them famous YouTubers were allegedly around Charlie Kirk at the same time? Like that famous Christian guy in the glasses who just happened to be there, and wasn't Candace just happened to be there too? How convenient.
Well, they're
yeah.
Candace
wasn't
there. That seems obvious to me.
Okay,
but with Jay Dyer, for instance, right? Like he's
still look. Hang on.
Like
look how much Turek's channel blew up after it. Oh, but that's okay. It's okay to capitalize on the death of Charlie Kirk because he was a white man. Thanks, Tom McDonald. But no, I'm just saying that, it just goes back to how everything is obviously connected at every single level. Even if we threw a bunch of triangles up on a board and put a bunch of red lines and, they are making 20,000 different pentagrams, at some level. But again, what does it come down to? When we expose these things, what is it exactly are we exposing? Are we just exposing one level of the pyramid, one little, limestone block, or,
Let me expose this real quick, man. All right, look. So Jay Dyer has this on this secret archive I found of all these videos or whatever. It's an archive. And he's talking about Tragedy and Hope from Carol Quigley. And he was just recently talking about this on Alex Jones. Why is this important? Carol Quigley was a Rhodes Scholar. What the Rhodes Scholars are basically Rothschild scholars. They're historians that are specifically paid by the Rothschilds to push their lean on history. Carol Quigley revealed in his book Tragedy and Hope, like there's a secret society that controls everything, right? The fact that Jay Dyer's like done like multiple lectures on it, and I'm like finding these lectures, it's kind of an indicator that he's a Rhodes Scholar or a Rothschild scholar.
Oh, is that why people like Alex Stein are able to go and do all these hilarious, furry dances at city committees and no one's popped him yet? I mean, he has gotten spit on and his hair pulled,
school as well. Like the Rhodes Scholars, the Frankfurt School, that's like basically the same thing. And what these guys are basically doing is they're educators for the New World Order, if that makes any sense. It's like,
yeah, that's why people like, was it Jay Dyer who uses the neon, the palm tree or whatever? I mean, the symbolism and the colors they use just in their YouTubes. I can tell you that the GIF algorithm, when I make my videos, on top of the conversations I've had about the occultic reasonings behind the red and blue, I know there's a reason why people attacked me a certain few months ago about why I was exposing the red and blue. So, it just goes to show that, yeah, at every single level, I mean, I guess as long as they can keep you crazy and stuff, then you're really not much of a threat. And if you do ever become a threat, we have, heart attack guns allegedly. So,
among other things.
Hey man, how do you know that?
that's right. Maybe it's all a fucking conspiracy.
No, dude.
Maybe.
How do you know that though? Seriously.
How do you know what?
How do you know about the heart attack guns? Like, how do you have experience with that or what?
I mean, no, but I mean, it's common knowledge that all it takes is barely a scrape of poison dart frog and barely you can wear a little thing on your finger that is got a microscopic needle that's smaller than the biting tube of a mosquito, and it can pierce your skin and kill you within like 10 to 15 minutes of even that, depending on where, if you shake hands with someone. So hell, they have a residue. They have a residue where, you can wear it on your hand and it'll cause, cardiac arrest. So next time you shake someone's hand, think about that.
Well, with the Bible says is like you'll drink poison and it won't work, right?
Well, I'm all about being Rasputin and getting my levels of immunity built up, but so far
inconceivable.
So far, God has protected me against all weapons, but we all die one way or another. So how it is and how it will be most of the time won't be up to us. You can sit here and think you're going to die peacefully in your bed as an old man, butt naked in the comfort of your home. But
if it's not your time, man, it's not your time, and it doesn't matter
I would
if they
agree.
hit you with a heart attack weapon or not. If God sees,
well, I can definitely tell you if a lot of the stuff that people think is science fiction really was out here. If people even gave it a second thought, again, maybe that comes down to, like we've talked about, our levels of conformity. I think that's another thing that, human life is very hard to live. Okay. It's very hard. Even if you didn't have jobs and you didn't have religions, human life is not easy. Even if you take out all aspects of God, even if you were man living purely with nature, like the way that you're supposed to, out there scavenging the nuts with the squirrels and the chipmunks, and the deer helping you grab some fruit and bring it back, actually living with nature the way that God probably intended without eating meat. The devil has done a very good job perverting every single aspect of when God said it is good, he meant it. And I do believe that, just like when he said it is finished. So how it's hard to live in a world and take your own personal life into perspective. And even if you have a career, your own endeavors, and just try to add God into the mix. I can understand why people act, except for the real crazy people. I don't understand, Ed Gein and Ted Bundy. We all have our darkness in us, but I ain't got that kind of fucking darkness. But when people do certain things and that is their personality, that's who they want to portray themselves in the world to be, then that and it is enough for me to say, then you do have to question everything. If what life they put about 9/11 is real, if all the LARPs, about what the government has done to you, what they hide from us, if all this stuff is even remotely, even possibly true, on top of everything else you grew up with in your life, whether it's your family treating you bad or, bad things that happen in people's life every single day. I mean, it's a very... Who has time for it? I guess that's the way you could put it. Who has time to want to sit down and care if there's a God or a Satan or if there's aliens out there? That's why I think people are so easily and okay with
that's the nihilism of the
going
age
along with it.
That.
There you go. So the whole world is nihilistic.
That's what they want. They want you to be in a state where you're like, oh, just focus on your job and focus on the football game and don't think about, you being a perpetual debt slave that's enslaved to your microwave. They don't want anybody to sort of question what's going on in the world or have any deeper understandings of who we are at all. It's like they want a human being to be a perfect slave to the new world order system. Straight up. I mean, how else could I mean? And the fact that even saying that could
So
possibly get
unseen.
you sent to a mental
Why
hospital.
would God not give power to those who would actually want to stop it? Is that to go to
Why?
say what
Why,
I
why
tell
do you think they
Neurojack?
don't have
You
power?
can't. Does that? Let me finish. Would that go to say that you can't change Bible prophecy? That no matter how much we would want to stop the devil, if God says that this must be done, it's going to happen regardless, no
Well,
matter
I
how
would
much
say
good.
that if we feel powerless, it's because of our sins, and if we maybe had repent and move closer and get closer to him, we'd
Well,
find that
I
we
don't
have
know
a lot
about
more
you,
power
but
than we actually
people
have.
people seem to be a lot more demonic nowadays. It's kind of hard to want to go up with a spiritual, intellectual conversation, and someone not want to peel off your face and throw it on a grill.
Well, okay, so what?
I know, I
I
agree.
posted
I'm
something
just doing it
today
with
actually about that. This
my
is what I
own.
Real
said.
optics.
This is what I said today about it. I said, there's a quote really, but
Well,
here's a
what I'm
quote.
getting
It
at,
says, "We live
Reddington,
in a
is that
time
even
of
even
great
normal
spiritual
kindness is bad
awakening."
nowadays. I've
Listen,
had
listen.
people attack me just for offering them kindness, like opening a door for someone. I've literally had a guy almost want to fight me because I guess I offended his masculinity that I was kind enough to open up a door for him. So,
Yeah, because people want everybody to be like satanic sleeper cells, but
oh, yeah. Sorry, go
so
ahead.
this is the quote. It says, "We live in a time of great spiritual awakening, but the spirit that awakens is that of Satan, and and all that is of Christ, of Jesus, of God is a goading irritant to the carnal man, inciting the infernal wrath of the deluded."
Oh,
Huh. Y'all.
hmm. I just know that I reject Satan at every level, even if they, have it my alleged Jesus come back in the clouds and blue beam.
Man, if Project Bluebeam goes down, you'll be the alien,
Uh-oh. I mean,
I don't buy it. Cooper
something's gonna
talked
have
about
a
that.
give. Are they really gonna want to sit here and keep up the way? I would say that the ways that they have been running the world must be getting a little taxing on them, so to speak. So, obviously they want whatever it is to be a little bit more easier to run and more efficient. So, whether that's the population or not, I guess we'll find out eventually. But
Cooper talked about that, right? And what Cooper said was that, he was a naval analyst and, he made briefings for, whoever he's making briefings for. I forget what he said. But anyways, the naval board, I guess. I don't know. But he said that they would release certain information to the public to lead them astray. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I think that maybe that's
yes,
one of
we
them.
call it misinformation or Russian hoax.
Yeah. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, that's to get you like in an augmented state of reality where you're like kind of it's like Adorno type stuff. It's like inducing schizophrenia on the population through propaganda.
Yeah, if you told a bunch of people that there's a secret cabal of people who can put a bunch of all-seeing eye pyramids and everything, including their currency, and they run your fucking country, and everyone's gonna laugh and look at it the other way, like Joker said about the politician and the bus full of soldiers.
Hey man, that would never happen, dude. What are you talking
No,
about?
what are you talking about? Like the Tuskegee experiment. Shh, shut up, Moldy.
That's not an all-seeing eye on that pyramid.
No smoking in the office.
That's not the all-seeing eye on that on the back of the dollar bill. That's just America, dude. Just means America.
Yeah, Team America.
America.
I don't know, dude. Whether or not you're spiritual, I guess that what it comes down to.
You don't like America, you can get out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, if you don't like Thomas Paine's philosophy that came out of the common sense, and you don't want to worship the Statue of Liberty, then you can.
Well, unfortunately, we can't all be like Oprah Winfrey and burn down half of Maui.
Did she?
Oh, sad trombone.
You get Maui burnt down. Did you get Maui burnt down?
Uh-oh. That's right. Scorched earth, right? Oh, how many times have I heard that term in media? Thanks, Palpatine. I don't know.
Do you
I
think
definitely.
there's a real Palpatine behind it all?
Yes, his name is Satan.
No, it's the Pope, man. Yeah, that guy.
Well, on the surface level, you can see it that way, but I think mutilating children and then experimenting on their bodies to reincarnate or transmutate out of your own and to possess another person is pretty satanic. So,
or doing
Shadows Bow,
experiments
Worlds
on
Obey.
Human beings to make them look like gray aliens.
Well, see, what a lot of people don't forget about old Palpatine is that the whole reason why Palpatine was doing what he was doing, according to the extended universe before Disney.
He wanted a utopia, man. He wanted a peace.
No. Actually, there is an advanced race of creatures that live outside of the Star Wars universe that aren't affected by the Force, called the Yuzon Vong or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's it. And according to Palpatine, everything he did in the Star Wars universe was for the greater cause, because if those things ever entered the universe, they would be a billion times worse than what Palpatine could ever be. And then Disney came in, bought it, and made her, somehow Palpatine returned. But they still put a lot of truth in that shit, with the space Nazis. So, keep telling yourself how many
Space
people.
Nazis.
Oh, hey, wait. Here's another one. Hey, Adam Driver said what word in another movie? Right? You know that word. The bad word. Starts with the N. What was Finn's call sign number?
I don't remember.
FN2187. Effing, and he was a black dude.
Oh, okay.
But don't tell yourself they didn't make fun of John Boyega. Anyway, they, you see the LARPs, you see the subliminal messaging, you see what they put in your face, and again, yeah, man, it's all. I'll put it this way: my walk in life unseen is to expose it as much as I can, and I can't stop. A technological. What is that thing from The Incredibles? The Omnimatrix thing. I can't really stop something like that unless God gives me Superman powers or Wolverine powers. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Other
Did
than
you pray about him?
About what?
Superman powers. He says you can move mountains. St. Mark, the ascetic moved a mountain once. He came out, right? He had been out in 40 years, right? And someone visited St. Mark, the ascetic. And St. Mark said, are the Christians of this generation able to move mountains? And the person said, what? What are you talking about? And he's like this. And he made a mountain move a couple inches.
Okay. If I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah.
I have witnessed enough supernatural things, including the UFO. I have seen enough things in my life to confirm that there are things beyond my senses that even as much as I think I understand, I have no comprehension of. Now, I've never seen a seraphim angel. I have never seen a goat-legged creature, but I have, I'll put it this way. I think if God thinks that I could be truly righteous with the powers of Superman, then I believe that if God wanted to, yes, but for some reason, I just don't think that's how God works. Even if you want to remove Jesus,
not a genie, that's true. But yeah, I'll tell you what, something happened to me. I
think the
I almost
power
got
would
hit
go
by
to
a
my
car
head.
and an angel pushed me out.
I'll put it that
I don't
way.
talk about it much, but that did happen to me. An angel pushed me
That's
out.
insane.
A car hit me.
I don't doubt it.
Look, and then I felt a tingle from the bottom of my feet, and it went up out of the top of my head. And at the time, I was completely into Buddhism and whatever. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And this it flew up and it went straight up into the clouds, and it went between like a shifting cloud with like a sun ray sort of like peeking out from it. But it was completely made of like a spiritual fire, right? Just the same way that David sort of describes them, like his ministers are, you know.
That sounds like schizophrenia.
Yeah, I'm sure they would say that. But, you know, tell me why this car felt like it either went through my body or I was just like, I got pushed out of the way at the very last second. It was one of the two. No, I you know, I could taste blood on my tongue a little bit.
Change density, son. Change frequency.
Yeah, you went from a solid to a fucking
and
gas.
This thing had wings, right?
Angel
but the
did
wings moved in like weird ways, and like you could tell like it wasn't the same reality as us, I guess. Like it
like
just
it's
didn't
warping
move the same way we move. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, you know, it's kind of funny. In a lot of these realistic, biblically accurate angel things that they've been making, they've been putting the angels when they're in the reality where it kind of like warps the reality around it. So, I mean, I'm all there. Like I said, you know, in that video that I posted that I was able to find, you know, I'm standing there in the backyard or whatever of my wife's mom's house. You know, this is when her mom was still alive and whatever. And I'm standing out there in the yard and it's pitch dark back here. You know, you don't see anything. And then I turn over to my left and I see a pair of green yellowish eyes just straight. I'm talking about not turning its head, not moving. And from where I know that the yard is made up at, that thing had to be taller than a fucking deer. And I'm telling you, you don't get bears out there where they were living, even though it's out there in the boons. They haven't seen a bear in like 20 fucking years up there. So it wasn't a fucking bear. And, you know, at first I thought I was seeing shit, and I go and I don't take my eyes off of it because the eyes were glowing, dude. They were glowing before I even turned on my phone. That's how I saw them. And then I go and, you know, to show the proof that it's real, like Reddington saw, you know, I had myself in the camera, and then I turned toward the eyeballs, and I'm telling you, dude, and out there, you know, like it is right now, it's fall time, you know, there's leaves. It's a fucking forest backyard. When you're walking, you're going to hear crunch, crack, crunch, crack, crunch, crack. And I'm standing out there and I didn't hear shit because I'm out there smoking weed. I can't smoke weed in the house because, you know, one, I have a baby, and, you know, people work and, you know, they can't be around, you know, the weed smoke or whatever. So I'm having to smoke outside out in the backyard. And I witnessed that on top of everything else I've experienced. But still, I guess what it comes down to is, what's the purpose of these experiences? I mean, because even people who don't believe in Jesus Christ or our particular type of God, and I've talked to quite a few people who, like, they get as emotional as what, like, I do. Like, when I go back and I watch that video, it fucks with me knowing that, like, I'm telling you, I have taken that video and picture and I have ran it through fucking probably 15 apps right now to try to brighten it, to sharpen it, to get any type, and you can't see shit. So, you know, and I'm telling you, I've taken some pretty dark pictures, and usually you can see the outline of something if it has a lighter tone to it. So whatever it was pitch black for it to not cast whatsoever any type of, you know, pixelation once you brighten it. So, you know, I'm all for it. It's just, what is the purpose of these experiences if, you know, if God's not giving you the ability to, like, maybe hopefully you can spiritually, you know, awaken someone. But in the end, I mean, what good does that do if, you know, from our Christian perspective, we're supposed to help people believe in that image of God in Jesus Christ, you know? But I mean, I don't know, dude. It's just, reality is not a very easy thing. And, you know, some of us have you know, some people like the ones who we were just reviewing, you know, I don't think this type of stuff actually ever really does have space in their brains. I'm sorry. I don't think these people, as dumb as I am, none of these people who we review like that, like, you know, I'm not going to name them, but, you know, that
we need to start reviewing stuff on the archive, you know, like I'm finding all these like great books on the archive. I'm finding all these, like, you know, banned kind of videos, you know, like what else am I finding that's kind of cool? Like CIA documents, you know, like on you know, like astral projection and like, you know, what's the remote viewing? That stuff's crazy, dude. That's all new age stuff. I think like that's just, you know, everything to me is just like, oh, it's weird like that. That's the demons. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. I don't think it's much more of an explanation than that.
I
Sure,
think
they
that's
can do
probably one of
amazing
the. I think that's
things.
probably one of the things that drives my search, not for knowledge, but to know what's true. Because with the things that I've seen, you know, I try to contextualize it and compartmentalize it in a way that I can understand. But like with that UFO that, you know, me and the witness saw 3 years ago, you know, I can still recount it the second how I saw it, what it looked like, what it did, you know, and when, you know, of course I don't believe in aliens. So when I sit here, okay, well, it's demons or it's humans working with demons, and then you try to apply whatever you may or may not think it could be into everything else. And you know, once you see a fucking UFO, once you've almost been possessed by allegedly demons, and then, you know, seeing eyeballs, and then, you know, you die several
Were you
times when
doing
you try to sleep.
psychedelics?
I have never done anything more than I've gotten drunk 3 times in my life, and I smoke weed every once in a while when I had the money to get it.
Okay, well, you know why I say this is because they had flooded the streets with mushrooms in New York City when I was there at a very
Nah,
peculiar
definitely not
time
that.
in the political atmosphere. Very strange to flood the city like that. And I got this book called Red Cocaine about how the Soviets got control of the drug trade, and they're using it to like
100%.
destabilize the
Most of the
nation.
weed, that's in your weed shops right now have chemicals on it that I can't talk about. That, yeah. But go ahead, keep smoking it from the smoke shops.
You know what I'm saying, man? So, anyways, like these
Shaggy,
cats.
this is not weed.
No, it's fucking not, brother, man. Not when you go and you watch someone go and smoke it, and then you go and you take it and you go do it in a chemical analysis. But yeah, just trust the barcodes they're putting on it.
Yeah, it's definitely dangerous. You know, if you have companies owned by like, you know,
Oh no! Did you know? Did you know that they found
Illuminatis.
out? Did you know? Did you know they found out that a majority of nicotine vapes were being tested by people inside of it? So you know how many people probably got that? You know, because you know people were putting their mouths on the fucking nicotine vapes, them real cheap ones, the ones that you know you go and pay $10 for and they break down as soon as you get them. Yeah.
Oh man, now you're sketching me out, dude. That's crazy. But anyways,
Well, I mean, they Simpsons literally
Don't touch that vape stuff.
The Simpsons literally put it
I don't vape.
in the cartoon when you know they go and open up the box and all the germs come jumping out. But yeah.
Oh, I remember that episode. I know what you're talking about. It's like there's like in China, and then they cough in the box.
Oh,
You remember
yeah.
that? Yeah. They I mean, it's like 1-to-1, right?
Well, dude, they told you about that in Resident Evil 6 when you know you get to China and you know they drop a big huge blue gas cloud full of the C virus on unsuspecting wet market population over there in China, but yellow.
What do you think the purpose was? Like,
it was to let the people know. It's just telling. It's more of the initiation ritual. We can put in your face that we're about to drop a
right?
big huge
You know,
thing, and you know
that's
you won't
actually
bat an
what
eye.
my
Go look
bishop
at what
said. It's
DK
like,
Simmons. I mean, not DK. Wait, maybe I don't know. His name is Simmons in that game. He's the director of the health organization, basically like the new umbrella in that timeline of the game. And pay attention to what that dude says in some of the cutscenes when he's talking about what they're trying to do. I mean, when Avian sit here and says that Resident Evil isn't as occultic as Silent Hill, sure, they don't have to put right in your face that they're working with demons like Doom or Silent Hill, but I can tell you they're definitely messing with eugenics. But you know,
turn everybody
exactly,
into lickers.
dude. It's about that thing too. Is like they're using
I mean,
fecal,
you're not
like birth
wrong.
stuff, fecal stuff or something, fetal stuff, fecal, fecal, dude. But yeah, fetal birth something. I forget the study I was reading the other day, but basically, I think it's like to get you in on the satanic act. You know, so you're. It's like taking the mark. It's a type, right? So you're. Not
Yeah,
only
it comes
that
back.
though, it's about
Everything's a staging
reproduction
plan.
too, I think.
Just like what people say about, Nazi Germany. To me, things like that, Hurricane Katrina, 9/11, Pearl Harbor, those kind of events, they're just like little staging areas. They're little simulations. They're little vault tech little simulations that they can go and do on a little controlled, like Raccoon City, on a controlled population. And, we'll just, lie and say that it was the nuclear power plant going off. So, you know, again, that's the kind of world that we're living in. As much as I love Resident Evil, I grew up with it. You know, I know that now as an adult that when I see Leon S. Kennedy running around in the police station thinking, oh, I'm going to save Claire and, you know, get out of the city. No, in fact, they're telling you that there are secret underground facilities where people who literally live on the surface with you go, just like they do for the CIA, the FBI, and all the other 3-letter agencies, work for these places. And, you know, they may be your neighbors, they may be your fucking milkman, and you won't know because, you know, communism. Anyway, I don't know, man. You know, it's one big Hydra LARP. And, you know, whether or not you're going to be put into the machine is yet, I mean, will they benefit from our brains being amalgamated into some, you know, Vault Tech? I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, according to these people, we're going to eat some bugs or be depopulated. Or, you know, according to the Christians, you know, we're going to eventually be led into a satanic take your mark beast system.
We're already there,
you know?
man.
Oh, well, I mean, according to the LARP, we are, but, you know, I don't know, man.
Man,
I
what are you
think
talking about the LARP, man? That's a reality.
because I try to respect other people who don't believe in Christ and
I
stuff.
don't
Like I try to be.
respect them at all.
I respect
the
TML
reality
regardless of whether he believes in Jesus Christ the same way as me. The whole point is.
I'll be respectful, but I mean, I'm not respecting them because of their unbelief or something.
Okay, well, I mean, I get that point, but you know, I can be friends with someone just because they don't believe in Jesus. You know, Jesus sat with sinners.
I mean, I'm all for that, but I mean, at the end of the day, where's my loyalty lie? Like that.
Of course. That's why I'm here LARPing for Jesus. But, you know, it's not just for Jesus. It's for the whole world.
Man.
It definitely ain't for me. Trust me, I would much rather be doing things in my own time, living in my little mundane life like everyone tells me.
Why are you
but, you know,
filibustering, man? That's what I want to know.
Filibust these nuts. No, it's called God knew me from the time before I was in my mother's womb. So he knew every thought, every action, every bad deed, every good deed.
You're like Alex Jonesy, man,
if I'm this way, then God created me this way, just like the gays say, right? God made me gay.
I watched Alex Jones with Dr. Stanley the other day, and Dr. Stanley's like, oh, this you know, there's this Clitonian faction of the Illuminati, right? And then Alex Jones goes, woo, like he starts like just interrupting the dude and like moving the subject. It was crazy. You got to watch it.
I'll put it this way, Unseen. I'm very humble in the sense that when I stand before God, I am willing to 100% answer to whatever action that he says was wrong. But I think if God truly knows us from time immemorial till the end, then he knows that my heart has always been in the right place. And even though I've done bad things along the way, whether or not you know, am I Moses? Am I going to be kept from the promised land? I mean, if I lead a group of people to the promised land, I mean, isn't that what Constantine did for, you know, the girl in the movie?
Man. You're everywhere. Hey,
that's right. I'm the sacrifice. I'm the sacrifice.
Listen, dude. All right. So
like DK says, right? I'm going to die for you.
Time, right? Let's say you're in Noah's time.
The LARPs are converging.
And Noah's telling you, look, man, you got to get on this ship, man. You got to get on the ark, right? And you don't listen to Noah and the flood comes. What do you do then? Do you say my heart was in the right place? Or is God going to be like, well, yeah, why didn't you get on the ship?
Oh, trust me, I've been on that ship for a while, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily me. If God isn't happy with what I've been doing, I can guarantee you. Then, well, I already got that salvation, brother, man. When I called upon Jesus Christ, and He saved me from a demonic possession.
Listen to me. All right, when Christ,
may the power of Christ compel you.
Man, listen to me. Really think about this for a moment. When Christ established His church, do you think it just like ended with the 12?
Of course not. The church is inside of all of us.
Man, what happened? Did it just like disappear and, you know, people just did their own thing or what?
I mean, I would think, yeah. I mean,
you think they just did their own thing?
People just, you know, once Jesus, you know, allegedly came back and appeared, people, not all of them, but a majority of people who didn't witness Jesus Christ probably just like, oh, it was just some dude who got crucified. Okay.
No, listen to me, man. So this is what happened. After the 12, did they teach other people?
Yeah.
Okay, then did those people teach other people?
Maybe not, according to history.
Where did those people teach those people at, man?
I'm not a historian. Why are you asking? I just
Well,
know
I'm
that the
just
gospel
saying, man.
survived.
Well, I'm just saying, man. All right, you ever read Revelation?
You mean the Book of Revelation?
Yeah. You ever read that book?
Yeah. You mean like
Okay, all
in the
right.
Bible?
This is a
Yeah.
common one to read.
It kind of
That's what I'm
saved my
saying.
soul. You know, at 9 years
Listen to
old.
me, man. So there's 7 churches. What were those 7 churches, and who were over them?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, right. One was lukewarm, right?
Uh-huh.
Remember that one?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now check this out, man. So those were physical places, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm trying to talk about, man. Like, but nobody wants to hear what I'm saying, man. I'm trying to talk about a breadcrumb that has, been laid since that time, and there's all this confusion going on because Satan's like hiding the breadcrumbs. You know what I mean?
Well, it is the time. It is the time of unveiling, like they said, right?
Yeah, man, I'm trying to tell you. And look, just like Noah, man, I'm going to tell a whole lot of people that you need to get on this ark, and they're not going to get on it. And guess what? When that flood comes,
well, according to the elites, their arcs are, probably in the ground, or according to the movie 2012 with John Balsack, it's a bunch of gigantic mechanical arcs, or it's going to be Elon Musk's rocket ship for the 100 to go up in space.
Nonsense, man. There's one ark of salvation, man. Just like there was one boat or one ark that Noah built, right?
It's been done once before with great success.
Noah didn't build a fleet. You know what I'm saying? He built one ark. And only 8 people got on that ark, man. Only 8. And it's like, when Christ comes, will he find faith on the earth? And the implication is, no, he will not. The majority are not getting on the ark, man. They're just not going to do it. You could tell somebody all day, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And it's like, even, you could have somebody understand like the end times in an intellectual way, like what's going to happen, right? And they could have 99% of those things correct about what's going to happen, but what good is it if there's no solution for the happening? You know what I mean? Man, you could know the flood's coming and still get hit by the wave. That's really the problem.
Yeah. But as a Christian, we're told not to conform to this world. So in a way, we're kind of telling people to transcend the flesh. Don't conform to this world. Only care about the next one. So don't love anything in this one. Only love the next one, even though you have no clue if the next one exists.
In this life, you love your family in this life. You love your people in this
Sorry,
life.
that's
you love a whole lot of this life. It's not like a complete rejection of the material realm. We're not Gnostics or something, man. It's like, the passions is what that's talking about. You don't love the flesh in the sense that you're moved by like the satanic secular world. But the kingdom, what he says is the kingdom is within. So what does that mean?
Well, I can tell you, good sir, that since that night that I experienced what I did with that Bible, it let how you want to know how I got these scars.
Well, did that put you on the ark, man? Did that experience with the Bible?
There's my Reddington. If you want to know what put me down the Joker path or why I act jokery to everything, it's because of that night. Like, as much as I believe in Jesus Christ, I'm a human. I have my doubts, even though I have faith. So,
well, that
how do you
makes
have
me want
doubts
to have
if you
a
have
drink
faith, man? What are you talking about?
of iced tea.
What do you doubt?
Maybe it's because I know that, I don't deserve to go to heaven unseen. And as much as I rely on the grace of Jesus Christ, as long as the people who I love and care about get to go, I'll gladly burn in the flames of hell.
Where did the tin can come from?
It's my coffee cup. I'm sorry. Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted
Holy shit,
hey,
bro.
man, what happened in the scene with like that scene of that movie where it's like the football stadium blew up? Was there something like in that scene that was like subliminal or something?
Probably. It's Hollywood.
Yeah, but what was it though? I can't remember. I remember somebody covering it.
I forget.
But it was like,
there's a lot in it, but I mean, just the colors itself was a psyop back in that time. The black and yellow. You know what it is. Bruce
that,
Lee.
like a
Bruce
representation
Lee.
of them being
Bruce
bees?
Lee. Bruce Lee. What color did he die in? Oh, black and yellow.
Man, what are you talking about, dude?
What I'm saying is that there are many LARPs in that Batman movie. It's just, you know, it's a very complex problem. It's multi-layered. You would have to go and look up. You can probably find the video still, but
I remember there used to be one, and there was like a particular thing that was done in that football stadium, you know, scene that was kind of like I don't know. It was like it was some New World Order-ish.
Well, I mean, it was basically like with the Joker scene. I mean, they did better with the boat scene for the Joker, but my main take of, you know, other than it being a nuclear weapon that the dude had or whatever, and, you know, he kills the scientist in order to be able to, so that way no one can deactivate it. You know, he's basically telling the citizens of Gotham, one, on top of the surface level, that, like, you're Batman. Everything that you thought that he was this great, you know, noble person, in reality, he's just keeping the infection going. And the only, because you have to remember, the whole purpose of the League of Shadows is to what? Purge it, to restart it, to build it anew. You know,
and I was in a mental hospital the first time
Bane is still a part of that. So, you know, it goes back to the whole, we're going to start the Phoenix and let it rise from the ashes. So,
oh right, yeah, the Phoenix stuff. That is exactly what that is.
And then, you know, you got the Court of Owls and the Batman comic book series, which is literally your modern day Illuminati masquerade people.
Right.
You know, so I mean, you know, at every single level, they just put it in your face.
But you know what's weird is about that Phoenix stuff, man. There was like a singing show, right, where this like transsexual one, and then he's singing about being a phoenix rising from the ashes. And there's this New World Order documentary that talks about like what that actually means and like all the occult sort of symbolism behind it. You know, it's pretty strange.
Well, you know, that's what a lot of people think about. Look, as much as I understand that witchcraft is a bad thing, if you actually understand what J.K. Rowling is doing in the Harry Potter series, there's a reason why I like Snape so much, and it's not because, you know, he had a weird obsession with a redhead. You know, it's on the surface level, it's actually attacking witchcraft. You know,
you think so?
Yes, it is.
5 points deducted from.
It is, you know, at the surface level, you know, yes, Voldemort is a bad guy, but when you really look at it, it's actually the establishment around him, just like with Anakin, that failed him. You know, like Dumbledore's Yoda, he failed his apprentice. I'm just putting it that way.
Man,
Voldemort,
Star Wars is dualism, man.
Yes, it is.
Where it's like, you know, good and evil are equal.
Or you can see it like me, Anakin was a bad man, and he did, you know, and he paid the price for it, and through the love of his son, he returned to the good side. So
it's like some, you know, Matrix is like that too. It's all like, you know,
not
Gnostic,
not the right kind of bad man though.
No. Look, as much as I'm saying that Master Skywalker, there's too many of them. What are we going to do? As fucked up as it was, I mean, let's be real here. The Jedi were very dogmatic, and let's just put it this way: they became a pawn to the system, which in a lot of ways us Christians have. So, you know.
Well, I mean, I think that's a commentary on that, and a lot of the imagery was based.
Oh yeah, George Lucas definitely wasn't just making a fucking space opera.
No, I mean, sure. Yeah.
Good.
But the problem, what I think, you know, is well, I think it's a good critique. Really, is like, you know, this idea that one of the Jedi can turn to the dark side, and that happens a lot. In, you know, the church. You know.
Yes, and then they're trying to create duality and mix it together with having Rey Palpatine come in, and you know, we must do away with the old order. We must do away with the old Jedi order.
Right. You need the new order,
now you,
man.
Yeah, now you need a mixture of both, so that way you can be a great Jedi. So take up the name of Skywalker. It's all back to the New Age movement. But I mean, again, it comes down
yeah, dude. There's no way like you get a movie through. You know what I mean? In Hollywood without getting
The force is female. I don't know. I mean, again, it comes back down to that, whether or not we believe in what these people believe in, they take it so very seriously that they have it in every bit of media and form of your life, to the point where, maybe you really don't know.
They
Like
had me
Kay Reno
convinced that
says, hang
Manly
on,
P. Hall
like
was
Kay Reno says, every time you say a day of the week, you're actually saying the name of one of their deities. So next time you say Monday, it's Moon Day.
oh, come on, dude. But
The whole LOL
they had
thing.
convinced me that Manly P. Hall was like low level, like he didn't really know what he was talking about. Before I kind of like got into Christianity, like deeper into Christianity, and then I found out I was like, no, man, like Manly P. Hall is like an authoritative text for those cats, man. And like you could,
Are they trying to hide
look
in
up the
plain sight?
Luciferian doctrine. Look up that. That's what they believe, man.
Well, I would assume that a majority of people who are not like me, you're just a normal person who had a religious experience. If they claim they're Christians, they're obviously not a Christian. So not a real Christian, at least, in the sense of what I believe is a real Christian. So,
Well, what I
that's one
believe
of the
is a real
reasons why,
Christian is someone
Unseen,
on the
I stayed
ark,
away.
dude.
I stayed away from churches and monasteries, because I'm telling you, I've talked to a lot of religious people who I thought on the surface level knew. They were people. They were Jack Calcott. They were people you wanted to learn how to live
Hey,
without
man,
fear.
I get it.
But then you
I
had
get
some
it.
deep conversations, and it's like, dude, you're fucking weirder than I am. So,
Man, I get it. Look, and like I was skeptical. I was skeptical and have been skeptical along the way. But I really did my research, man. I really did, and I still am. Like you gotta follow the breadcrumbs, man. And it takes.
nah, man,
It
I
took
think
me
you're
5. It took me
noble.
5 to 7 years. It's probably 7 years actually.
You have
to
more. You
follow
have
the
more
breadcrumbs.
discipline than I do. I would tell you that, Unseen. For as long as I've known you, you have more discipline than I do. I have slacked off, but I can tell you, just with my health, it hasn't happened. But with my experience, God is always here, even if I'm not meditating 24 hours a day. So,
Well, I mean, how do you lay out 2,000 years to a person? You know what I mean? And like try to like explain to someone like, hey, like, okay, Christ established this church, and then along the way, like this group split off, and this group split off, and this group did this thing, but this group, the true church, has always stayed true the entire time. And then you're going to have all these skeptics that are going to be like, well, how could that be possible? Well, because Christ isn't a liar. He said the gates of hell wouldn't prevail against his church, man. And he's not talking about some spiritual church or some invisible church. He is talking about, the mystical body, but the mystical body is also connected to the physical body, just in the same sense that Christ is both God and man in his one person.
well, I'll put it this way: I'm open to any door as long as it's actually from God and not the government trying to make me more schizophrenic.
Hey, man, I want to make you so
Definitely made that
schizophrenic.
AI schizo.
Well, I can tell you, Reddington, as much as you would think it might affect someone as crazy as I am, on the surface level, at the end of the day, when I look at this stuff, as serious as I know it is, because I'm a spiritual person, I can tell you, when I go and make Baphomet pictures floating above a fire pit, I'm not secretly in the background going, "Hail Satan!" So, I'm very serious when I generate this stuff. When I'm sitting here and I'm trying to expose my Christian side of things, which, whether or not you want to believe in Baphomet or not, the symbolism is there, the creature is there. So, if I can expose something about it, I'm going to do it. But I do agree that there's a lot of people out there, like with movies and video games and music and other stuff, they don't have the mentality or the discernment to know what is real, what isn't. Like how people used to say about me when with the video games I used to play. Well, you can't play this video game because it's too violent. You can't watch this movie because it's too violent. Funny, I never grew up to kill anyone. So, again, I think it's, not just a spiritual thing, but, how mentally astute and sound a person can be. I can go and watch John Wick all day long. That doesn't make me want to go out there and John Wick someone. So, You know,
It doesn't.
You have a doggo?
I did, but
Bro.
Dude, I'm
yeah,
trying to
life.
John Wick some people.
But no, I agree. You have to be careful when you interact with this stuff. But I think if you're truly knowing with what you're interacting with, you can. It's just like people say, you can't control what other people do with it. Well, that goes for anything. I can go and put out a video about Jesus, and I can say one sentence, and you can go out and kill someone. So
everything's still right.
yeah. What's the difference? As far as I know of, though, none of my Baphomet music has made anyone want to go out there and like sacrifice someone. So I'm not Ozzy Osbourne or
Fair
Eminem.
enough.
It's no different if I made normal music. How is it any different if I just made a bunch of rap music talking about sex and pornography and women? It'd be no different. At least I'm not perpetuating a system that I think is a lot worse. Yeah, a lot about drugs. Yeah. Neurojack don't pay me enough for this. I mean, he don't pay me at all, but
People who do some of the mold work in the
Sad
basement.
trombone.
And it's addressed to Abby of the Holy Name.
You gotta go on strike.
But our bank account is Order of St. John the Apostle. It's illegal.
and I do it for the love, dude.
So we just gotta have to go there tomorrow to prove that we were the same people.
I really do. I could die tomorrow, and as long as I'm able to get someone to start thinking a little bit more spiritually, at least I've accomplished something.
We have to bring all kinds of material that says
Instead of everyone just being a bunch of automatons, mindless creatures, not having any critical thinking.
doing as business name.
Right. That's right.
It's a technical legal name, you know? Right. Like, for example, like, you know, I would guarantee that, like, the OCA's, like, technical legal name is probably, like, from, like, the 1920s, like, the Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Metropolitan Church or something, you know? Right. But that's not they're doing this. Like, the Rocor's technical legal name is something like the Russian Orthodox Church.
I feel like I'm the government fucking wiretapping someone.
Like, they're doing business name, for lack of a better word.
Got a hot mic, son.
So that's all it is. It's frustrating, you know?
Yeah, I understand it.
I find not being able to shit on the toilet frustrating either.
You just don't think about. Right?
No, I know. You're just used to using one name, and then like, oh well, technically you can't do this, and then like you gotta go bring all kinds of documents. I'm gonna leave this in the open.
But do you tell me this? So do you think you have the documents?
Yeah, we already done. We got letters written to Vladika from other banks that says Abby the Holy Name
and
Archbishop John, you know, boo, you know, that kind of stuff. So
Unseen isn't an occult.
yes. We have enough material, you know, that's all. Just for anger, you know, Vladika was like frustrated about that.
I don't blame him. You know, that is annoying.
Because we have to pay the Krause restoration people who did work in the basement.
Right.
You know, we don't want to. If the State Farm wrote a check to pay them,
why?
We don't do check. We don't want to pay them. I mean,
right.
we have to pay them, but we don't want to pay them our money. You know, if the insurance that they want to do it.
So what is it, like State Farm home insurance or something like
yes,
that?
Yes, the homeowner's insurance.
Okay, cool.
And we
Are
don't
you in
Alrighty.
fire insurance, so they said they pay it.
Who's that, Jake from State Farm? Yeah, well, what is Jake from State Farm wearing?
No, those State Farm commercials, they had the actor that they had say that phrase, "Are you in good hands?" is the same guy that was in 24 as the president.
Yep.
Who got that handshake, and the handshake had the poison in it, and he almost died. So it's like, what's that about?
Say it's all a LARP.
It's all LARP.
I tell you what, there ain't no fucking with my kid. He'll tell you all about them chemtrails.
Right, bro.
Nah, man, he can see that shit himself. Like I said about the Teen Titans, he literally just had the episode in Teen Titans Go where they're fighting the Illuminati whatever triangle dude, you know, the whole episode's putting in your face that the Illuminati is taking over the world, and the second that it popped up on screen, comes running there, Dad, look, Illuminati, like, fuck me. Like, see, even if
Triangle,
it,
dude, like pyramid head.
like, yeah, he's got an all-seeing eye pyramid head that's like floating on this, like, you know, robotic type of body. Like, even if I don't want my son to be exposed to it, what the fuck is that? But it's just a LARP, right? Even though it's a goddamn, excuse me, Lord, it's a fucking cartoon right there put in your face that, oh, the Illuminati controls the world. So, you know, tell me that we're living in a LARP when, you know.
Man, you know what's crazy to me? What made it really real for me is when I started studying the Russian Revolution and found out, like, Leon Trotsky was a full-on Illuminist, and I was like, what? Like, he was in the, you know, the real deal Illuminati. And these guys take over Russia, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh, so this isn't just like a conspiracy anymore. Like, I just rooted it into a historical event that I could prove. You know what I mean? That's what tripped me out. It's like, because you could read his memoirs and he talks about it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, Trotsky was a Illuminist. And then, like, Lenin was a part of, like, you know, like the Art et Travail Lodge. Like, it's the same people that sort of, like, the Masons that pushed for the French Revolution. They studied the French Revolution, and then, you know, and Marx, and then they took it and did the Russian Revolution, and they like, it's like communism, dude. The Illuminati are communists. That tripped me.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. One of the things that the Fallout series constantly put in your face is that there's very communistic ideas behind the Fallout people who do the shit in that universe. And, you know, with like the new Fallout TV show, you know, got the woman right there in the office room saying, we're going to be the ones to start it. And when you go and you watch the nuclear weapons, when they go off, did you not notice that the nuclear weapons don't come from outside of the camera view? They actually start from inside the cities. And then you go and watch Resident Evil, the final chapter, and got Dr. Isaac saying, once before, great success. And then, you know, the Naked Gun putting in your face that they wanted to populate the planet, and all the young people are making the, you know, rich people, old rich people, rich from, you know, off the backs of the dead. So, you know, yeah, man. They're not dumb. As much as we want to call whatever these things or people are, they're not dumb. Their system, as imperfect as what the people claim God's system is, it must be pretty perfect, because
it's Hegelian, dog. I'm like, Marx was a Satanist, dude. And Hegel, the whole thing is like, you need to have two opposing belief systems to get your synthesis, right? And it's like, even on a surface level, like, you could have fascism versus, like, you know, communism or something like that, but the end result is the same. You know what I mean? And it's like, why is that? And I come to the conclusion, it's like both sides were handled by the same hidden hand, you know?
That sounds a lot like what they put in the Sherlock Holmes movie with Robert Downey Jr. Oh, and how convenient. The guy who played as Dr. Ashford in the first Resident Evil movie with Mila Jovovich. So, you know, and he's the Merovingian in that movie. And he basically says, well, who do you think has to supply the boxes of bullets and the boxes of bandages? Yeah, of course.
Exactly, dude. That's crazy. But yeah, that is it, man. And like, you know, Eustace Mullins talks about it. He was in the Second World War, and he said a lot of times it just felt fake, you know, like it was all just a big show, like a joke, like a just like.
Is that why here recently a few World War II veterans basically broke down on camera saying that they believe that everyone who sacrificed themselves during the last few world wars have been basically for nothing?
Yeah. Nothing but you know, a satanic agenda.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't want a bunch of men in dog masks walking around with dildos in their ass?
Man, you're crazy.
Sheesh.
I'm not crazy. I'm just tired of living in a satanic world.
Hey, man, but straight up, dude, like, you think about it, guys are like, yeah, it's just like our mission. We got to save our country, or we got to like defend our family. We got to defend this, and you know, like, what are you really defending, man?
I think you can do, if we're true Christians, mainly because, you know, we're coming from the Christian, me and you. You know, I think to a certain extent you can do what you can, but you know, if we live to see the end times, You know, whether or not it's, you know, a bunch of Christians being put in concentration camps and being beheaded for their belief in Christ. You know, I don't know. You tell me about the FEMA
100 million
condoms.
Russians,
No,
man.
I.
It's already happened. And you know, one of the
Well, you know,
prophecies
I've
from
always
the
wanted to go
catacomb
to a
saints
FEMA camp.
was one of the catacomb saints says, "Today in Russia, tomorrow in America." Man, that's what he said. You read a book like Russia's Catacomb Saints, they were boiling down
Little
the
problems in
golden
Big China.
chalices of the priest and pouring it into their mouths, man. Molten hot gold.
Oh, that sounds like Austin Powers Gold member. I love gold. The look of it, the taste of it, the texture. I love gold so much I even lost my genitalia in an unfortunate smelting accident. Put it in the skin box,
Sheesh.
please.
And you know what's weird is during the Nuremberg trials, they brought up the same thing. They were like, we found these bodies with like gold poured down their throat. And I was thinking, like, what if that wasn't them at all? What if that was the Bolsheviks who really did that, and then they just claimed the bodies on the other guys, you know?
Could be.
I've often believed that a majority of the things, as much as we want to trust the facts of academics and history, I think a lot of the stuff that we're told, especially in early history class, I remember back in middle school, just a lot of the stuff, like when I'm telling you, I know it, maybe I'm a Hitler at heart, but I loved World War II. Like, I loved the Nazi aesthetic. I know it sounds weird, but like, I love the flag. I think it's a beautiful flag, you know, but again, I
You like
look at
Eckhart,
it.
dude.
Yeah, I do. But again, it comes down to like when you would ask really serious questions about World War II in history class, the
Yeah.
teacher would not answer anything. And it's like, well, I mean, if your teacher is going out of this far out of their way to avoid simple questions of like, well, you know, I'm being told by the occultist that, you know, he was searching for the spear of destiny. Oh, well, let's not talk about that class. Let's worry about what's in our textbooks. I mean, you know, you can't even be spiritual in school without being automatically ostracized and, you
Well,
know, shut
all
up.
the
So
textbooks that they like push in high schools and middle schools and stuff,
Can't imagine what they teach nowadays.
it's like Penguin
Bunch of
Classics, man. And if you
bullshit.
look into like
for
Penguin
sure.
Classics, yeah, I can't even imagine what they're teaching. I know they were teaching like Ayn Rand in school, and like, you know, Anne Frank, and you know, but a very particular view of history that almost feels Zionist. You know what I mean? I wonder why that is.
Oh, yeah, they definitely didn't ask. I said, why is it that just about every single person in this history book right here is a Freemason?
Yo,
Because
that's a good
they're
question.
literally like standing in front of the pillars or whatever and wearing the apron and then standing on the checkerboard. And it's like, you go and ask the questions as to why this imagery is in here, and it's just not even talked about. So,
Well, I mean, you got to think that the American Revolution was ideas that came right out of the French Revolution, and that was a straight Masonic plot from the beginning. And you know, the invictors in the French Revolution were the Illuminati, and then you know, you got like you know, I found like letters sent from a priest. I think his name was John Robinson, to George Washington, and he's like asking George Washington if the Illuminati had infiltrated Freemasonry in America, and like George Washington's gaslighting this priest about it. He's like, "No, that hasn't happened." You know, I'm like, dude, what? Like, what did I just find? You know?
I've always found it weird that one of the first things you learn about with George Washington isn't it he the one who is supposed to cut down the cherry tree or whatever?
No, that's Abraham Lincoln.
Okay, so that's Abraham. Okay, then it might have been the story about his teeth or whatever, but it is funny about how with certain presidents, like with JFK, he's one of the presidents who was never praised.
Hey, man,
I
there's
can
a
tell you one
story.
thing, they had all
Yeah.
the other presidents' pictures in there, but I can tell you the one, they had Barack Obama in there, but I tell you who they didn't have on mine, fucking JFK.
Yeah, I wonder why. Oh, but you know, an interesting story about George Washington is that he was, I think he was like, just maybe something like crossing the Delaware or something. I forget what it is, but anyways, there's a story of like one of the native tribes shooting him up to 20 times, and he bodied all the bullets without a scratch. You ever heard that? And then the chief wanted to see him and wanted to meet the man that ate all their weapons, because he told his men, the tribesmen told his men, stop shooting him. We're just wasting our bullets. Like, they couldn't kill him. And I'm like, what? Like, what is going on with George Washington where he can't be killed by bullets, man? You know what I mean? And that's like
He's got plot armor, son.
Yeah, he was a cameraman.
Yeah, it seemed like the demons were dodging bullets for the old boy, and that's what I thought. But I'm crazy,
Nah, you're not crazy. Just like when I look at this world map that they want me to teach my son in school, knowing it's a complete and total fabrication, and that a majority of the land masses are actually, in fact, a lot smaller or larger than what they're appearing on this map. Like in mirrors, some objects are closer than they appear. So, I kind of have a problem when one land mass is twice the size of what it really is, and reality. And then you're supposed to
I
teach
wonder
your
why
child
they do
this
that.
is what it really looks
Is there
like.
a reason why they do that, or what?
Well, yeah, so that way allegedly they can hide all the extra land masses and no one will pay attention because,
I see.
who pays
So it's
attention
like,
to flight paths?
Don't go that way because there's some resources over there we don't want you getting into or something, right?
Well, we won't want you to end up on the wrong side of Antarctica now, would we?
Hey man, some
Ruh-roh.
like KGB guy was like comment. I get the weirdest guys commenting on my Twitter, but obviously a KGB guy. I just had a gut feeling that he is one, because he's like revealing some like mass murder plot to me, but low key. He's like, well, there's a 200 million army in China and something about Siberia, and I'm like, what is this guy telling me right now, dude? But basically, he's like, they're going to kind of replicate Revelation through a materialistic interpretation, so it's like they're accelerating.
Well, I mean, it is kind of funny in certain movies like 2012, a majority of the people who's working on the arcs are Chinese fellas. And surrounded by Chinese military. But anyway, that's just a movie with John Balzac.
John who?
John Cusack.
I thought you said John Ballsack. I was like, what?
I did.
He did.
Oh.
Well, that's the same movie where, they have the guy on the television sounding and looking horribly like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And what does he say? When the government tells you that you're safe, that's when you run. But don't you want to be
freedoms?
Don't you want to be like Charlie and get taken out by Yellowstone? You heard it first from Charlie. I don't know, man. I just pray that all the LARPing that we do to awaken people.
Man, you're the only one LARPing here, man. I don't.
Yeah,
LARP.
yeah. Keep telling yourself that.
I don't LARP, man.
You LARP till you're dead.
Poly LARP.
You really do live action role play. If you believe in Jesus, you must live it. So,
man, shut up, boy.
Oh shit.
It's just I chose to have a more comedic side to mine because I realized that no one takes me seriously anyway.
Hey, man,
so
I
I'd
don't
be
think
serious.
Christ laughed. I really don't.
I don't think Jesus laughs at a majority of things either, but there are a few times I think Jesus would chuckle with me.
I think he's dead serious. I think that if you were in his
How can it be dead? How can it be dead if he's resurrected? See?
Well, I'm saying dead serious.
I think God has a lot more sense of humor than you think.
He would have
to laugh at some of this stuff while we're down here crying.
I don't buy it. I think he's super serious.
So serious, he fled the world.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you?
I mean, I guess it's just I think I would have finished it. Oh, that's right. It will be right this time by fire. Is it nuclear fire or the sun?
Man, who knows? He could just poof it,
Scalar, baby.
A lot of like the interpretations I see from guys on like Twitter, especially, is usually like some form of Protestant or something like that. Nothing against them. It's just what it is. It's always very materialistic. It's like we're talking about a spiritual text that St. John received in like, a visionary way. How are we going to interpret a vision he had in the spirit in materialistic ways. That sounds ridiculous to me. And then, like, when I read the saints, their interpretation, and I'm talking about like very early on, like up to like the 300s or like 200, 100 sometimes, what they're saying about the text, it's so far from what, like we say nowadays, because we have all this like Enlightenment ideology sort of like embedded into our thinking that they just didn't have. And their interpretations are, it just seems far more superior and like edifying. Like there's a wisdom to it that you just don't get, man. Because cats will be
I
like,
would agree.
"Oh, we're gonna be like robots and like we'll never die," and they'll say things. They'll say things like, that the 200 million, the army can't even be physical. That it's a demonic army, and if it's a demonic army of 200 million, then they could possess the physical. So what does it matter, man?
Oh, it's starting to sound like Frankenstein with Harvey Dent and Bill Nye the Not Science Guy. That's what they did in that movie. They were taking a bunch of dead bodies, and the demons who was inhabiting Bill Nye's body or whatever, Satan or whatever, has a bunch of dead bodies hooked up in this like pit or whatever to the electricity like Frankenstein, and he's going to use the husk of the bodies with the 666s and pentagrams on their body to conjure a bunch of dead people into the body so the way that hell can walk the earth.
Isn't like that like a Kabbalistic concept, the husks? They talk about husks.
Well, I mean, it definitely eerily mirrors the whole mechanical sleeve thing that they try to push in like the TV show Carbon or whatever, where you can flawlessly transcend your consciousness into the sleeve with no hiccups. Yeah, buddy. Okay, whatever you say, alien Earth.
Yeah, I'm about to look this up. I'm about to have I'm gonna look up the Kabbalah husks because I've heard about that before.
But they push the same thing in Resident Evil with the parasites, though, that if you go and take the parasite in Resident Evil 4, that, Osmond Sadler will help you transcend the flesh and, you'll become one with the parasite and, mankind will live in harmony. Like, that's one of the reasons why I like Resident Evil 4 so much. That was one of the things that I was exposed to with the, how convenient the name of the group in that game is called Los Illuminados. I mean,
This is what it says. It says, in the Kabbalah, the concept of husks refers to the idea of klipot or klipot, which are seen as the spiritual shells or barriers that conceal divine light. These husks are considered to be sources of impurity and negativity, representing the aspects of reality that distract from the spiritual growth and connection to God. According to the Kabbalistic teaching, the ultimate goal is to break through these husks to reveal the inner divine light that lies within all things. This process often involves spiritual practices such as meditation, prayer, and ethical living to transform and elevate the soul. The Klipot are often contrasted with the Sephirot, which are the attributes with which the divine interacts with the world. So instead of having like some, like essence energy distinction, they have like pushed it into like this very materialistic breakdown, like overly logical, it seems. That's what I say with it. It's like we have to break through these husks and get to the divine light that's hidden in our whatever that is. I think the Kabbalah is just utter nonsense, man. I think it's the most ridiculous, stupid belief that anybody ever came up with. I think some like weirdo in a cave was just like, oh, like the demons told me these numbers and these letters mean this, and then he like drew diagrams and was like, oh, I've found the truth,
Yeah, but I mean, wouldn't this kind of imply that even God himself can be the master? I mean, obviously he can be the master of confusion because he confused the masses and with the Tower of Babel, which I mean,
No,
literally.
dude, he didn't confuse
Shut
the
up!
masses, man.
it does seem like even God himself will keep certain people, even someone like me who would use all the knowledge given to me by God for quote unquote good reasons. Maybe he kind of keeps us in the dark as well. So that way if we did get that knowledge, but that's narcissism. If we found out that the wood can be alive or dead,
Man, what are you talking about, dude? God isn't like
what I'm saying is maybe he does protect
God is
us.
not the God of confusion.
I'm not. What I'm saying is maybe he doesn't allow certain people to reach a actual level of enlightenment, so that way, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I mean, if you tomorrow came out with the equation to solve cancer, are you really a good guy for doing that? I don't know, but
That's
I mean,
efficiency. That doesn't have anything to do with God. Efficiency is just like men's, strategies on dealing with a fallen state.
well, it's like what me and my wife were talking about earlier. What if I were the one who discovered the nuclear equation to be able to create nuclear fusion to create an atomic weapon? What the fuck would I use that knowledge for? So I guess what it comes to is that I'm satisfied with the amount of knowledge that God has allowed me to come to, and who's to say later on down the line he won't dribble me some more? I just think.
Who's to say that God came up with nuclear fusion? I mean, I think if you look into that, like
okay,
the alchemists were working with devils, man. That's where they came up
what
with that
I
idea.
believe is I believe everything that we see in this reality can be conjumbled together and can create things that God didn't intend. So, things like radiation, was radiation always here, or is it, with, demonic technology and knowledge that we created radiation? Who knows? Maybe radiation was always here.
That's the case, is that the demons are always plotting on a mass, of blood, right? They want blood.
Isn't light radiation?
Well, I mean, but
that kind of goes into the neutrinos things. They claim that neutrinos from the sun is invisible and it doesn't affect anything, but yet they sit here and tell you what it does to the earth. I mean, I don't know if anyone paid attention to what 2012 was teaching you, but neutrinos, as much as I don't like science, neutrinos are very fucking real. And if you knew the amount of neutrinos that probably pass through your fucking body, I mean, it's basically radiation. It's just, but then you go to the hospital and get a fucking X-ray. So what's the difference? What, because they put a little bit of a lead apron on your fucking ball sack? Yeah, okay.
The way I look at it is that
how's that technology
wasn't
bad?
Intended to sort of explore these type of ideas and the alchemical ideas that led to modern day science. And the fact is man's trying to compensate for a loss of Eden, really. You know what I mean? This, like, he's trying
that's what the story of Frankenstein's about.
If you filibuster me one more time, dude, I'm going to literally pray till I appear in front of you and beat your ass, dude. How about that?
Continue.
You're nothing but damned fools and damned souls, and you will rot in the flames of hell. Sorry, I watched Van Helsing one too many times. No, man, I agree. I think the devil has been trying to...
The devil a lie. That's what he is.
He's been trying to physically walk among us here for a while. I think he can only spiritually, the Bible tells you, go to and from, both here and heaven. So, I think, while they may have power to possess people, I don't think he has the ability to, like, truly walk among us in the flesh until, what these people are doing, which I think that's what Fallout...
Well, then how do you explain all
that's what Fallout was putting in your face at the end of Fallout 4, which is they're basically trying to create a synthetic body for the devil to inhabit.
Hey, that's actually something Vladimir Moss, I got a paper on that he talks about. That's kind of what the whole alien abduction stuff is about, is that the demons are trying to experiment on how to incarnate the devil in flesh.
Well,
But This is the thing with it though. Like there's stories of saints coming in contact with the devil in physical forms. Now it's almost as if God allows it sometimes them to do this. Now maybe he
I
nerfs
think
them in certain
yes,
ways.
physically, but what I mean is I mean like physically as a human, like how he
Yeah,
has to
they appear as human beings, but I
no, what
think
I'm saying, like how he has to pervert
I don't think it's a true
Jesus
body.
Christ. No, I think the Antichrist is going to be an actual physical body that will be inhabited by
No,
the
I
Antichrist
agree. I
spirit.
agree. That's what the saints say. But what I'm saying is
Just
this,
shaking
is
hands with him
like
would reveal who he is.
that there's like illusions that the demons can do that even the illusion feels to the touch real. Does that make
I
sense?
would agree. Yes, from the things I've experienced, yes, I can definitely tell you
Right.
yes.
But even though it's an illusion, now what type of, that's another level of demonic illusion where it's like the illusion you could touch, feel, and see it. Well, I mean,
What the heck?
but as far as like the
So he's noob sidebot. He's got to have his little shadow clone come out and do the kicks and punches for him.
basically, I would say
Okay.
so. I mean, I think that's what it.
What in the world?
You got to read Saint Anthony, man. Saint Anthony had
What's
contact
this?
with the devil a good amount.
You tell me, brother man.
Well, Saint Anthony. Okay. For instance, he's in a cave, right? He's praying, and all these demons come up and they attack him, right? They beat him, and they're physical because they're beating him, and he can see them. Well, there's instances where they can take different forms too, like with Saint Martin of Tours. With Saint Martin of Tours, they're changing forms. They're changing into Christ. They're changing into the image of an
Yeah,
angel.
that's where I believe
Into
most
little
mythologies come
boys,
from.
like red eyes.
Like how the Oracle tells Neo that every time you ever heard the story of a ghost or an alien or a demon or a werewolf or whatever, that's the program's doing something they're not supposed to be.
Well, it ain't a program, man.
So
They want you to think it's a
chupacabras,
program, because that
skinwalkers,
simulation
wendigos.
theory leads to this idea of like offing yourself. That's really what that's about, I think.
Well, YOLO.
I'm out though. Later, man.
Peace, man.
Easy.
That was entertaining. I appreciate it. Because you never know. I've often found when conversations seem like they're really not ever going anywhere, eventually at some point, someone will have an aha moment. So even the dumbest conversations can be enlightening, I've often found. So yeah, maybe we can primordially conjure the devil and maybe he'll join the podcast. Yeah, what do they call it? Interview with the devil or whatever? Yeah. Podcast for the devil.
TML went.
Mm-hmm. I just came to ride the storm, so I didn't know what to expect either. And I'm sitting on top of the world, and I'm rolling along. Yeah, rolling along. Dollar, hurry up, just told the parson. Hey, pal, get ready to call. Just like Humpty Dumpty, I'm gonna fall. Yeah, whatever. Fuck you, King Kong. I don't know. I just know I'm not in no Kabbalah. I've tried joining, but for some reason I get maybe it's like other people said I'm too poor. I don't know, or I'm too Christian or too white. I don't know. Maybe it's because I wasn't born with some secret reptilian satanic bloodline, inbred bloodline. There you go.
Ruh-roh.
Come on, Neurocrack. I don't think anyone wants to join your insane asylum. Apparently, we like watching people make shekels off of nothing really other than drama. I need to start doing my movie announcer voice starring Mark Wahlberg. Apparently, this is all the content you mindless zombies enjoy. Oh, dear God.
Neurozap. Bzz.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward when no one really joins, and then when someone does talk, then you're just kind of like left waiting.
Yeah, I don't know what to do, man. Like, we were quote unquote reviewing this. That kind of went out the window. Like, what, like 2 hours ago?
Well, I mean, Neurojack came in with that question, and then it just went from there.
Which question? I don't even remember.
It was when he came in reading that little thing.
The thing. At least he's good at questions. Maybe we just leave. And he comes back. He comes back. He's like, what happened? You know, the usual.
I told him that when I came, I was just going to basically sit here and I would gauge when people would talk to me and vice versa. But, I mean, yeah, this is how it usually is with them. So, I don't know. Twilight joined and he didn't even bother talking.
He didn't even say one word.
Didn't.
So either he was distracted or he was waiting to see where he could maybe say something of value. I don't know. Or more likely his girlfriend was blowing up his phone and he left.
I just saw your inquiry, and I would say, yeah, it definitely does seem that way. Yeah, it does. But, you know, it's all right, you know.
Well, it went better than I thought it would.
Yeah, I don't have no real problems with Unseen. We're all set in our ways, you know. That's why I believe that we're all striving to understand what and who we are.
I'm kind of surprised, you know, he was talking about the Ark, that he wasn't. I thought he was referring to the church. I'm surprised he didn't say that, because that's usually what he means by stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Orthodox Church, that is.
Maybe he's in the occult.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Man, the stars are out tonight. Oh, it's too cold to go outside.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cold here.
It's
but
cold,
you know,
snap. It's probably colder up there for you than me. It's like in the 40s ish.
Yeah, we're close to it. We live where a lot of humidity is, so when the cold hits here, it stays here and it all drops down low. So, because usually it's always hot and humid here. So, but you know, let's not talk about all the spraying that they did like 3 or 4 days ago that somehow brought the temperature up to almost 80 degrees when it's supposed to be cold. But whatever.
Oh man, I think that's one of the dippers over there. Oh well.
Well, again, you know, that's something else that also always keeps me on the searches. You know, how many times did I sit there and was able to go out there and look at the stars naturally before all the light pollution and spraying really took over the skies in the early 2000s, and being able to see some of the things I've seen.
Kind of surprised I can see a lot of stars from here. Go outside, I probably see a lot more.
It sucks here. Our light pollution here sucks, but out in the country where my wife's brother lives, you can get a pretty decent.
The best is to
not galaxy, but
the best is to be over a lake.
I do pray that before I die, I get to go and see one of these places out there in the in the plains where you actually get to see parts of the Milky Way. But with the way they're spraying, who knows?
I've seen the Milky Way a lot on up in the Adirondack Mountains.
That I had to admit, I'm a little bit envious and jealous on that. There's one thing I'm not jealous on, it's materialistic, but yeah, I do have to admit, if I'm gonna die, I would like to die underneath a aurora borealis or something. That shit's amazing.
I haven't seen that, with my own eyes.
We had that tiny one here where we were having that solar activity a few months ago, and we got kind of a tiny one here, but from where we were, it wasn't worth going out there and walking like 20 or 30 minutes past all the city lights to go and just barely see a little bit of pink in the sky. So
yeah.
But I guess if they keep experimenting the way that we claim that they are, I guess we'll start seeing them a lot more frequently, which I'm really surprised that we aren't. But maybe they're hiding it. I mean, who knows? We're not in another part of the world, so crazy shit. Neurocrack, I'm gonna give you fucking a minute. But as regarding what we were reviewing earlier, yeah, everyone's a bunch of fucking failed actors.
I think T-Mel probably passed out. He didn't really get any sleep last night because pretty much in the VC for like the whole night into the morning.
Well, like like the game I used to play, Apex says, mental health, check on your friends. I definitely will say, getting rest every once in a while. Even if you're someone like me who I don't really have no reason for being here other than, I like having good talks and stuff, and I do care about people. I don't have a nefarious reason like most of the LARPers and actors out here on YouTube. So,
right.
Definitely, on the days when we're not interacting on this stuff, do everything. I recently, I can tell you, dude, that my not really my sleeping sucks, but my depression has gone down on the days when I don't, because some days I'll completely ignore it. I'll pray to God. I'll wake up and be like, God, don't let any, and sometimes it works, but your mental health is a big thing. And the more that you talk about this stuff, even if you don't realize it subconsciously, it makes you depressed. It fucking does. Especially if you're one of them people who's constantly striving, trying to understand your reality and want to know why you're a human meat skeleton. So, this kind of talks aren't for everyone. And even some of the people who I've brought into these, because I have a few friends sometimes who do sit in the chats who come around, like that Prism Light. I've known him for a while and he's a really chill dude. And, he's a Satanist, but I mean, he's, other than Twilight, he's one of the most kindest occultists that I've ever met, and I don't trust everyone, but there's been some things that he has told me that, is very scary how eerily it is that, no matter what your walk of life is, there are a lot of people out there who are just like you, who have been through the same things. And even if they don't believe technically, like, he's a Satanist, but yet he is against the New World Order. Make fucking sense, but he's still a very decent dude. I know him in real life, so I mean, he's a decent dude. It's just, you have to work with what you fucking got, So
pretty much.
All right, no, Jack, I gave you long enough. I know you're probably dealing with family and stuff, but I'm not sure what exactly you're expecting from me if you're not going to be here to drive a conversation. I mean, what, you just expect me and him to fucking woo at each other the whole damn time? Like, come on, man.
Don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do either.
Well, we'll probably just have to leave.
Yeah, just drop out. I'll give him a few more minutes and I'll sit here and see if he comes back and I'll talk to him. I ain't got shit going on.
You take it easy then.
You too, man. Get some much needed rest. We all could use it. Shit's crazy.
Yep.
Be well, man. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. I ain't trying to entertain.
All right, fine then. I'll just read some shit since you don't want to be there. How about that?
2 Corinthians. Though we are always confident and know that while we are at home in the body, we are away from the Lord. For we walk by faith, not by sight. You hear that, Book of Eli? Yet we are confident and satisfied to be out of the body and at home with the Lord. Therefore, whether we are at home or away, we make it our aim to be pleasing to Him. Hebrews 13:18. For we are convinced that we have a clear conscience, wanting to conduct ourselves honorably in everything. Amen. Amen. Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of LARPing. No wisdom, no understanding, and no counsel will prevail against the Lord. A horse is prepared for the day of battle, but victory comes from the Lord. What does that even mean? Pay your shekel to your Jew God. Uh-oh. Your decrees are my delight and my counselors. Psalm 119. Sounds like a Lord. Psalm 73, 25 through 26. Whom do I have in heaven but you? And I desire nothing on earth but you. My flesh and my heart may fail, but God is my strength of my heart, my portion forever. Clap, clap, clap your hands. No, it literally says Psalms 47. Clap your hands, all you peoples. Shout to God with a jubilant cry. For the Lord Most High is awe-inspiring, a great king all over the earth. Who they is? Romans 11:33. So no matter how much you strive to have this knowledge, you'll never have it. Oh, the depths of the riches, both of the wisdom and the knowledge of God. How unsearchable his judgments, how untraceable his ways. For who has known the mind of the Lord, or who has been his counselor, or who has ever first given to him and has to be repaid? For from him and through him and to him are all things. Sounds like a LARP. No, Jack, come back. Hurry up before I start reading the Satanic Bible. That won't get me in trouble. Uh-oh. If a brother or sister is without clothes and lacks daily food, and one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm, and eat well, but you don't give them what the body needs, what good is it? But when you give to the poor, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving may be in secret, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you. What if your father is Satan? Will he reward you in secret too? Proverbs 14:31. The one who oppresses the poor insults their maker, but one who is kind to the needy honors him. Proverbs 14:21. The one who despises his neighbor sins, but whoever knows kindness to the poor, shows kindness to the poor will be happy. My bad. It must be them demon eyeballs I got implanted. Philippians. Do nothing out of rivalry or rivalry or conceit, but in humility consider others as more important than yourselves. Everyone should look out not only for his own interest, but also for the interest of others. Oh. Sounds like a mental health session. I don't know. What does this mean? Proverbs 17:17. A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for a difficult time. Does that mean a friend will love you all the times, but a true brother will be there for you in the most difficult of times? Uh-oh. But I'm stupid. A man with many friends may be harmed, but there is a friend who stays closer than a brother. Okay. LARP. I am a friend to all who fear you, to those who keep your precepts. Amen. The wounds of a friend are trustworthy, but what if your wounds come from a friend? It is better to listen to rebuke from a wise person than to listen to the songs of fools. Oh, that's me. You shouldn't listen to me. So teach me and I will be silent. Help me understand what I did wrong. Oh, Job. Uh-oh. The one who says he is in the light but hates his brother is in the darkness until now. The one who loves his brother remains in the light, and there is no cause for stumbling in him. 1 John 2:9-10. Sounds like a lark. Here you go. Psalm 16:8-11. I keep the Lord in mind always, because he is at my right hand. I will not be defeated. Therefore my heart is glad, and my spirit rejoices. My body also rests securely. For you will not abandon me to Sheol. You will not allow your faithful one to see the pit. You reveal the path of life to me. In your presence is abundant joy. In your right hand are eternal pleasures. That sounds like Satanism. Yeah. Starring Mark Wahlberg. One Corinthians 15:19. If we have placed our hope in Christ for this life only, we should be pitied more than anyone. Yeah. Titus. Yeah, Titus. Come on, Andrew Wilson. Join. Talk about Jesus. Oh, that's right. You probably don't really believe in him. Oh, but then doesn't this say here and tell me that I'm supposed to seek the knowledge? So if you have been raised with the Messiah, seek what is above, where the Messiah is, seated at the right hand of God. Set your minds on what is above, not on what is the earth. For you have died, and your life is hidden with the Messiah in God. When the Messiah, who is your life, is revealed, then you also will be revealed with him in glory. Whee! You know, Nerd Jack, you really gotta stop leaving your fucking panels, dude. Alright, I'm gone. Since you're gonna abandon your own fucking ship.